And a quorum is present. I will call this meeting of the Plan Commission of May 11th to order. The first item on the agenda is public comment, and I don't believe we have any general public comment. Is that correct, Ms. Stouter? Yes. Okay. Then moving on, we will get a briefing from IT in regard to this virtual meeting. Mr. Poole?
Thank you. Welcome to our virtual meeting. We're going to cover a few basic items before beginning. To commissioners and city staff, the chair, clerk, and technical facilitator are responsible for muting and unmuting commission members or commissioners. Use the hand raise feature when you would like to be recognized to speak or ask questions. Voting will be considered unanimous. Click raise hand to object or request a roll call. During any roll call, all panelists will be unmuted briefly. Staff, click raise hand when you are asked a question. The chair will do their best to call on committee members in order in which the hands are raised. Lowering your hand will take you out of the queue. If you lose connection at any point during the meeting, you can reconnect by clicking the link or calling the number on your original email. Members of the public who have registered to speak, the name which you entered in Zoom must match the name you entered in registration. So if you have just a first name, you would have to exit out, re-enter with a correct full name so we can call on you. You will remain muted until called upon. The clerk will tell you when your time is up. After speaking, a member of the body may ask you a question. If you need to share documentation with the board, please send it to the email listed on today's agenda. If you do not wish to speak, please watch the meeting streamed on Madison City Channel website or the City of Madison's YouTube channel, or on Charter Digital 994 and AT&T UVerse 99. Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Next, we have communications, disclosures, and recusals. I have a couple of communications. The first is, this is likely to be quite a lengthy meeting, and so I will undoubtedly be asking that we have a motion for recess at an appropriate time. So I just wanted members of the Plan Commission and the public to be aware that we will be taking a brief recess if the meeting goes as long as it seems that it might. The second item, I want to introduce a new Plan Commission member, Nicole Solheim. And Nicole joins us for the first time today. And I would just like to note that I had the pleasure of working with her when she worked for Gorman and Company, and there was a development proposal in the district that I was representing, and she was very good to work with. So welcome, Nicole. Can you give us just a few words about your background?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you via Zoom this first time. So I currently work for an affordable housing nonprofit. As Liddell mentioned, I previously worked for a real estate development company, Gorman, working on multifamily and mixed-use projects all over the country. Now I'm really focused even more on affordable housing development and advocacy. I've lived in the Madison area my whole life. I went to school here for real estate and urban planning. So I'm very excited to be a part of the Plan Commission. Thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Solheim. And we have two people who wish to speak. Alder Lemmer.
Yeah, thank you. Regarding item 15, I wanted to announce that I did attend Edgewood High School and college, but it won't impact my ability to give an unbiased decision. So I wanted to announce but not recuse.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you. Just regarding items 8 and 9, regarding the development on Sheboygan Avenue, I just wanted to mention that I work at the state building at the development, but it won't impact my voting.
Thank you very
That's it.
much.
Thanks.
Alder Heck.
Thank you. I just wanted to disclose on items 2 and 3 that I work at University of Wisconsin, but it will have no bearing on my decision on those matters.
Thank you. Commissioner Solheim.
I wanted to recuse myself from item 4, 2524 Winnebago Street. And for item 15, 1934 West Lawn, just disclosed that those are my neighbors. I know them, but I don't believe it will impact my decision.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Sundquist.
I also work at the university, but also have no personal stake in the matter before us.
Thank you. Any other disclosures, recusals? Seeing none, we will move on to the minutes of the April 27th meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Commissioner Cantrell.
I move approval of the minutes.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Commissioner Hagenow. Commissioner Hagenow, did you mute yourself? Because I was, okay, you've got it. Go ahead. It appears that you are still muted. Could you try saying something again? Yeah, I'll take that as a second, but we're still having a problem hearing you. Okay, second. The minutes have been moved and seconded for approval, and I will assume unanimous consent unless there's a raised hand to object. Seeing none, the minutes are passed. Next on the agenda is a schedule of meetings. Our next regular meeting will be May 18th. Following that, and that's just next week. And then following that, June 8th and June 29th. We also have a special working session on June 18th, and that will also be a virtual meeting, as will all of the other meetings that I mentioned. Okay, with that, we would be moving to public hearing, but since it is not yet 5:45, I will ask Ms. Stouter to give the staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will just provide a quick summary of upcoming meetings. First of all, on May 18th, we will have, as I mentioned, I think last time, we'll have the return of the Stormwater Management Ordinance that will come before this body for a formal recommendation to the Common Council. We'll have staff from engineering here to present that. And then also back before you will be the proposal at Midtown and Waldorf, which did get approved, recommended for approval rather, by the Urban Design Commission last week. So that will be returning to you for final action. And we'll also have 126 Langdon, which is a proposal for a new 107-unit apartment building. Those are the three I'll mention for the 18th. And then looking ahead to the 8th, we will have, not shown here on your agenda, we'll have the Comprehensive Plan Progress Update. We pledged to do an annual Comp Plan Progress Update to the Council. And this is the first annual progress update. And based on the referrals to various boards, commissions, and committees, that should be before the Plan Commission on June 8th. There will be a very brief staff presentation on that, but it is already available on Legistar if you'd like to take a look at the progress the city has made since the comprehensive plan was adopted that you all worked so hard on. Also on June 8th, I'll mention a few others. Two projects in the Cap East District. 908 East Main Street is an office building on the back half of the block between Patterson and Brearley. And then 825 East Washington, a proposed hotel. 402 to 414 East Washington, so we're just slowly getting closer to downtown. There's a proposal for a mixed-use building on that site with 156 apartments. And then finally, the last one I'll mention on the far northeast side of the city, 5622 East Park Boulevard, a proposal for a multi-building complex with 306 apartment units. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Stouter. It is not yet 5:45, so we will stand informal until we can take up our public hearing items. Commissioner Sundquist.
Yeah, I had a quick question for Ms. Stouter about the Oscar Mayer plan and what the timing for that coming back might be, if you knew.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, we've just established a new schedule for that after getting some of the board committee and commission meetings scheduled, some of those that haven't met yet. It looks like that will be back before the Plan Commission on June 29th with the goal of getting it back to council on July 14th.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Hagenow. Commissioner Hagenow, I show you as unmuted. I am wondering if you're going to need to sign out and then check back in again. I'll look to Mr. Poole. Do you have a suggestion?
That might be the best route to go right now. I would, if you log in and you don't see it, I would go down to that on that bottom panel where they have the microphone that says mute. If you go and I'm assuming by the head shake that you probably have done that and selected whatever your system mic is, it looks like. That's what you're using. Yeah. I would just exit out and come back in with that link and we'll see what happens.
I will say, Mr. Hagenow, if that doesn't work, what we can do is click the little up arrow next to it and select phone audio.
Could you speak a little louder, Ms. Anderson? I don't know whether others are having a problem.
Yep. Sorry, forgot to put my mic down. Mr. Hagenow, if you come back in and it's not working, we can switch to having your audio by phone and connected with the computer still. So if you come back in and that has happened, go ahead and call the meeting support number and I'll help you with that.
Anything else from any of the commissioners in the 2 minutes we have before the public hearing? Commissioner Hagenow. Yeah, still can't hear you. Okay, so you might want to connect with the IT folks to try to do the phone connection.
Yeah. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank
Good.
you.
Okay.
Thank you for being patient with me.
Okay, thank you. Now it is 5:45, so we can move to public hearings. It is the custom of the Plan Commission to remove from the agenda those items on which the staff believes an application has had sufficient review to warrant approval with all of the conditions placed upon it by the various city departments, and on which the applicant accepts those conditions, and there are no individuals who have registered to speak in opposition to the item tonight. These items are placed onto a consent agenda, and they are addressed at the beginning of our public hearing section of the meeting. People in those items then can sign off early unless a member of the commission requests separation, in which case the item is removed from the consent agenda and taken in the regular course of business. Of the items before us today, the following are proposed for the consent agenda. Agenda item 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and 15. Would any of the commissioners like to request separation of any of those items? Seeing no raised hands, I will then go ahead with reading all of these into the record. Agenda item 4, Legistar 59856, creating section 28.022 through 00434 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 2524 Winnebago Street, 6th Alder District, from PDSIP, Plan Development District, to amended PDSIP, amended Plan Development District. And we do have two registrants. First one is Jason Korb of 648 North Plankinton Street, Milwaukee, in support. And unless he wants to speak, my understanding is he has agreed that if it's on the consent agenda, he would not be speaking, but he would be available to answer questions. Also, Ted Matcom, 200 North Main Street, Oregon, Wisconsin, same thing, support, and he represents the Gorham Company also. I am going to take a motion on all of these then. Any questions of those two applicants? Seeing none, moving on to agenda item 5, Legistar 60084, creating section 28.022 through 00435 of the Madison General Ordinances to amend a planned development district at properties located at 4000 through 4088 Felland Road, 17th Alder District, to approve an amended general development plan and creating section 28.022 through 00436 to amend a planned development district to approve a specific implementation plan. We do have some registrants. Jerry Berquin, 6515 Grand Teton Plaza, Madison, Wisconsin, in support. Again, available to answer questions. He had registered to speak, but my understanding is he does not wish to speak if it's on the consent agenda. And he is the project architect. The second registrant is Jim Hess, 437 South Yellowstone Drive, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Maddie Catchell, 2992 Rothmore Lane, Madison, Wisconsin, in support, not wishing to speak. And finally, Kelsey Ramirez, 4018 Felland Road, opposing and not wishing to speak. Any questions of any of those applicants? Okay, then registrants. Then moving on to agenda item 6, Legistar 60089, creating section 28.022 through 00438 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of properties located at 3040 through 3046 Commercial Avenue and 701 McCormick Avenue, 12th Alder District, from Suburban Residential Varied 1 District to Suburban Residential Varied 2 District. And being considered together with that is agenda item 7, Legistar 59689, located at 701 McCormick Avenue and 3040 through 3046 Commercial Avenue, 12th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence, consideration of a conditional use in the proposed Suburban Residential Varied 2 District for a multifamily dwelling with 4 units, consideration of a conditional use in the Suburban Residential Varied 2 District for a multifamily dwelling with between 5 and 8 units, consideration of a conditional use in the Suburban Residential Varied 2 District to construct accessory buildings exceeding 10% of lot area, and consideration of a major alteration to a conditional use residential building complex in the Suburban Residential Varied 2 District, all to allow construction of an additional 4-unit apartment building and 3 8-unit apartment buildings in an existing multi-family complex. And we do have some registrants for these 2 items. Greg Szymanski in support, not wishing to speak, from 1609 Monroe Street in Madison. Peter Fortlage, 2801 International Lane in Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, representing Augusta Realty Incorporated. Paul Cuta, 4414 Regent Street in Madison, supporting, not wishing to speak, also representing Augusta Realty. And then finally, Greg Szymanski, 1609 Monroe Street in Madison, in support, not wishing to speak. And I am assuming that he is also representing Augusta Realty, although it does not indicate. Any questions for any of those registrants? Okay, moving on then to the next item on the consent agenda, agenda item 10, Legistar 59537, located at 3817 Milwaukee Street, 15th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish an auto service station, convenience store, restaurant, and car wash, consideration of a conditional use in the Commercial Center District for an auto service station and convenience store, consideration of a conditional use in the Commercial Center District for a car wash, and consideration of a conditional use for a development adjacent to a public park, Eastmoreland Park, to allow an existing auto service station, convenience store, restaurant, and car wash to be raised, and for a new auto service station, convenience store, and car wash to be built as part of a planned multi-unit site. And we do have some registrants. Andrew, whoa, I'm not going to pronounce this correctly, Stasakaviskus, in support and not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Paul McLaren of 16745 West Bluemount Road, Brookfield, Wisconsin, not wishing to speak, representing Woodman's Market. Philip Waitman of Executive Drive in Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, also representing Woodman's Food Market, Luke Haas of 221 South 2nd Street, Milwaukee, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Any questions of any of these registrants? Seeing none, the next item on the agenda is agenda item 11, Legistar 59543. Located 1109 through 1123 South Park Street, 13th Alder District. Consideration of a demolition permit to demolish 4 commercial buildings. Consideration of a conditional use to construct a building with over 24 dwelling units in the traditional shopping street district. Consideration of a conditional use for a building exceeding 25,000 square feet of floor area for a mixed use or multi-tenant building in the traditional shopping street district. Consideration of a conditional use for a building in the traditional shopping street district exceeding 40 feet in height. Consideration of a conditional use for a building in the TSS district with non-residential uses occupying less than 75% of the ground floor frontage facing the primary street, including frontage at a street corner, and consideration of a conditional use for a building in the TSS district with non-residential uses constituting less than 75% of the building's ground floor area to allow construction of a 3-story mixed-use building with 2,600 square feet of commercial space and 44 apartments. We do have some registrants. Kevin Burrow, 7601 University Avenue in Middleton, in support, representing Kanothi Bruce Architects. And he had registered to speak, but not wishing to speak if it's on the consent, but available to answer questions. Randy Christensen, 702 High Point Road, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing Walter Wayne Development, LLC, and Madison Regional Development Corporation, LLC. David Diamond, 702 North High Point Road, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Also representing Walter Wayne Development, LLC, and Madison Regional Development Corporation, LLC, and Jim Winkle of 813 Everson Street in Madison, in support and not wishing to speak. Any questions of any of those registrants? Seeing none, moving to agenda item 12, Legistar 59933. Located at 5567 Odana Road, 19th Alder District. Consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a bank. Consideration of a conditional use in the commercial corridor transitional zoning district for a multifamily dwelling with 8 or more units. Consideration of a conditional use to construct a mixed-use building with greater than 24 dwelling units in the commercial corridor transitional zoning district. Consideration of a conditional use for a multi-tenant building in the CCT district exceeding 40,000 square feet floor area. Consideration of a conditional use in the CCT district for a mixed-use building with less than 75% non-residential ground floor area to construct a 5-story mixed-use building with 3,500 square feet of commercial space and 79 apartments. Registering in support is Jennifer Camp of Midnight Sun Drive in Sun Prairie, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing JLA Architects. Also registering for this item is Sixto Villegas from 311 East Chicago Street in Milwaukee, in support, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Michael Metzger, excuse me, located at 730 Williamson Street, Suite 150, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. And these people have not indicated that they're representing an organization, but I am assuming they are representing the applicant, even though they did not indicate that. And Lance McGrath, 730 Williamson Street, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Spencer Christensen, 999 Fourier Drive in Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Matt Schreiner, 999 Fourier Drive, Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, available to answer questions. Representing Veerbecker and Associates, and thank you very much for putting down who you are representing. Too many people seem to miss that. And finally, for this, Taylor McGrath, 730 Williamson Street in Madison, in support, not wishing to speak. Any questions of any of those registrants? Seeing none, the next agenda item, 13-59934, is the Legistar number at 6104 through 6204 Driscoll Drive, 3rd Alder District. Consideration of a conditional use residential building complex in the traditional residential planned district zoning to construct 12 two-family twin home dwellings, 24 total units. Registering is Brian Munson, 120 East Lakeside Street in Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Representing Viridian Homes, Grace Dolan of 2881 Maplewood Court of Fitchburg, in support, not wishing to speak. Any questions of those two registrants? Seeing none, the next item on the consent agenda is agenda item 14, Legistar 59935, 601 Bayview, 13th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a community center and 5 residential buildings containing 102 dwelling units, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential urban 1 district for a multifamily dwelling with greater than 8 units, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential urban 1 district for a residential building complex, and consideration of a conditional use in the TRU1 district for a recreational community neighborhood center to allow construction of a residential building complex with 57 townhouse units in 8 buildings, 2 apartment buildings containing 73 total units, and a new community center. Registering for this item are Kevin Burrow, 7601 University Avenue of Middleton, in support, wishing to speak, but my understanding is, again, unless it's on the consent agenda, and he is representing Kanothi Bruce. Stephanie Farrell of 4001 Chippewa in Madison, in support, not wishing to speak. Scott Kuzinski, 5201 East Terrace Drive of Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing Horizon Development Group. Chris Socha of 4465 North Kramer Street in Shorewood, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Doesn't show that he's representing anybody, but I believe he does. Alex London, 1825 Melrose Street of Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing the Bayview Foundation. And Shane Burnow, 44 East Mifflin Street, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing the Smith Group. Any questions of any of those registrants? Seeing none, the next item on the consent agenda is agenda item 15, Legistar 60002, 1934 West Lawn Avenue, 13th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential consistent 3 district to construct an accessory building exceeding 10% of lot area and consideration of a conditional use in the traditional residential consistent 3 district for an accessory dwelling unit to allow construction of an accessory building containing a garage and an accessory dwelling unit. Registering for this item is Andrew Foxwell, 1934 West Lawn Avenue of Madison, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Any questions of this registrant? Any questions of any of the registrants? If not, then I will close the public hearing and I will be looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I move approval of the consent agenda with all the associated conditions.
Thank you. And do we have a second? Alder Lemmer.
A second.
Thank you. Any questions? Comments? Okay. I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand. Not seeing a raised hand, the consent agenda passes unanimously. Okay, now to the items on which we will be having the full public hearing. The first one is agenda item 2, Legistar 59133, creating section 28.022 through 00419 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 935 West Johnson Street, 8th Alder District, from traditional residential urban 2 district to campus institutional district. And we are considering item 2 and 3 together. Agenda item 3 is Legistar 59810, located at 935 West Johnson Street, 8th Alder District, consideration of a demolition permit to demolish a single-family residence to accommodate a future University of Wisconsin-Madison academic building. And do we have a staff presentation, Ms. Stouter? And who is Mr. Parks? Very good.
Provide a quick recap.
I'm sorry, Mr. Parks is giving that?
Yes.
A recap. Could you? Yes, good. Raising your hand is good. Okay. Mr. Parks.
Raised my hand. Yes, just to recap for the Plan Commission, that this item was last before you at your April 13th meeting. And at that meeting, some additional information about the structure at 935 West Johnson Street was presented, which had been prepared by our preservation planner, Ms. Heather Bailey. Following the presentation of the additional information about the building, which I believe dates back to 1853, the Plan Commission referred both the rezoning to CI and the demolition of 935 West Johnson Street to the Landmarks Commission for them to consider the more thorough information that Ms. Bailey had prepared. They reviewed that information at their May 4th meeting, and their recommendation to the Plan Commission was effectively the same as it was when they informally reviewed the item earlier in the year, and that was that the building at 935 West Johnson Street has historic value related to the vernacular context of Madison's built environment, but that the building itself is not historically, architecturally, or culturally significant. And that information, the full report of the Landmarks Commission, again, the information that Ms. Bailey prepared in advance of the April 13th meeting and the May 4th Landmarks Commission meeting, and some additional information that was provided by the State Historic Preservation Officer are all attached to ID 59810. And I'd be happy to answer questions after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I will open the public hearing, and we do have 2 registrants. The first is Gary Brown, 30 North Mill Street, Madison, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak, representing UW-Madison. Mr. Brown, your microphone is on.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me okay, Liddell? I know last time we had some problems.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you so much. Again, I just wanted to remind folks that there's some additional information in your packets this evening. One, a letter from the State Historic Preservation Officer noting that this particular building is not eligible for listing on the state or the National Register of Historic Places, and they support removal or demolition of the building. So that's an important step. All of the state facilities that we deal with have to go through the Wisconsin Historical Society. And that really reconfirmed the information that I had from previous historic reviews and discussions I've had with the State Historic Preservation Officers. So
you're fading out there, Mr. Brown.
Great. Okay. I'll hold the microphone right to my mouth and see if that
Thank you.
Helps a little bit. So again, just to note that you have that letter or email from the State Historic Preservation Officer. There's also some additional photos in the documentation. I do want to thank again Heather Bailey for her very detailed research on the property. It does show that there was quite a bit of different people living in the house over time. And there is a lot of history with the house, not unlike many of the old houses that are in this neighborhood, especially around the campus. I do want to also just remind folks that we have a major capital project coming up in 21-23. It is our #1 project out of 12 major projects. And this is for a new Letters in Science academic research facility on the north half of this block. We've completed advanced planning, and that has all been submitted to the UW system and then will be presented to the Board of Regents this summer. So that project is about 143,000 gross square foot building, about $83 million worth at current cost estimate level. So it's not insignificant, and it is a significant building for us and important for us to move that forward. We also continue to purchase property in the block to do a full block development, which is shown in our campus master plan. Includes additional academic research facilities and additional parking for the university. We're going to continue to use the older houses in the block as best we can, but this particular house has been vacant for several years and unoccupied and unmaintained prior to our purchase. So it really is beyond repair at this point, and we look for your support. We'll be available for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Are there any questions of Mr. Brown? Yes, a couple of questions here. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Can you just update us on any efforts to reach out to people who might want to move the house or, anything like that? Any news that you can share?
Sure. So as a state agency, we're required to work through the UW System Board of Regents office. We have begun negotiations and discussions with them. But as far as I know, they've not moved that request forward. We're waiting for action from them in order to put it out for public bid or public sale.
So you would put it out, wait, just help me understand, put it out to public bid to see if somebody wanted to move it or just for the demolition bid?
To see if anyone would be interested in moving it. That's a typical process whenever we look at property like that. And if the action suggests that we have to move it, then we would have to open it up for public bid in order to do that. But like I said, we've started those discussions with UW System, and the authority lies in their office right now. So we have to work through their rules and their procedures in order to do that.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Alder Heck.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Brown, a couple of questions. I want to first make sure I understood what you said about the plan for this portion of the block. Did you say that you anticipate seeking support for a 2021-22 capital project there? Is that was it 21-22?
21-23. So it's the biennial year starting in July of 21 and going through July of 23. And that's our number one project in the 21-23 capital budget.
And you mentioned 143,000 square foot arts and letters academic building of cost 83 million, and that would be for the portion of the block that you already control. Is that correct? Or do you...
it's on the north half of the block. We have some advanced planning done that shows the building being built on the eastern 3/4 of the north half of the block, but we're continuing to purchase additional land, and if need be, we could expand the building project across the site.
But the project that you mentioned is for parcels you already own.
That's correct.
And it's expandable depending upon the results of your negotiations, I guess.
Yes, that's correct.
Thanks. And then one more question. We're in kind of a uncertain time, as we all know, and we hear talk of state budget taking a big hit and UW taking big hits. So I'm wondering, even if this is the number one project in your capital budget for those years, do you discuss, maybe this won't go forward, and do you have contingency plans?
So the status of all of our projects right now are continuing to move forward, especially those that are in planning and design. We've received funding for advanced and continued design and planning for all of our major projects. And so we'll continue to do that. Our expectation is that we'll be hiring an architect and engineer in the coming months to get going on the design work for this project. And then we could take it all the way through bid documents if we wanted to. We can't bid the project until it's enumerated, and the earliest that would be in July of 21. And it's likely it's going to take usually about 18 to 24 months to do a design on a project this big anyway. So we want to get going on that design work, and if we have this parcel, that allows us to do a little bit more in-depth planning and understanding how we can develop that entire north half of the block.
Thank you. Just one more question. Can you describe the timing related to this structure at 935? If you are granted these approvals tonight, I assume there, as Alder Rummel referenced, we could ask for some month delay to give sufficient time to shop the building around for moving. What would happen after that? Like how soon would it be demolished is really what I'm asking.
Yep. So we had actually planned to demolish this building last fall, and we're trying to move that forward. But if there's a request that we market the property for moving to a different location, we will look into that and work with our friends at UW System to move that forward. If that's unsuccessful, we'd look for demolition as soon as possible after that. We are working with the folks at System and State of Wisconsin Department of Administration to move forward their demolition request, which gets us moving on hiring the firm in order to move that forward.
And would that be primarily for liability reasons that you'd seek to demolish it relatively quickly after that?
Yes, that's always been the case. The house is in pretty poor condition, and we're surprised that we haven't had significant vandalism problems with it to date. We didn't close on the property until October last year, so it's been a few months. Through the winter, it's been okay, but I think now at the warmer months, we're more apt to have issues and problems.
Thank you. That's all.
Great. Thank you.
Any other questions of the registrant? Seeing none, the next registrant is Aaron Williams, 30 North Mill Street. In support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions. Also representing UW-Madison. Any questions of this registrant? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Are there any questions of staff? Alder Heck.
Thank you. Mr. Parks, you might be able to answer this. Obviously, in my questioning of Mr. Brown, I was searching for what might play out if for some reason this larger project is delayed. When a demolition permit is granted, are there any timing concerns about how soon a demolition has to happen, or can restrictions reasonably be placed on how soon it can happen? Do you have any familiarity with that scenario?
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, now you can see my smiling mug. Probably the second question first. I would remind the Plan Commission that in the original staff report that's dated March 9th, in anticipation of when this item was when this item was first before you, that there is a recommendation, condition number 2 in that March 9th report, that the house be marketed for a period of not less than 60 calendar days, starting on a date to be agreed upon by the university and staff, and that demolition not be allowed within that 60-day period. So we already have a marketing period, if you will, that's already been recommended as part of the staff report. That staff report still stands before the body and all of the conditions of same. Regarding the process for obtaining a demolition permit, an applicant has 12 months from the date of the Plan Commission approval to receive final approval, meet the conditions of approval, and obtain a raised permit from the Building Inspection Division. The university is not subject to our permitting process, so they're not necessarily required to get a building permit from us to take the building down, but they are required to comply with our zoning code, and the condition of approval would still stand despite the fact that they don't need a raised permit. So there's a year minimum for someone to pursue the diligent prosecution of their demolition permit. And then in this case, we are recommending a 60-day delay for marketing purposes.
Thank you.
Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. Do we require any evidence that diligence was done in searching for someone interested in relocating a property like this?
We, in the condition of approval, it includes the second or third sentence of that refers to marketing of the house should include sharing its availability for relocation with local preservation organizations. What we've done in that case in the past is asked for any correspondence that the applicant has made with, for example, the Madison Trust for Historic Preservation. We had one project last year that showed us that they had posted it on Craigslist, marketing the house and satisfying that 60-day requirement. So it's done in good faith. We don't beat the grass very hard for the snakes, admittedly. We work with the applicant to create a reasonable outline for what they're going to do and then have them show their work that they've attempted to do that.
Thank you. Can you give a rough sense of how often these properties are able to be relocated?
It's very rare. The Plan Commission much more frequently asks for the relocation to occur than the relocation actually occurs. It is not an easy process, and there are probably more structures that are worthy of the effort to relocate than there are actually places to put those structures. And you have to factor in, the costs of relocation, et cetera. It's challenging, but it has been done in other cases, including for projects, not necessarily by the university, but in the campus area.
Got you. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I am looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
I'll recommend that the Plan Commission forward the rezoning of 935 West Johnson Street to the City Council with a favorable recommendation, and that the Plan Commission find that the standards for demolition permit have been met and allow the demolition of the property at 935 West Johnson Street, subject to the conditions as presented in the staff report.
Commissioner Sundquist.
Second.
Commissioner Cantrell, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, it's unfortunate that this residence that was constructed in 1853 will be demolished, but because of its condition and its proximity with the university properties and future university expansion, I think it's inevitable that the demolition is required to be approved. Thank you.
Any other comments? Alder Heck.
Thank you. I do have some concern about the feasibility of the larger project that UW is planning moving forward, given the likely financial straits that are forthcoming. That said, I don't really think it's feasible to have a fenced-in, falling down building on this corner, even if this project were to be delayed for several years. And it pains me to recommend that it be demolished, but I'm going to support the motion because I don't really see a way around it at this point.
Thank you, Commissioner Heck. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I too am so, disappointed that this building can't be saved. And I guess the writing was on the wall with the letter from SHPO that they weren't going to stand up for this building. And I mean, the small hope is that someone will find the opportunity to move the house. But as Mr. Park said, and in my experience as well, that happens very rarely. So, at some point, I know there was a lot of interest in this house because once we give up a building of that era, it's just gone, it's gone forever. And I guess that's happened in our past already, so it's not like that's news. But I personally just think we have so few buildings from that era. I try to fight for them, and I want to appreciate that the Plan Commission referred it, and we did some more due diligence. So, I might not vote for it. But I could see why everyone's going to vote for it, and I appreciate all the work that staff did. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Any other discussion, comments? Seeing no raised hand, I will assume unanimous consent unless there is a raised hand to object. Alder Rummel has raised her hand to object. We will record her as voting against the motion, and with everybody else voting in favor unless I see another raised hand. Not seeing any other raised hand, motion passes with one person, Alder Rummel, voting no. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 8, Legistar 60242, creating section 28.022 through 00440 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning at property located at 4728 Sheboygan Avenue, 11th Alder District, from PDGDP, that is Plan Development General Development Plan District, to Plan Development Specific Implementation Plan District. Mr. Parks will be speaking to this item. Mr. Parks.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Plan Commission. Item number 8 is 4728 Sheboygan Avenue. It is Lot 6 of Madison Yards at Hill Farms. This is the specific implementation plan for the central green space that will be at the center of the Madison Yards redevelopment project. And it will also include the specific plans for the private street network or the remainder of the private street network to serve the development. Also, the specific implementation plan includes a 5,000 square foot, one-story commercial building that will be at the western end of the central green space, which the applicant is proposing to market for a single commercial tenant, likely a restaurant tavern of sort, to occupy a building that will be effectively a white box with disapproval, subject to subsequent final approvals by staff to deal with the floor plan and final exterior design of that building once a tenant is identified. Staff has reviewed the proposed specific implementation plan for Lot 6 of Madison Yards at Hill Farms and believes that it conforms substantially to the approved general development plan, which called for private streets, a central green space, and a 5,000 square foot building on Lot 6. And I would be happy to answer questions about the 4728 Sheboygan Lot 6 project after the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I will open the public hearing, and we do have registrants. Sean Roberts of 241 North Broadway, Milwaukee, in support and wishing to speak, representing Summit Smith Development, 241 North Broadway, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Could you please yes, Mr. Roberts, you are now unmuted.
Yeah, and we had sent a brief presentation over to Tim. Not sure if that needs to be shared or if the materials have been seen, and we were going to have our civil engineer present the initial part of our presentation that we had sent to Tim. Kevin Yeska, is that possible, or
Mr.
Tim...
Parks? Yes, here it comes.
So what I'd like to do is just to thank the commission for having us tonight. We are finally back in front of Planning Commission after 2 years ago, approximately. We got the general development plan approved, and we've been working on our options and tenants and design for the first phase of SIPs for this project that match the GDP And tonight we're before you for two of them, Block 6, which is the Central Green and Street Network, and Block 3. I would like to yield my initial comments and then have our civil engineer present Block 6, and I am here to answer any questions that anyone may have after that.
Is that Mr. Yeska that you would like to have speak next? Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Kevin Yeska of 161 Horizon Drive, Verona, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak, representing JSD Professional Services of Verona. And you have 3 minutes, Mr. Yeska.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for the time. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. All right, Kim, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide there. So my name is Kevin Yeska. I'm with JSD, the civil engineers and landscape architects on the project. So Sean gave the quick overview, so I will skip through these quickly as most are familiar with the project. We are at the southwest corner of University Ave and Seago Road. We are looking at a 14-acre tract of land just east of the state office building and state parking structure, and then west of the Hilldale development. Next slide, please, Tim. We have a few drone photos of the existing conditions. As many of you have probably driven by the site, it is a vacant parcel of land. You will see the state office building there on the left-hand side with the screen, along with that state parking structure. But for the most part, it's a fairly decrepit-looking site. So we'd like to move forward with recommendations tonight on the Block 6 and Block 3. Next slide, please. So the area of focus right now would be that private street network, which is highlighted in purple, Gardner Road, Madison Yards Way, Street D and C. And then in the center of all of that is that Central Green and 5,000 square foot restaurant, which we'll get to here in a bit. But as you can see, all the blocks surround our Central Green is really the center gem of our project. Next slide, please. So this exhibit is just a brief overview showing the commissioners that really our street networks have not deviated really at all from the proposed GDP. We want this to be a very pedestrian-friendly environment, very green, loaded with landscaping throughout the street terraces, and just have this activity center surrounding our Central Green, which would be highlighted in blue. Next slide, please. And then that Central Green would be shown here in this rendering. Various program elements proposed, including the permeable street, which is Street D and Gardner, there to the south and to the east. This street would be proposed as a flush condition. So our intent is to be able to close Street D and Gardner during larger events, such as the Westside Farmers Market. And again, just make this a pedestrian-friendly environment, safe for pedestrians, where they can enjoy some of these program elements, such as various seating areas, a stage, that large center lawn, a hammock hangout that we're proposing, as well as that one-story restaurant there you see to the west. Next slide. A couple material palettes, including Corten steel, architectural pavers, lots of planting. Next slide.
Okay, I would like to remind you of your 3 minutes, and your 3 minutes is up. Can you wrap up in one or two sentences?
Yep, the last slide would just be the massing of that 5,000 square foot restaurant here on the west side of the Central Green. And that would be all. That was our last slide, actually.
Right. Okay. So fantastic. Thank you very much. And any questions of these two registrants? Seeing none, the next registrant is Barry Orton of 4718 Lafayette Drive, Madison, in support and wishing to speak. Mr. Orton. Okay, Mr. Orton, you are on.
Thank you. I'm Barry Orton of 4718 Lafayette. I'm here as a longtime volunteer for the West Side Community Market. As was just mentioned, we are talking with Smith Group to locate or relocate rather the West Side Market back to its place of origin, and that would be at the Hill Farms development. So our plan is to, when the Village Green that you've just heard described is complete, our plan is to relocate back there from our current location behind the Digestive Health Center at Whitney Way and University Avenue. And we're pleased to be part of this development.
Thank you, Mr. Orton. Any questions of the registrant? Any questions of any of the registrants? Commissioner Sundquist.
So for the development team, maybe we should hold this question until we talk about Block 6, but I had questions about the TDM plan, so I don't know if this is the right time to ask it or I should wait.
I think probably it would be more germane in the next one. So
are we going to vote on them separately or?
Yes, we are. We are. And so if you need to know that to make an informed decision, then we need to go ahead and investigate the TDM now.
Okay. Then I will, and it's the same amount of time one way or the other. Okay. The only reason is if the team was going to present on it, I wanted to wait until they did that. But so anyway, let me go ahead. The commitment of 30% non-motorized mode split, that is a little perplexing because normally the way these things are written is 30% non-SOV. People coming on a bus is still a motorized vehicle or a carpool. And it's also a question of how that's going to be counted. I mean, that can be very complicated to count, especially for the non-employee parts of the development. So I wonder if one of the applicant team could speak to that.
Mr. Roberts?
Sure. I mean, I can try. I know our TDMP plan was drafted initially with our traffic engineer at the GDP stage, working with city traffic. And subsequent to that, recently we have provided an updated document based on the information we have. Now, granted, we only have one block that is residential, essentially mainly in front of the Planning Commission today. But we do recognize the comments that are part of this approval that as a condition of approval, we will need to finalize our updated draft and with city traffic, and that will continue to be somewhat of a living document as new projects come online over time and we know the scope and the use and the mix. We believe our template as designed from the feedback we got from city traffic staff, and maybe there's someone here to speak to that, is the good template to move forward with. And as we add additional blocks, each time we do that, we understand that that'll be part of the conversation with city traffic approval and staff feedback as we advance beyond this initial building that is just a largely residential building with limited commercial in Block 3.
Right, but we're looking at 6 as well tonight. And there are parts of this that apply to the whole site. So you can't really look at it in isolation. Well, okay, it's going to make it hard to approve this for me with some of these up in the air, and I might think of a way to handle that. I do realize that there's a condition that this goes back to traffic engineering, but the state of it right now, the fact that it says there are some red flags in here that show that this isn't really gelled yet. I mean, 30% non-motorized mode split isn't the way a TDM professional would write this. You would say something about ratio of autos to employees or something specific. And you would talk about how you're going to count it and what is your, so it goes through a whole lot of stuff about what's in the area. There's, buses and so forth, but that's not really what you're doing. The obligations that are sort of hardwired in here are not particularly extensive, other than there's going to be a TDM coordinator, unspecified how much time he or she spends on TDM because they have other duties. You're going to do some kiosks, and there's a bus stop, but that's happening regardless. You have a goal for a B-cycle station, but not a hard commitment pending cost negotiations. I mean, you could call them and get the costs, and we would know that now. Indoor bike parking is pretty standard in the US, in Madison. Parking stalls for rideshare sites elsewhere in the document, it cites one that's actually out of business, Car2Go. Comprehensive parking strategy where daily employees can't park in the retail. I mean, that's not really a TDM strategy. That's just the way people manage parking. So point being, I mean, I understand that there's a lot of unknowns and you don't know who the tenants are going to be, and you can't, in very granular ways, go through and say exactly what's going to happen. But in your view, what happens if the 30%, however it ends up being calculated, doesn't get met? Because there's just a whole lot of stuff in here that you're going to consider and think about.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, honestly, we have been working in good faith with city traffic on this as somewhat of a model, and to date we have responded in our belief, and maybe city staff would chime in differently, but we have tried to address all of their comments and spent a good amount of time both 2 years ago and most recently with the more recently added staff for the TDM coordinator and the city. So it was drafted by our professional group, Kimley Horn, and it was since supplemented by where we are now, with our understanding that, as it is going to be a living document and it is our commitment to work with the city and it is a condition of approval. But, right now Block 6 has no, the restaurant piece does not have a tenant and is not finalized. And the Block 6 piece itself doesn't have anything currently, and Block 3 is the first phase to come separately with that. So I guess I don't have specifics because we don't have, particularly a lot of the office or retail users or other anchor tenants. Those are not part of what's submitted tonight outside of just the residential component. And our understanding from working with city staff is that we have gone further than other developments in Madison at their request at the GDP level. And we have submitted a comprehensive document that our understanding was meeting their requirements at this stage, and that we are going to continue to work in good faith as outlined in the staff report.
Right, but I specifically just asked you, I said that we wouldn't have specifics because you don't know the tenants, and I agree with that, but I ask you what happens if the 30% goal doesn't get met?
I believe our plan has us work with the city to modify goals as we do our reporting and as things come online.
So if you don't meet it, you might just change the goals to make the goal less?
I believe the plan is drafted to allow us to work with the city to do actual metric tracking and then to adjust the plan to react to the data we receive.
Okay. That's how I read it too. I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes. Can the applicant talk about the sustainability aspects of the developments on both lots 3 and 6? It wasn't described in the report, and I guess I couldn't find it in the application. So I would like for some sort of a description of what they're planning.
Okay. Can you hear me? Am I unmuted?
Yes, you're on.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the Madison Yards project does include, many sustainable features. We do have an innovative shared stormwater treatment and detention strategy That includes the central storm tank that is underneath the central green in Block 6. And, that has some pervious pavements in that flexible street that we talked about that and it's intended to allow things such as the farmer's market. And we've also have Silvacell, tree cell technology that we've put in select locations throughout the private street network. Some of that piggybacks off of some of the work we did on the state project years ago. That's on their land, but part of the same shared system. And we were also replacing a brownfield former parking lot with a mixed-use community, which, at its core are major policy goals of sustainable design. As far as our Block 3 building, since you asked me that for this response, I can handle that as well. We are putting in sustainable design features such as LED lighting, low flow fixtures, low VOC materials, irrigation-free plantings, a lot of things that you'll see in a lot of modern buildings. We do have a comprehensive construction waste and recycling protocol with our construction partner. We did, just to address it, we did explore renewable energy options for Block 3, but that turned out to not be economically viable for that particular project in our analysis.
So you explored solar on the building on Lot 3?
Yes, early on we explored solar and geothermal as and looked at their payback analysis, and they are not included in our design.
Are you proposing any type of electric charging stations in the building on Block 6, the parking structure?
Well, Block 6 has very limited on-street parking. As we advance the various blocks, particularly when we have retail and office tenants, we will likely have electric charging stations. We are looking at how that would be integrated into the Block 3 residential piece. And we are certainly, the infrastructure will allow for that and allow for the expansion of that if we work with tenants in the future and that is a requirement of theirs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you. I just had a couple questions. I was just wondering about the restaurant tenant, if you had any concerns about getting a tenant, just sort of thinking, if that might be, I just see a couple buildings that have come up on the west side that I think were intended to be restaurants, food service, that haven't been filled. So I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. And then I have a second question after that.
Sure. Well, for your first question, we do not have concerns. Now, one of the main reasons it's not part of the initial approval is, yes, as it stands now, Kevin had shown, anyone who goes by the site, we're going to have to hit a critical mass to start filling in, the commercial viability. But we really consider the state building and the surrounding neighborhood integral to the success of this project. And the state building has, when it's fully up and running, in normal times they have about 2,500 people there a day. We do have connectivity to the Hilldale Mall and to all of the adjacent residents around the building, and our site is purposefully designed to integrate the surrounding community to bring people in. We do think the central green amenity will be extremely well utilized by the neighborhood as a whole, but we will, to date, we've had great feedback from restaurant tenants that, several we've talked to over the, design phase over the past 12 to 18 months. Now, granted, we all know we're in a very different spot now with the world, and, time will tell the accurate timing for that. But as the first phase with Block 3 and additional phases quickly follow, we do believe we will be successful, and we are being very careful with our mix to not, burden our chances of success. We will proceed with that residential, the commercial portion of Block 6, do that design, get necessary approvals when we have a tenant that will really drive that. We will not be doing it as a spec basis. But the core of your question is, are we concerned with finding a tenant? And we are not.
Okay. And then I just had a kind of a question, comment about the section of road on Old Middleton from Whitney Way to Eau Claire. There's a nice bike trail there. There's bike path or a bike lane on Old Middleton. And it gets a little bit dodgy when people who are commuting from the west side going east, like right, I guess at Eau Claire, hop over into that bike lane. And since that's part of my morning commute, I just wanted to bring that up. Has the neighborhood brought that up? It just, normally it's part of my commute. That's kind of a section of the road of Old Middleton where drivers are sort of, ramping up, getting ready to get on that on-ramp onto University. Just wondering if it's been brought up and what are your thoughts on that for sort of bike safety, also pedestrian safety. It gets a little dodgy right there.
Yeah, for areas outside of the site, I can tell you, we are very much aware of Madison's biking culture and Platinum City status. We did work closely 2 years ago with the GDP approval with City Traffic and the Planning Commission at the time to design the streets within Block 6 to accommodate the agreed to configuration and width of lanes, sidewalks, etc. So for the things on our site, we believe that the GDP that was approved 2 years ago addressed those issues. Our SIP submittal before you tonight is consistent with that GDP approval that's been recorded and the subdivision that matched that for the street width, etc. But broader, outside of the development itself, we understand Madison as density occurs and population increases, that there's broader conversations that are beyond the scope of our development of how people integrate modes of transportation, including bikes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Spencer. Commissioner Solheim.
Yes, I just wanted to go back to the sustainability questions that Commissioner Cantrell brought up, and I apologize if I missed this while I was jotting down notes. You mentioned that solar was not currently in the plans due to financial feasibility. However, the incentives around that are changing all the time, and this is clearly a very tall building. I'm not an engineer, but I think that's helpful. So are you incorporating some future flexibility for that in your design in terms of adding in vertical shafts so you can get the necessary utilities up to the roof?
Mr. Roberts?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, no, as part of our design, that is a good point. Technology and incentives and, just in general, different options are constantly evolving. As we move into final design, we will have some equipment on the roofs and we will look to maintain the ability to be flexible going forward. That being said, currently it is not included, but our final design, we want to be as flexible as possible to react to changes in technology, because it is certainly not a philosophical issue with us. We would love to incorporate it if it's economically feasible and allows us to be competitive in the marketplace. So that is in our best interest to look at the design that allows us to be flexible going forward. And as we get into that final design on Block 3 specifically, I'm talking about, which we haven't really presented on, but that's when our architect, or my architect, will be talking about that shortly, and we can elaborate on that if need be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I've been having internet troubles, so I'm dropping in and out. Hopefully I'll get this question in. I'm interested in the new stormwater management policies that the city is in the process of evaluating and relatively close to adopting. Will your, I guess for these, the ones that we're considering tonight, I'll go ahead and ask for both together. Are you considering following the new guidelines, even though they're not in effect yet? I'd like to defer to our civil engineer, Kevin Yeska, who's looked at that. I know we had worked closely with city engineering on the timing of this. We've been working on these for years, and I know the pending ordinance is not yet in place, and our design is predicated on the existing ordinance, but he can elaborate a little more. Yeah.
Yep. Hi there. So yes, we are meeting a portion of the new standards, I would say, although those new standards aren't coming into effect until June 2nd. Our design is, city engineering has requested that we actually start to look at some of those new ordinances for Block 6 as well as Block 3. So for Block 3 itself, when we get to that, we will not have any on-site stormwater component to that building because we are using a regional system. So yes, right now that underground system that was built during the state office building is oversized to handle the new ordinance going forward. And we will be working to also meet some infiltration standards that are above and beyond current redevelopment standards, is the best way to put it, within Block 6. So we do have a slight bit of redesign to work through here, but yeah, we are looking at some of those new ordinances, and staff has requested that we meet some of those.
And who's determining which ones you meet? Is it just a negotiation and trying to get to as many as you can?
No, so how do I phrase that here? I guess the one new ordinance or new redevelopment standard that we are not being requested to meet was the green infrastructure requirement within Block 6. Seeing that there really aren't, green infrastructure for many of these redevelopment sites where a building fills from lot line to lot line is looking at items such as the green roof. On Block 6, we don't have that component here. So we are looking at more of rate control and volume for our these new redevelopment standards, which the infiltration requirement of that was never required with redevelopment standards. Now it is being requested of us. So I guess it's actually been a discussion we've been working with today with city engineering to just make sure that we understand their requirements moving forward and feel we can meet them.
Thanks. I'd obviously encourage you to meet almost all or all of the new standards if possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Heck. Are there any more questions of the registrants on this agenda item? If not, I will close the public hearing. Are there questions of staff? Commissioner Sundquist.
Well, TDM again, doesn't look like there's anybody from TE here.
No, there is not.
Well, Tim, maybe I could, I'm sure you've read this. Maybe I could direct this at you and you can help us as much as you can then, even though it's directed at TE. Do you know what they mean by 30% non-motorized mode split?
I'll admit that that's a little different than the threshold that was intended during the general development plan stage, where we were trying to reduce single occupant vehicle trips by 30%. I will admit I am not an expert on TDM to be able to parse how they worded it with how it was worded back in 2018. And I think that's kind of why there's that major non-standard comment from traffic engineering on both of the Madison Yards items that they want to continue to work with the applicant to dial this in a bit more, if you will, before we go ahead and record these two SIPs and start developing Madison Yards. I think it's important to point out, and I apologize if I'm taking liberties with your question, Mr. Sundquist, but you did ask a very good and pointed question of Mr. Roberts during the public hearing. And I would like to just remind the Plan Commission including a couple of you who weren't on the commission when this was before the general development plan was before the commission nearly 2 years ago to the day, that there is a requirement or a stipulation in the zoning text for the GDP that says, and I quote, "The final building heights and development intensities included in the Madison Yards at Hill Farms planned development, general development plan are set as maximums and may or may not be ultimately achieved upon full build out of the site, depending on the submittal and approval of each specific implementation plan. The specific implementation plans for each phase of development shall be reviewed against the standards included in the plan development section of the zoning code to determine if the development can be accommodated on the site, particularly the transportation impacts of the proposed development." And that was cautionary language that we built into this general development plan, and we've built into a couple of others, including for Hilldale, just down the road a piece. That really was intended to say that we could reach a point where we don't feel that enough is being done to reduce traffic generated by the planned development, such in this case as Madison Yards, and that it may be to the opposite or the counter of what you pointed out, that we might ratchet down the requirements. It may in fact be the opposite, in that we find ourselves not being able to approve a future phase of development at Madison Yards because city staff does not feel that enough has been done to meet the intent of the requirements at the GDP stage to reduce by 30% the single occupant vehicle trips generated by this development.
But once it's built, we kind of lose our ability to affect that, right? I mean, it takes a while for this part of it to be built, and then for somebody to go in and do the mode split, that may be a year-long process to measure cars in the parking lot and all that kind of stuff. And by that time, maybe the Whole Foods part is already going, and so it would, I guess, a comment, but for your reaction, but it would seem to be to our benefit to be as specific as we can, knowing that we can't say you're going to do this many bus passes or this many, bike showers or whatever now before we, otherwise, it may be too late.
There would be, I would say that your concern is valid, and I would say that it's more valid if the development is implemented very quickly, because this is something that is going to affect the transportation network years after the plan is completed. But it's kind of, the squirrel that doesn't hoard its acorns for winter soon enough may go hungry. And it's possible that as this development builds out over perhaps a longer period of time than was initially anticipated by the development team, that they could come to the final phase of development and find that winter has come and not enough has been done with the earlier phases of development to allow for the intensity of development that they would like to build to actually be allowed for construction, because at that point the transportation network, not enough may have been done to limit impacts to it in earlier phases of development. From the standpoint of ongoing enforcement, that is something that I think is probably still a work in progress from a zoning code standpoint, because unlike a conditional use, which does have continuing jurisdiction, you can reach a point where you have implemented everything that is going to be implemented in a planned development like Madison Yards, and you're left without a zoning enforcement tool if in fact, even if certain measures are approved up front, that the follow through on those measures falls or becomes lacking down the road. You don't have that feature in a planned development zoning district. And I would suggest that it would be very difficult to build one in. And that is something that we still need to work through in the TDM process, how beyond implementation of a project requiring a TDM that we can continue to maintain the requirements in that TDMP, because I mean these are probably 50 to 100 year buildings, at least some of them, if not all of them, and it's possible that during your entire tenure they're going to generate a traffic impact that we would want to continue enforcing that 30% reduction, but we won't really have the zoning tools necessarily to do so. And that's something that I think we're still working through in these relatively new years of really enforcing TDMP in our community.
Thank you. That was actually the next question I was going to ask is exactly that. So, okay, thank you. I'll stop and come back with the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Solheim.
Yes, I have a question regarding the commercial building, the 5,000 square foot white box commercial building. I understand from the staff report that this process has been used in the past at Hilldale in terms of having design approval later on when a tenant is identified. I think it's a little different at Hilldale in terms of the storefronts being smaller. This building is very visible from all four sides, both on the green, which is a really nice space, but then from all of the tall buildings around it and all of the people in those buildings. So I guess, in my sense, I always think of SIP as you have your material board and all of your specifications. And it may be that I'm not familiar with this process, but can you just kind of describe maybe some other precedent for that type of approval? I think the letter of intent says that this restaurant could occur later than the rest of the green. So it could be a long ways down the road. I'm just trying to get an idea of how that has been handled with other projects.
Sure. This is probably a smaller application of a similar condition that we have applied that I can recall at Hilldale for certain. And I want to say that there might be one or two other examples where we've allowed the tenant build out of first floor commercial space in a mixed use building in a multi-phase plan development to be done later at the staff level. You are correct that the specific implementation plan typically requires a high degree of detail, landscaping, site plans, floor plans, detailed elevations. What we found at Hilldale, though, working with the initial developers going back to 2005, when they built the 4 one-story buildings that are located along the east side of Price Place, across from the historic wall of Hilldale Mall, they just really felt that the SIP process was maybe a little too prescriptive when they were going to be courting upwards of 24 tenants for those first 2 buildings. So we worked out something with them back in 2005. And by and large, it worked out extremely well. That at the staff level and at worst at the UDC level, we were able to go through and approve the exteriors of those various tenant spaces. The building shells were approved at the SIP, but the actual finish was left for later. And that was actually a process that we applied in future years when they tore down the north wing of Hilldale, effectively between Macy's and Metcalf's, and then later the south wing between the movie theater and Macy's, to simply work with them when they had a tenant to identify the exterior finishes. And I would say that it's been a very good process for both the city and for the developers where this sort of flexibility has been afforded. And we feel pretty confident that despite the high degree of visibility with this building, that we can achieve the same outcome here. And that worst case scenario, if we felt like we couldn't approve things at the staff level, although I feel that that's a remote possibility in this case, that worst case scenario, we could take it through an alteration process that might include the Urban Design Commission and may even come back before this body. But I find that very unlikely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Solheim. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion on agenda item.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I think we still have 2 registrants remaining on this item, showing Mike Lawton and Gary Peterson.
Okay. I will have to reopen the public hearing then on that. I didn't have those on my list. Do you want to call on them? Because this is, okay.
Sure. Registrant in support is Michael Lawton, 6 South Eau Claire Avenue in Madison, wishing to speak, representing the Hill Farms Neighborhood Association Planning Committee.
Mr. Lawton. Mr. Poole, do you see Mr. Lawton? Okay, Mr. Lawton, you're on.
Yeah, thank you very much. Did you get my memorandum for the Hill Farms Planning Committee? I just wanted to make sure you all had
I did,
that.
and I'm seeing some heads nodding from other plan commissioners. So yes.
Right, that makes it easier to get through this if you have that. We had several points, and I will leave Gary Peterson to comment on the sustainability matter. I know you've already discussed that somewhat, but I'll leave that to him. He's more of an expert on that. Other points that we had in our memo, traffic and parking. You've touched on the traffic demand management issue. Our neighborhood, assuming after the virus matter is resolved in some way, parking and traffic will return to normal levels around here. It has become somewhat of a burden for various reasons, including the overflow from the state. Also, we're very sensitive to those issues. And I was hoping in a memorandum, I tried to explain what we were looking for is that a clear statement be made that this applicant is going to be held to account on the standard in the GDP ordinance or the PUD ordinance on traffic and parking issues with respect to any future SIPs that come in. This is step one. If there are problems with traffic and parking, we would expect those matters to be resolved or taken into account in future SIPs. And I think Mr. Parks has made it clear that that was a proviso that was kept in the GDP approval. So you would have a continuing ability, I think, to enforce that. So that was our point number one. Number two was sustainability, which I'll leave somewhat to Gary. And I appreciate the fact that you did ask questions of the applicant on that. The next point was transit, biking, and pedestrian improvements. And I know some questions came up earlier from the members of the commission on that. We do have some concerns with and have received some complaints regarding bicycle connections, pedestrian connections, and then the connection from this site to Rennebaum Park, which was referenced in a memo that was generated by the committee that prepared our neighborhood plan a couple of years ago. We would like those to be addressed either as part of this phase or future phases of the project. And I've listed them in paragraph 3 of our memo. And then the last two items we had are more policy questions. I don't expect the applicant to resolve in this SIP, but there needs to be some forum and some city body that will take the lead on these. And one is tax incremental financing. There's a tremendous increment that's going to be generated by this building. And there may be needs in the neighborhood or in this part of the city that could benefit from having a TIF district. I understand this applicant considered that, but withdrew it with regard to this application, but may renew it in the future. But I think there should be some consideration as a city policy matter of using some of the increment here, perhaps.
Mr. Lawton, your 3 minutes are up. Can you wrap up in a sentence?
Sure, you bet. So anyway, I would like the TIF issue to be looked into. And then our last item, which is somewhat related to the TIF issue, is the workforce housing issue. I don't expect the applicant to change their plans for this SIP, but I think there might need to be some consideration for workforce affordable housing in a future phase of this large project. So those are our comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lawton. Are there questions of this registrant? Seeing none, I believe, Ms. Stouter, you said there's one more registrant?
Yes, registered in opposition, wishing to speak is Gary Peterson, 210 Marinette Trail in Madison.
Okay, Mr. Peterson, you are not yet unmuted. There you go.
There I am.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Madam Chairman. My opposition is to the lack of sustainability and to the lack of affordable housing, not to the project itself, but the sustainability issue. We promised this project was going to be sustainable 3 years ago when they started on it. They haven't done anything on geothermal heating or cooling. Their stormwater collection and retention isn't any more than what the city required, although I understand they're having a little filtration. Does that mean they can handle another 1/4 inch of rain? They didn't throw us any bones with low flow fixtures. We don't have any green roofs. We don't have any sunshades on the windows of the high rises. We didn't get a campus development. They could have put in a central heating system. They didn't do that. The solar arrays thing is very elementary. You can put solar arrays on sides of building. You put them on top. They're doing nothing in that area. Wind generation, they're up on top of this great hill. They're going to be able to rent their apartments for a lot of money because of the view they got. Not doing anything with wind generation. You don't need big propellers on top of your roof, and you can still capture wind. You talked about bicycling and mode share. They have attempted to make no connection to the path that goes Shorewood to the east to downtown, or goes west into Middleton, or to the Good Neighbor path. It's like, get the bikes to our limit of our development and then dump them off a cliff or whatever. A low and moderate income issue. I mean, seriously, city, if you want to have low and moderate income housing, you can't let this development go by without doing something. And if you're not going to require it to be on site, then you work to get it on site and you set up a TIF or whatever to get it off site. And I've got some ideas where it could go. I mean, with the BTR coming through the area, we could put low and moderate income housing right next to a BRT stop. There's just a lot of opportunities, and you got to do something now because they're not changing. They claim they're flexible, but that doesn't mean they're going to do anything. So my request would be that you table this until they get serious about sustainability and really do something. We need a hammer at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Are there any questions by the commissioners of Mr. Peterson? Seeing none, I will reclose the public hearing. Questions, any additional questions of staff? Commissioner Cantrell.
I think Mr. Peterson and Mr. Lawton do raise some good questions about at least the TIF district. And I know that's not something that the Plan Commission generates. That's the administration, that's the mayor's office, that's the alders. But this project is a multi-million-dollar project. And the increment could do a lot of improvements to this neighborhood: bike trail, affordable housing, a lot of improvements and sustainability improvements. So I guess I'd like at least staff to comment on that, and also a comment again on the sustainability issues that Mr. Peterson raised. I think that we hold our city very high in these sorts of things, but it does look like we're missing out on an opportunity here that we could actually do something pretty substantial. So I guess I'd like staff to at least address that as well.
Mr. Parks, and then I think Ms. Stouter, did you want to also speak?
I can, but I'll follow Tim.
Oh, I was going to defer to you, Heather.
Well, I'll just mention on the TIF issue, I think that this applicant has been in separate discussions for months now with our economic development division, the TIF staff in that division, and I believe those discussions will continue. Often, when TIF requests are made, the tax increment district is created some months after that. But first, they must be able to demonstrate that TIF is actually needed to support the development they're proposing. And so there hasn't been a proactive TID created here, but I would say that it's a likely situation. I mean, they are, continuing to seek tax increment financing to support elements of this development. It's just that the city needs to see that TIF is needed to support it prior to the creation of a district and a full study on that. But I do think that that those discussions will continue. And then on the sustainability focus, I want to defer to Tim as the reviewer and really, Tim, let you talk about things that have been discussed throughout the review process, but would just like to remind the commission also to take a look at the plan development standards that are before you. Some of them do relate to sustainable elements. And so just to ground yourselves in those standards. With that, I'll turn it over to Tim for anything further on.
Okay, Mr. Parks. Thank you, Ms. Stouter.
Other than following Heather's lead and encouraging the Plan Commission to make reference to both of these items, recalling that we're dealing only with item 8 at the present moment, that any conditions related to sustainability should be related to the standards for approval for the Plan Development District. There are, and Mr. Roberts alluded to it during his testimony earlier, that they've looked into various functions. I don't know if it was discussed about wind. What he did mention solar. It's fair to point out that the Plan Commission has not been quite as cavalier on past projects requiring sustainability. I think the Commission and staff have been very supporting of projects that have incorporated varying degrees of sustainability. But how much we've mandated has actually been quite a bit less in recent years. But anything that the Plan Commission is going to add as a condition of approval should be related to the standards and the statement of purpose in the plan development section.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Did you have any other questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
No, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions of staff? Commissioner Sundquist.
Just to follow up on the sustainability item, one of the things that we struggle with is standards, and there have been efforts over the years to do some benchmarking for buildings in Madison. I know Sustainable Madison Committee has worked on that. I don't know the status of it, but trying to think of how some kind of standard might work. Do we have a benchmark that we can hold new developments up to in some way from that effort?
Mr. Parks.
I would say not at the present time. And I believe that we are also hamstrung a bit by what we can do as a city, as a community that applies the state's building code, which is the IBC, and whether we can be more restrictive than the state's building code as it applies to sustainable features. I think that has been one of the features or one of the factors that has kept the bar relatively low in terms of what we've been able to do. And I think also until the stormwater management code is updated, which you're going to see at your meeting next Monday, and that we're hoping will be adopted by June 16th, that is going to take our stormwater and erosion control requirements much further than they have been for projects like this previously. I believe Mr. Yeska correctly pointed out in his comments that redevelopments like this one, where you were going from a largely impervious site to a similarly impervious site in terms of percentages, even if the things making it impervious were different. In this case, buildings and not a large surface parking field, that even projects like this under the current code get a bit of a pass and make a lot of things voluntary, whereas the new code that's forthcoming, it's our understanding, will make them more prescriptive, certainly more so than they have been for redevelopment projects in the past. So I would say that we're somewhat limited in what we can do from a state code requirement, but I would look to others, Heather, to see if they have a different perspective.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe Mr. Strange could weigh in on the statutory issue so just in theory, let's say we knew that the average office building used X kilowatt hours a year per square foot. And we said, well, this one, we're not going to say what you got to do, but you got to, cut that by X percentage. Would that be allowable, or would we be preempted because of the state building code or the state energy code?
Mr. Strange?
Yeah, I think what I've said up to this point, just to try and keep all of our options on the table, is as a development happens and as conditions like that are considered, we consider them on a case-by-case basis and look really closely at those codes, whether it be the building code or the energy code, to see exactly what it is that the condition is doing, to see if we are preempted. I mean, generally speaking, anything with respect to energy or the minimum building code, we are likely to be preempted. But a lot of these sustainability features that I'm hearing be proposed from time to time, they differ somewhat from the requirements that are in those codes. And I think it's worth being able to take a look at them as they come in and decide whether we think they really are preempted. I don't know if that's an exact answer to your question, but I think as this develops and conditions are considered, I think that we can consider those and compare them against those codes.
Well, you've got any suggestions on something that might not be preempted that is irrelevant to this?
Related to specifically to energy usage?
Yeah, energy or associated emissions. Yeah. I heard Mr. Peterson gave a long list of things like sunshades and green roofs and solar, wind, et cetera.
Right. So I think, as I said before, something like green roofs, solar shades, those kinds of things, I think that we could certainly consider conditioning. We looked specifically into green roofs at length, looking at the different kinds of green roofs in terms of the thickness and the impact that those have on things like stormwater discharge and those. And I think something like a green roof, we could very, very likely could condition without running afoul of either the building or the energy. The example that you gave specifically related to energy exchanges and reductions, I would just want to see what that actually looked like on paper, and then look and see how that compared to the codes. But things like green roofs and solar shades, I think, are similar to things like bird glass and some of the other things that we're talking about. And I think that those are definitely options that are on the table.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Commissioner Cantrell.
So if those are options that are on the table or that could be conditioned, is this something that we should be delaying for a bit and having staff work with the applicant to see if some of those items can be incorporated into this project? I guess I'd like to hear Ms. Stoddard and maybe Mr. Attorney Strange to comment on that.
Ms. Stouter?
Thank you. So I think that if there is a clear rationale for a referral to the applicant to work with staff on providing a more robust set of solutions regarding sustainability, I would just recommend grounding that referral in the Plan Development District Statement of Purpose and standards. I think that could be reasonable, and staff would certainly be more than willing to continue to work with the applicant on those items.
And I would just add to that, whatever conditions are considered for attaching to the approval, you're looking at what is the impact of the development and how does this potential condition reduce that impact. And then once we know that, we can make sure, sort of as a fail-safe, that we're not somehow preempted from imposing that condition by an existing state law. But that first analysis that I kind of look at is, it's not necessarily just putting stuff, attaching conditions because we want them to be there. It's got to be something that we're actually addressing an impact of the development that's being proposed.
Mr. Parks, did you have something that you wanted to add?
No.
Okay. Commissioner Cantrell, did you want to follow up?
Is there a time sensitive for this project? I mean, I know that every developer wants this project approved immediately, but if this project is delayed for staff to work with the applicant on some of these sustainable issues, will that cause a insurmountable problem?
The only thing I would add, I guess I'll jump in on that, and I don't want to speak necessarily for the applicant, but this project was delayed somewhat by the need to get an Urban Design Commission approval that wasn't available until April 29th. And so the applicant has been waiting a little bit already to get before the Plan Commission. I won't speak to what a delay might cause them or how long we would need to have this conversation, but bearing in mind that your next meeting is next Monday, whether or not that would be enough time for them or for us to turn something back around to the Plan Commission, I think it's likelier that you're looking at your June 8th meeting. So it would effectively be a 4-week delay for the project team.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Solheim.
One thing I wanted to just add related to possible, consideration of the sustainability features is the stormwater. Alder Heck did bring up one of the questions that I had, which was, this is very close to the upcoming likely approval of a new ordinance. And while the applicant did speak to some of the variances and things they are meeting, since we are seeing that ordinance next week, it would be nice if we are considering other features at a future meeting to get a better idea of what items within the new ordinance are being met and what are not being met with this plan.
Mr. Parks, is that something you can address, please?
Yeah, I would encourage the Plan Commission to be encouraging about those things at this stage in the game. This is a project that is in the approval pipeline. We don't have an adopted ordinance yet. And for whatever reason, we don't have that adopted ordinance. And there was a pause pressed on the new stormwater code as a lot of resources were turned to addressing the coronavirus pandemic. But regardless of that, we have an ordinance that won't be adopted until June 16th at the soonest. And while we can encourage projects that are in the pipeline ahead of that adoption to comply with that, I would say that we are not able to require compliance with it. The only way this project would be required to comply with the new Stormwater Code Chapter 37 would be if the project was paused indefinitely and significantly changed such that it was no longer reasonably in the pipeline and would therefore have to comply with the new code. So at this point, we can encourage compliance with Chapter 37 to come, but I would caution against requiring it. Thank you.
Did you have anything else, Commissioner Solheim?
That answered my question. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions of staff? If not, I would be looking for a motion on agenda item 8. Commissioner Sundquist.
Well, I'll move referral to that first meeting in June.
And if we have a second, Commissioner Cantrell?
Yes, I'll second it.
Okay, Commissioner Sundquist, did you wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, overall, the Yards is a good project. It's going to get through the process. It's infill where we want it. It's, got a lot of good, mixed use, and, there's a lot to recommend it. And so this shouldn't be taken as to the applicant as if it passes this way as a major setback, but it is a huge change to our built environment. And we could spend all night going through things in real time here and come up with a, something, but it probably wouldn't be very good. It wouldn't be a very wise way to get to a wise decision if we did it in real time here. The appropriate thing is to go back and get some more back and forth with staff. And I will, and following the suggestions of staff on how to phrase this and what the purpose of this referral is, and to phrase it in terms of impact, I will start with the thing I know most is the TDM. And I would like to see the TDM plan specify what it means by non-motorized mode split, how that's going to be evaluated, and that there be a plan in place that kicks in if they don't meet the goal, that doesn't include just changing the goal to a lower number. Could be setting aside funds for bus passes, whatever it is, something. And I'd also like to suggest that the TDM plan be referred to Transportation Commission or TPPB, whichever is meeting first, in order to get it through, fastest. But the applicant was right that we don't have a track record of solid standards on TDM. And so this is, in talking to some people at TE, this has been a learning experience for them. And I think it would help us if TC or TPPB uses their expertise to help TE on something that's new and is sort of setting policy by, de facto. Those are the three things that I would recommend on the TDM happen in the interim. Maybe others can speak to how they want to handle the sustainability piece and how that conversation could take place. But in terms of impacts that we would want to address, somewhat mean, TDM is about climate and emissions, and so would be the building issues, building energy use that affects emissions, runoff, heat island, all those sorts of effects. Maybe other people, I'll let other people talk about that because I've gone on about the TDM.
Thank you, Commissioner Sundquist. Commissioner Cantrell.
I also think that postponing this or delaying it until the June meeting, we in the statement of purpose for plan developments, it says that a plan development district promotes promotion of green building technologies, low impact development techniques for stormwater management and other innovative measures that encourage sustainable development. That's one of the statement of purposes. And I think that that's what we're trying to get at postponing action on this development. And as Commissioner Sundquist indicated, this is a good development. It will be approved. But I think that there are aspects, sustainability aspects that should be further reviewed and included within the development, especially on Lot 3. And I think the Commissioner Solheim talked about, at least in solar, maybe solar panels wouldn't be constructed immediately with the construction of the building, but maybe the building is constructed in a way that they could be added later when the financial aspects of solar is more favorable. And again, I think staff is much more in tune to other sustainability items that should be incorporated into this development. But I think that this is a major development, and that I think that we should at least pause a little bit in to incorporate items that are appropriate, because this development is going to be around for a long time, and I think that we should evaluate it like that and try to make the best development we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Commissioner Spencer.
Thanks. I just wanted to say I do support the motion to defer the application. I think there were missed opportunities with the new state building to put some more sustainable measures in there. It's a brand new building, it's infill, but it's not as, I don't know that there were as many sustainability initiatives in there that could have been done, just personally speaking, somebody who supports them. And, as excited as the neighborhood and the employees are to have a development in there, it has been, it's been a while. I don't think deferring it for a few more meetings is gonna hurt it. And I think it's worth protecting those sustainability measures. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Spencer. Any other discussion? Alder Martin.
Hi, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that as the alder of the district where the project is, I think that having this pause is good, and we can the developers and city staff can work to address the concerns that were brought up tonight. And my concerns have been similar to what was stated by Mr. Lawton, and the work that they've done to kind of add addition or make suggestions has been really helpful. So I just want to say I'm supportive of this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Martin. Commissioner Sundquist.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear if it's all right with the body, because I didn't mention this when I made the motion, but I could make it a separate amendment to my motion, I guess, but that we do refer the TDM plan to TC or TPPB, whichever can handle it first. Didn't think of that until I started talking about it.
I would request that there be a raised hand if anybody objects to adding that as part of the motion. Seeing none, that is added then as part of the motion.
Thank you.
Any other discussion, comments? Seeing none, I will assume unanimous consent unless there's a raised hand to object. Seeing none, the motion to refer to the first meeting in June passes. Thank you. The next item on the agenda is agenda item 9, Legistar 60243, creating section 28.022 through 00439 of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning at property located at 702 Gardner Road, 11th Alder District, from Planned Development General Development Plan District to Plan Development Specific Implementation Plan District. Mr. Parks.
Okay, just briefly, 702 Gardner Road is the actual request to construct the 6-story building on Lot 3 of Madison Yards at Hill Farms. It is the building directly north of the central green that we were just discussing previously. 189 apartments, 10,000 square feet of first floor commercial space, with the commercial space facing the central green and located along the south side of the building along Madison Yards Way. This will actually be a 7-story building overlooking University Avenue. There's approximately 1 story of grade change from north to south, with the height being measured from the highest point of the site, hence the 6-story in the description, but effectively a 7-story building overlooking University. Staff is generally in support of the proposed specific implementation plan. There are some major non-standard comments outlined in the staff report, most particularly those raised by zoning staff regarding the need for the project to comply with some specific bulk requirements outlined in the general development plan. But notwithstanding those items, staff believes that the project is consistent with the GDP from a use and height standpoint, and we would recommend support of the project at such time as the Plan Commission is inclined to grant it and subject to the conditions in the report. And I'd be happy to answer questions following the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Commissioner Cantrell, did you have something before the public hearing?
I was just wondering if, since we're going to be referring this item to, at least I'm thinking that we are, do we need to spend time in having everyone testify and going through all that process? Because the ultimate decision will be referring it until the June 8th meeting. It is, I'm assuming that Eric Sundquist and the other commission members are going to agree with that.
I think we need to give the opportunity, since this was noticed as a public hearing, for people to speak should they wish to do so. But your point is well taken. So I will open the public hearing. The first registrant is Sean Roberts, 241 North Broadway, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in support and wishing to speak, representing Summit Smith Development. Mr. Roberts, did you wish to speak?
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple comments in understanding what just occurred on Block 6. We can keep the rest of it relatively short, but I would. The question was asked, and we were unable to respond. But a delay does have a significant economic impact to our schedule, and we are familiar with the Section 28 requirements for plan development. It does say that the goals are intended to achieve one or more of the following objectives. And we believe we do meet 4 of those. And as noted, not only for Block 3, but for Block 6, we do believe we are sustainable. We are redeveloping a brownfield into a mixed-use development. And our biggest concern going forward is not really understanding the standards we'll be held to as this project is delayed, whereas, for example, other PDSIPs were approved tonight on the consent agenda. And we want to make sure we understand what our goals are, and we will definitely continue to work with staff. But we definitely will need to understand what standards we're being held to so we can react and try to get any concerns answered as soon as possible so we can make sure everyone has a comfort level of where we are. And with that, with limited time, I think we could turn it over to Craig Pride from KTGY to give everyone just a quick overview of the building we're talking about, and then we can talk about next steps after that. And I'd be happy to answer any additional questions.
Okay, it looks like we do have a question for you, Mr. Roberts.
Sure.
Commissioner Cantrell?
No,
No?
I'm sorry. I should have lowered my hand.
Okay. Okay, very good. And the next speaker that we have is Greg Pretty, 217 North Jefferson Street, Chicago, in support, wishing to speak, representing KTGY Group Architects. Is Mr. Pretty?
Pride?
Pride.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Mr. Pride, you're unmuted and on.
Okay, thank you. We have a similar presentation that was sent in, and I'll start with this. So I'd only like, since we have 3 minutes, I'd only like to go through 3 or 4 of the slides. So again, Block 3 is on the north side of the Madison Yards development, bound by University on the north, Gardner on the east, and Madison Yards Way on the south. And then we abut the state project on the west side. If you go to the next slide, please. We have 2 levels of parking. One is essentially underground on the southern end of the site and is accessed off of the west side of the building through the state building parking area. And then the other one is access to the lower level of parking off of Gardner Road. If you go to the next slide, this gives you an idea of a cross-section of the building from north on the right to south on the left. The pink is our 1-story of retail space that fronts the center green. The gray denotes the 2 levels of parking that exist in the building. And the gold and dark umber on the lower right is the residential lobby that is at the corner of University of Gardner. Just speaking to a couple of the key points, the center area, that's large white area, is our interior courtyard. That courtyard provides more than enough to meet the requirement of item 53 on the Plan Commission report. We have approximately 9,250 square feet of interior courtyard space, not including any residential balconies or unit balconies or terraces that would be available to satisfy a required amount of space of 7,500 square feet. So we will meet that requirement. On the right-hand side on University, you'll see that the 5 upper levels of residential are set back from the property line, and they also meet that 10-foot step back requirement in the GDP. And then we believe that we will satisfy the comment number 51 to provide at least 20% of the University Avenue building facade set back a minimum of 15 feet, and we'll provide that support or that information to planning for final approval. If we could jump to slide at the end, let's go to the 2 renderings. There you go. This first rendering is the corner of Gardner and Madison Yards Way. So for orientation, we're on the southeast corner of Block 3. To the right is going down the hill to the north to University Avenue, and the center green is to the left. So I think it's a good view to show the activation that we have planned for the commercial onto the center green, the pedestrian activity that we hope to have along Madison Yards Way in the shopping district for Madison Yards as a development, and the building form and coloration that we've used for this project. We sit in between a proposed Whole Foods grocery store and the state building to the west. So we chose a very neutral color palette and make some large architectural movements on the 3 facades that face street frontages as well.
Mr. Pride,
slide. Yes.
Your 3 minutes are up. Can you wrap up in a sentence?
Sure. This is our University Avenue street frontage with the residential lobby that activates the corner and a terrace balcony for the residents overlooking the view to the north and the lake. So with that, I will leave it to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pride. Any questions of Mr. Pride or Mr. Roberts? Seeing none, our next registrant is Michael Lawton, South Eau Claire Avenue, Madison, in support and wishing to speak, representing the Hill Farms Neighborhood Association Planning Committee. Mr. Lawton, you are up.
Thank you very much. I will incorporate my comments from the prior matter into this one, along with my memo. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lawton. Any questions of Mr. Lawton? Seeing none, the next registrant is Sean Zimney, Wacker Drive in Chicago, in support, not wishing to speak, but available to answer questions, representing Gilbane Development Company in Chicago. Any questions of Mr. Zimney? Any questions of any of the registrants? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Questions of staff? Seeing none, I am looking for a motion. Commissioner Sundquist.
Move referral to the first meeting in June with the same, and the referral of the TDM plan, same language as the previous item.
Thank you. Is there a second? Seconded by Alder Rummel. Commissioner Sundquist, did you wish to speak to your motion?
I don't think so. I think it's been covered.
Okay, very good. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. When this is referred and staff is working with the applicant on the bigger pictures, can they look with the development team at some of the discussions we've been having on bird-friendly glass on the lower 60 feet and make recommendations for some of the ideas that we've been talking about?
Thank you, Alder Rummel. Any other comments, discussion? Seeing none, I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Not seeing a raised hand, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is agenda item 16, Legistar 60001, located at 2219 Monroe Street, 13th Alder District, consideration of a conditional use in a campus institutional district without a campus master plan for the establishment, improvement, or modification of a secondary use occurring outside of an enclosed building to allow installation of lights for the stadium at Edgewood High School called Goodman Athletic Complex. Okay, we have a staff presentation by Mr. Parks. Mr. Parks, you're up.
Madam Chair, members of the Plan Commission, item 16 is a request by Edgewood High School to install lights for the Goodman Athletic Complex, which is the name for the stadium that the high school uses. It's located in the northwestern corner of the approximately 56-acre Edgewood campus. which again is the campus that is shared by Edgewood High School, Edgewood College, and the Edgewood Campus School. The request before you tonight involves the installation of 4 light poles, which would either be 68 feet in height or 80 feet in height, based on a decision by the Plan Commission, which pole height they feel would be most appropriate. This project is a conditional use solely for the installation of the 4 poles and the light fixtures that will be used to light the field. The applicant has submitted a letter of intent, which outlines the usage of the field that they would desire. Basically, that the field would be used until 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and until 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, with some exceptions as outlined in the letter of intent. This project has generated a significant amount of public comment, both in support and in opposition to the project. Staff has reviewed this and feels that the Plan Commission can find the standards for conditional use approval met to allow for the lights to be installed for the stadium. However, we feel that a few conditions or a few provisos should be noted. First of all, the question before you is whether or not the light should be installed, not whether the stadium should otherwise be used as permitted by the zoning code. The stadium and its use are secondary and complementary to the primary use of the Edgewood campus, which is for the 3 educational institutions that share it. We also believe that the lighting of the stadium is most primarily addressed in MGO section 10.085, which is the city's lighting ordinance. We believe that if the Plan Commission is to find the standards for approval met, that they consider limiting the usage of those lights, but not necessarily otherwise restricting the lights themselves, as we feel that limiting the number of events or uses of the lights would be more easy to implement and enforce long-term than whether or not the project is complying with a specific metric with relationship to or with relation to the lighting code. Beginning on page 8 of the staff report, planning and zoning staff are outlining a series of very specific conditions of approval that we feel would allow the Plan Commission to find the standards met and to allow the lights to proceed. Those include that the lights only be used by Edgewood High School, campus school, or college, that the lighting used for practices end at 7 p.m. nightly without exception, and that the Plan Commission consider establishing a specific number of events that would use the lighting after 7 p.m. based on a specific number per school year, which we believe would best be August 1 to July 31st. That if the lights are approved, that they be turned off 30 minutes following conclusion of that number of non-practice events after 7 p.m. and that the lights not be on after 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday or 11 Friday and Saturday. Those are the hours that were outlined in the letter of intent. That no non-practice event, such as an athletic competition or game or a school activity, such as a commencement, use the lights that is scheduled to begin after 7:30 p.m. There is some language in the letter of intent about the need to accommodate overtime periods, injuries, weather delays, unforeseen items of that nature. We feel that while you cannot account for weather and you can't account for injury in an athletic competition, that things like overtime periods, extra time periods, penalty kick periods for soccer games, that those would be taken into account when the games are scheduled, so that they'll begin. And if any of those aforementioned extra periods are required, that they're accounted for up front so that the event does not have to extend beyond whatever the closing time or lights out time that the Plan Commission determines. And also finally that the landscaping that exists along the western edge of the field basically be maintained, and that anything that dies be replaced, and that any changes to the landscaping require approval of an alteration, because we feel that that landscaping at least provides a good visual buffer between the field and the residential area to the north and the west, although it won't necessarily provide a visual buffer from the lights themselves. At least it might limit glare impacts and line of sight viewing of the stadium. So we are again recommending approval of this conditional use with very specific conditions. And we are happy to answer questions at whatever time the Plan Commission should need to raise them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I am not going to immediately open the public hearing. We have a lot of registrants. It will be probably 3 or 4 hours if everybody goes ahead and testifies. I want to give commissioners the chance to ask Mr. Parks if you have any clarifying questions about any of the conditions, specifically the conditions. You will have a chance after the public hearing to ask questions also. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Just on your last comment, Mr. Parks, about the landscaping and maintaining it, I'm sorry if I missed this in the discussion in your report, but did you talk about fencing or any kind of sound, barrier that could be erected as a form of a fence to help mitigate some of the noise impacts?
Unmuted. No, we did not. That may be something that would be appropriate for the Plan Commission to consider after the public hearing, but that was not something that we felt we should bring forward as a staff recommendation.
Did you discuss it and just decide not to act on your discussion?
It's not in the staff report, and as the purpose of this period is to clarify the proposed conditions, I would defer that until later in our discussion tonight.
Any other clarifying questions for the conditions outlined in the staff report? And again, you will have another chance. Okay, seeing none, I will open the public hearing. And again, I will say we do have a lot of registrants, so I would request that registrants not be duplicative of things that have been emphasized already by prior registrants, and to be as concise as possible. The first registrant hold on here. Is Michael Elliott, listing 2219 Monroe Street in support, wishing to speak. He is representing Edgewood High School. Mr. Elliott.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening. My name is Mike Elliott, and I'm president of Edgewood High School. I begin by saying thank you to the mayor and all city staff for your creativity and flexibility to keep our city functioning and city projects moving ahead in these challenging times. Out of respect for the commissioner's time, I have asked the Edgewood community to limit its speakers tonight. During this 3-year process, Edgewood has remained true to our promise to follow the direction the city recommends to us, to study every concern of the neighbors, and to always provide honest answers and information to all. Tonight, I ask you to please approve our application on its merits of meeting the ordinance and providing Edgewood equal treatment to Memorial and La Follette. These lights are the same approved and promoted by the city at the Burr-Jones Park. In our mission, it states Edgewood educates the whole student for a life of learning. Athletics is a major part of education because of all the life skills and lessons that can be learned. We not only encourage participation in athletics, we expect it. That is why 85% of our students participate in one or more sports. Sports is a deciding factor for where a student chooses to go to high school. At Edgewood, we are always looking to enhance the Edgewood experience for our students and to attract new students. Every year, prospect families find it hard to believe we cannot play home games on our home field. We need lights to compete with other schools and to survive as an institution. With sports growing everywhere, school fields are full. Schools no longer have the capacity to rent out their fields. Without lights, every game is on the road. Student safety is at risk. We have major costs to search for space, pay rent for space, transport athletes, and transport equipment. Our conference teams endure hardships and cost. JV and varsity cannot play at the same place on the same night without lights. Field shortages require us to ask schools to play games on weeknights rather than weekends. Schools do not want to take students out of school so a game can be started earlier in the afternoon to not run out of daylight. In today's world, games are played at night so students do not miss school and parents and grandparents can be present to watch. That can only happen at Edgewood if we get lights. Our desire for lights has nothing to do with revenue. We do not want to host concerts or adult leagues. We need lights to enhance the athletic experience for student athletes at the youth, high school, and college levels. We want Edgewood schools to be able to host all our night home games on our field. We make this request now because technology allows it. We have always been a good neighbor and will continue to be. The lights we put up control spill, glow, and glare. The sky and front yards of our neighbors will not be lit up. Only our field will.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Your 3 minutes are up.
Can I finish the last paragraph?
No, not the last paragraph. If you've got a sentence, because we've got a lot of speakers, but a sentence, please.
Contrary to what has been said, we are not using COVID-19 to our advantage. We have made everybody aware on February 11th of what our needs and our actions would be. And tonight we are following through on that action.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Are there any questions of Mr. Elliott? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yes, thank you. So reading through all the comments, a number of them speak to past practices of Edgewood, and I don't want to litigate everything that everybody ever said, but just in the last year, why, Mr. Elliott, did you guys not pursue this through the master plan that you had? Why did you throw out the whole master plan in order to get to this point? Why not just keep all the other aspects of the master plan intact and come through that way?
We were instructed by the city to follow a different path than the master, going through the master plan. And we have felt all along that this was how we were going to operate, by listening to the city and following the direction that they gave us. And that is really what we've tried to do since the beginning.
So the city said, get out of the master plan and do and pursue the conditional use?
Yes, we were instructed by the city that they felt that when we were feeling that we had been treated unfairly, that our best action was to repeal the master plan to achieve equal treatment.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Parks, did you intend to have your hand up? No, okay. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I have a question of Mr. Elliott, I guess a couple of questions. The previous arrangement you had in Middleton, I think it was, where you played only football games, is that correct?
Correct.
And how many of those per year did you rent that facility for?
Depending on the season, 4 to 6 games.
And in your current request, how many games of various types are you hoping to have approved?
We have not come up with a number for Edgewood to be approved. We are hopeful that we will be treated like the other city schools who have 40 to 60 games per year on their fields.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Cantrell.
The number of games was a question that I had as well. I thought what staff has indicated in the report on, I think last year, they Edgewood indicated that they could, I guess, live with 25 total games, 8 football and 17 other athletic competitions. And that was January 7th of 2019. And I guess at this point, I was wondering what Edgewood is requesting. I thought I saw a number 45 somewhere. I don't know if it was in their application or in the staff report, but I guess that's my question. And I'm assuming the football games would be around, staff is suggesting around 8, but I guess I'd like to have Mr. Elliott or someone on the development team talk about that.
Yeah, we have not been focusing on numbers. We have a need for all of our sports to be played on our fields. We don't really want to have to play favorites between the boys and the girls or one sport over another. We have additional sports from our prior list. We now have an ultimate Frisbee team for our boys and girls. And so we really are hopeful that, like the other schools, there won't be limits on a specific number, but rather we can be equal to all of our athletes, boys and girls, and every sport, so that they all have the ability to play home games on our home fields.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. I just wanted to follow up on my question that came to me from listening to the staff report about your potential willingness to install fencing along Woodrow. A soundproof fencing, not just, there is fencing, I understand now.
Yeah, there was fencing discussed at one time when we were in the very beginning stages and we were looking for all of our improvements. But fencing wasn't a part of the lighting. There's a berm on the other side of the field that will deflect lighting. And then of course the lights are 68 to 80 feet high. So a fence was discussed if we were moving forward with all of our improvements, but since this is only the lights, there was no real benefit to putting the fence in at this time.
Can I just have you remind us what some of the things you were contemplating with all of the improvements?
Originally, we had talked about wanting to add seating, concessions, and a sound system, but none of that is what we're asking for tonight. We are specifically asking for approval for a lighting permit for lights that meet the city ordinances and are being used at other city parks.
Thank you.
Seeing no further hands raised for, oh, here's one. Nope. The next registrant is Catherine Jagow, 2318 West Lawn Avenue in Madison, opposed and wishing to speak. Ms. Jagow, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. The neighborhood's opposition to lights on Edgewood's athletic field is decades long, reasonable, and overwhelming. This opposition is fact-based and grounded in personal lived experience and scientific studies. It is attested by a letter dated October 31st, 2018, and signed by 174 residents, which I resubmitted to the Plan Commission in connection with this conditional use application because it remains relevant. Edgewood's application claims that no new uses of the field are being proposed and that field lighting will not create additional noise. This is absurd. Of course, the lights per se will not create noise, but the use of the field at night for sports competitions will, and that noise is entirely measurable. The planning staff report acknowledges that installation of lights will result in noise impact from nighttime athletic events on adjacent neighborhoods. Edgewood's failure to address noise impacts is a serious deficiency in this application, both as it relates to Madison's ordinances and 2017 state law. Edgewood merely asserts that it complies with city noise and lighting ordinances. It provides no substantial evidence of how it could comply with the city's noise ordinances in the context of expanded nighttime game use. In fact, there is concrete data to support denial. The record contains significant concerns about the impacts on the neighborhood's welfare and residents' right to use and enjoyment of their property, which are supported by substantial evidence, including personal observations, audio and video recording, and scientific studies of the noise from daytime use. Our community has already been forced to accept a compromise resolution to the conflict over Edgewood's athletic field. For some 100 years, Edgewood has played 8 or less games a year on the field. In 2019, that increased tenfold to 77 games, even before the master plan was repealed in January. The repeal granted Edgewood unlimited daytime use. Since then, because of the pandemic, we've been unable to gauge the true impact of that massive change because the spring season did not take place. I urge you to deny this application or at minimum, refer it for a year or more and require Edgewood to document daytime field noise at the new unrestricted daytime level to demonstrate that it could comply with city ordinances and any conditions imposed by the Plan Commission if lights were installed and usage expanded to nighttime in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next any questions of this registrant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Edwin Seibert, 2318 West Lawn Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by David Hoffert on 2006 Monroe Street, who neither supports nor opposes. Mr. Seibert.
Hello, I have a presentation that I'm showing.
Did you provide? Okay, there it is.
Thank you. Edgewood claims the city has allowed other high schools and parks to have lighting, and that those decisions provide substantial evidence that the uses, values, and enjoyment of properties near Edgewood would not be significantly impaired by lights and night events. This argument is weak and comparisons misleading. I will provide a brief visual presentation comparing Edgewood to those schools you see there so that you can make a fact-based decision. Let's look at the following 4 schools. Next slide. La Follette, there are no residential properties inside the 100-foot radius red circle centered about the stadium, which is indicated by a large red oval. Next slide. Note, these slides are drawn to the same scale for ease of comparison. Memorial High School has several apartments to the right inside the circle, but they were built after the stadium. Next slide. Middleton High School, Edgewood's home stadium until recently, has a few residential properties shown below the stadium, with the closest being about 400 feet from the edge of the track to the nearest house. Edgewood recently contributed substantially for an upgrade to this facility. The next slide shows Edgewood, with many properties inside the circle, both above and to the left, with the closest house being only 114 feet from the edge of the track. The next slide shows a more apt comparison. West High School. Like Edgewood, it is situated in a dense residential neighborhood. Despite being 4 times the student population, West has no stadium, playing their games at Middleton. Similarly, East plays at La Paz. Next. In the final 4 slides, all on the same scale, I compare Edgewood to 3 properties where the city has recently given approval for lights. Next. Here we have the UW Nielsen tennis courts. There are no residential properties nearby. Next, we have City Park Burr-Jones, mostly in a commercial area. Next, Bowman Park, surrounded by green space and commercial properties. Next, please. So this is Bowman Park, surrounded by green space and commercial properties. A far cry from the last slide. Next. Next slide, of Edgewood. Don't be beguiled into making false comparisons between these facilities. Thank you very much for your stamina.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of Mr. Seibert? Seeing none, thank you. And our next registrant is David Hoffert, followed by Ethan Brodsky. Mr. Hoffert, neither in support nor opposition.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
You have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. My name is David Hoffert. I'm a former president of the Dutch Monroe Neighborhood Association and a former candidate for Alder of the 13th District, who during the campaign expressed openness to the concept of improvements to Edgewood's athletic field and sought to negotiate a compromise on the issue. You may find that relevant when I tell you that I actually emailed staff over the weekend asking to change my registration to opposed. They told me to just say so, and so I'm doing so now. I am now officially opposed. I have every confidence that many others will discuss the merits of this proposal, but I'd like to focus on process. The staff recommendation to approve lights but limit the number of night games would, in effect, ask this commission to impose an arbitrary compromise on this controversial issue. When then Alder Arntzen proposed his compromise over a year ago, he quipped that he knew he had gotten it right because both sides were unhappy. I believe he meant that humorously, but I actually think that that comment provides an important insight into why you should not follow the staff recommendation here. Top-down compromises do indeed tend to result in everyone being unhappy, but bottom-up compromises often lead to the opposite, with everyone being satisfied with the outcome. As a city, we say that we want neighborhoods and developers to work together collaboratively for precisely this reason. In this particular case, there even already existed the perfect vehicle for such a process, the long-standing Edgewood Liaison Committee. Yet repeatedly, Edgewood has refused to discuss this topic at liaison committee meetings, denying that any new information is available, only to publicly announce major changes or submissions mere days later. This avoidance of the neighborhood process has made it impossible to develop the kind of compromise that could resolve this issue amicably once and for all. I still maintain that there is a compromise to be had here, and I still wish for it to emerge. But the proposal before you tonight is not that compromise, and adopting the conditions recommended by staff would not get you any closer to reaching it, precisely because those conditions did not come from the parties themselves. Approving this proposal, even with conditions, would send a message citywide that developers don't actually need to work with their neighborhoods in good faith and may as well bypass that step of the process. That is not a precedent this commission should want to set. And for that reason, I urge you to deny Edgewood's request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoffert. Any questions of the registrant? Seeing none. The next registrant is Ethan Brodsky, Woodrow Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Rachel Fields. Mr. Brodsky.
I live 600 feet from the field. Next slide. I want to start by thanking everyone who fought this same battle back in the 1990s. We owe a huge debt for you for defeating the stadium then and helping keeping our neighborhood the great place to live that it is today. Next slide. I could talk for 3 hours about why this application should be denied. I've written over 15 pages of comments in the last week alone. With only 3 minutes, I can only briefly touch on a small number of them. Next slide. Here are some renderings that I have generated showing what the lights would look like from people's homes. Next slide. They would be visible from the far side of Lake Wingra. Next slide. I've been collecting and analyzing data on this topic for years. I'm a professional engineer and have analyzed sound and lighting before and know what I'm talking about. Next slide. A huge area would be impacted by the nighttime noise that permitting these lights would cause. For many people, it would be so loud as to interfere with spoken conversation inside their homes. People have a reasonable expectation of peace and quiet at night, and that would be destroyed if this were allowed. Edgewood's own noise study found the same and recommended building a 26-foot wall around the site, which still wouldn't have been enough. There's a reason that they don't want to talk about noise or don't mention their noise study anymore. We should be talking about noise. Next slide. The light spill would illuminate my street so brightly that you could drive on it without headlights. That's based on measurements that I took from a similar modern lighting installation in the area, one that Edgewood suggested we go look at to see how harmless this would be. The sky glow would impact an enormous area. On the bottom right is a photo I took showing the glow over Middleton High School Stadium from 1.5 miles away. It would be visible throughout the surrounding neighborhoods, across Lake Wingra, and from the Arboretum. Next. Results from a study of realtors of a similar stadium proposal in Virginia indicate that approving this would wipe out $10 million in home equity and cause $200,000 a year in lost property tax revenues. Next. The lighting diagram includes upward-facing punt lights, but these aren't mentioned at all and haven't been discussed at all. These lights violate the city's dark skies ordinance and will be directly visible from inside people's homes. Edgewood doesn't want to talk about them. We should be talking about them. This entire issue has been framed around an erroneous legal presumption that Edgewood is entitled by right to unlimited use of their field for athletic purposes. This is contrary. Next slide. This is contrary to the language of the campus institutional ordinance, contrary to the clear language and intent of last fall's amendment to that ordinance, and a likely cause for future litigation if Edgewood is permitted to install lights that they have no legal right to use. Every attorney I've talked to tells me the city has gotten this wrong. We should be talking about this. Next slide. Don't let Edgewood's past litigiousness and current threats intimidate you into making the wrong decision. Don't try to invent some conditions tonight that hurt all parties equally. Deny this application and tell Edgewood to come back with a complete application that includes substantial supporting evidence as required by the statute. I'm happy to take questions. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky. You were right on the 3 minutes. Any questions of Mr. Brodsky? Seeing none, the next registrant is Rachel Fields, 656 Crandall, Madison, opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Dudgeon Monroe Neighborhood Association, to be followed by Paul Gilbeau. Ms. Fields.
Thank you. I'm Rachel Fields. I'm the president of the Dudgeon Monroe Neighborhood Association, and I'm here on behalf of DMNA to express our opposition to the addition of lights to the field at Edgewood High School. When the master plan was repealed, the mayor urged the two parties to come together and compromise, and I think it's important to give some context on what we've tried to do to compromise with Edgewood and how that informs our opposition. As David mentioned earlier, the clearest path to compromise will be the long-standing liaison committee, which brings together Edgewood, the neighborhood associations, and the District 13 Alder. After the election of our current Alder, Edgewood rescinded the invitation to Alder Evers. Repeatedly, Edgewood has refused to talk about the athletic field during liaison committee meetings or has said they have nothing to add to the agenda, only days before revealing a major update in their plans for the field. In 2019, the two neighborhood associations and Edgewood formed a working group to discuss a path forward that could best serve the needs of all parties. Halfway through the 12-week time frame, Edgewood backed out of the meetings, saying that they would deliver a proposal for us to review instead. They never did so. In early 2019, when Edgewood put forth their plan to amend the master plan, they indicated that only 26 to 46 games a year would be played on the athletic field, many of those not requiring lights. As you've heard, during the 2019 season, they hosted 77 games. We've also talked to the City of Madison about what enforcement mechanisms are in place if they impose certain limitations and then Edgewood does not comply with them. The city has indicated that they have no enforcement mechanism to stop Edgewood from playing more games than agreed upon or from exceeding sound ordinances. They have already been unable or unwilling to penalize Edgewood after they continued to play games, despite the zoning board ruling that it was against the zoning code. We have found ourselves in a position where the negotiating partner does not follow their own rules, and the city has no way to enforce them. In this case, we can only reiterate that adding lights to Edgewood's field would damage the livability of the homes near the field by extending the hours of use, inviting larger crowds, and increasing the disruptiveness of competitive games. We are also concerned with the precedent this sets. As you know, Edgewood filed a lawsuit against the city, which they've threatened to reestablish if they don't get their way tonight. Recently, several large organizations with deep pockets have determined that threatening the city with legal action is the best way to get what they want. We hope other entities don't realize that a lawsuit is an easier way of getting what they want than a real discussion and a democratic vote. For these reasons, we strongly urge the Plan Commission to deny this permit.
Thank you, Ms. Fields. Any questions of Ms. Fields? Seeing none, we will move on to Paul Gilbeau of 877 Terry Place, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by John Nickel. Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Paul Gilbeau. I live at 877 Terry Place. I've lived on Terry Place since 1994. I'm currently a nurse at the Madison VA Hospital. I believe the addition of lights to the Edgewood High School athletic field would substantially diminish my enjoyment of my property due to increased light pollution, increased noise pollution, and increased traffic in our neighborhood. This neighborhood is a special and spiritual place. The Ho-Chunk Nation recognizes that they built effigy mounds on the Edgewood campus centuries ago, and the combination of Wingra Park, Lake Wingra, and the UW Arboretum provide a peaceful place here in the center of the city for the citizens of Madison to enjoy. One of the many benefits of being a homeowner on Terry Place is on Fridays after work, my neighbors and I can sit outside and enjoy the sounds of nature. The sound of great horned owls that nest in our neighborhood, the coyotes in the Arboretum, and if the wind is blowing just right, we can hear the lions roaring from the Violet Zoo. Should Edgewood be allowed to erect lights on their athletic field, this opportunity to enjoy all of this would most certainly be lost or diminished several months a year. I urge the Planning Commission to vote no to the addition of lights to the Edgewood High School field. Finally, I would like to say thank you to the members of the Planning Commission for their work on behalf of the citizens of Madison during this unprecedented time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the registrant? Seeing none, our next speaker will be John Nickel, 1901 Commonwealth, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Sean Shea. Mr. Nickel.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thank you for letting me speak. I understand the convenience of a stadium close by a school, since my two sons went to West High in a similar neighborhood, but they don't have a stadium with lights either. I am a lifelong sports person, but because I have a compassion for the families that live in the West neighborhood, I would not want to inflict a significant late night noise to their neighborhood either. Loud sports venues late into the night do not work with close family homes, as already been discussed. So I'm pleading with you to do what is right and vote against adding stadium lights to the Edgewood field for the following reasons, which include something related to Madison City Code. As an engineer with over 30 years of experience, the staff's analysis is greatly lacking, since they did not even bring up the sound studies on noise that would obviously result from the lights and impact to the neighborhood, which is a key consideration of the code compliance and the need to meet the standard in the code. The key standard is the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. Sound studies have shown that residents near the stadium will be substantially impaired by the broadcasting of sporting events until 11 p.m. Imagine trying to have a dinner conversation or trying to get your young child to bed with constant blaring of the sports announcer, making sure you know that some team just scored a goal, touchdown, or gained 4 yards on the play. Even though I love sports, I would find this to be torturous many times each year. It's like having a next door neighbor that always holds parties late into the night. The City Code 24.08 noise control regulation pertains directly to the inevitable violation. It clearly indicates that the policy of the city to prevent excess noise, which may jeopardize the public health, safety, or welfare, which would cause harm to the property values. Besides impacting the health and welfare of the neighbors, it is very clear that this type of stadium sound system and noise will well into the night will significantly harm property values. And that includes the one that my wife and I own in West Lawn. There is no debate that adding lights to the Edgewood Stadium will change the fabric and nature of the surrounding quiet neighborhood. It does not take much empathy to understand the great stress that the large noise late into the night from the stadium will cause to the 100+ families that live nearby. Many of these surrounding residents are smaller homes perfect for families with smaller children. These children go to bed well before 10 or 11. My main point can be summarized. Sports does not trump families and their neighborhood. Edgewood talks about how they're trying to use sports to teach the whole person. I have done many sports my whole life. The key tenet of good sportsmanship is not to injure someone else, just to win the game. This is exactly what Edgewood is trying to do, win their game while hurting the families that live nearby. Thanks for your consideration of my perspective. Please act to maintain the Madison Code and sustain strong, quiet neighborhoods in Madison. It is what makes our city great. Because this stadium is so close to the homes and the neighborhoods, late night games clearly violate the intent of the code standards, and therefore, you really have no choice but to reject the proposed lighting. Please do what is right and don't approve the stadium lights that will lead directly to late night noise and harm the lives of the families that live nearby. I also want to thank all the plan commissioners for their service to the city. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nickel. Any questions of Mr. Nickel? Seeing none, our next registrant is Sean Shea of 878 Woodrow Street, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Marie Trust. Sean Shea.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, the Plan Commission must determine whether the conditional use approval standards have been met for doing this. You also have to consider what conditions could be imposed on a request that does not meet the applicable standards for approval, but could be made to do so. A request that neither meets the approval standards nor can be made to do so should not be approved. In keeping with its approach to ignore noise impacts in this application, Edgewood has provided no sound studies, no data, and no substantial evidence on the noise that the field is already generating with daytime use and will generate if they install lights. Their narrow focus prevents you, the Plan Commission, from obtaining full, relevant, and essential facts to determine if this requested conditional use can be granted under any circumstances. This is because they have not demonstrated that they will or can comply with the conditional use approval standards in all city noise ordinances. This leaves you without the information you need to fulfill your rightful responsibilities as commissioners. For this reason, I urge you to deny this application tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of the registrant? Seeing none, the next speaker will be Marie Trust, 2310 Monroe Street, opposed and wishing to speak, followed by Sean Doherty. Ms. Trust.
Thank you for your consideration of this issue tonight. My name is Marie Trust, and I'll start by showing the view from the field towards homes on Monroe Street. Next slide, please. There's no barrier to light and sound here. Next slide, please. With properties less than 100 feet from the Edgewood field, this is the adjacent community member's view. The standards for conditional use approval say the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. Adding lights and thereby allowing night activity would cause harm in a manner predicted by 2 sound studies and verified by sound measurements during day games. I have measured crowd noise at 85 decibels in this window. I hope you've been able to take a minute to watch the soccer game video I provided. Crowd noise during games is loud enough to interfere with conversation when our windows are closed. The amplified sound system and whistles, even practices, can often be heard over all activity in our home. There are no sound barriers on Monroe Street. This noise exceeds Madison's noise ordinance limits as well as World Health Organization recommendations. Next slide. Further, this application should be denied without conditions. Before granting a conditional use, the Plan Commission may consider, quote, the applicant's history of compliance with relevant ordinances and approvals, including but not limited to zoning code and zoning approvals. This graph illustrates Edgewood's non-compliance with zoning. The city zoning administrator found that Edgewood's master plan in 2019 limited field use to practices in education, and the Zoning Board of Appeals affirmed that games could not be played without a master plan amendment. The city issued notices of violation, but Edgewood ignored them. The surrounding community reported violations, and the city never took any enforcement action. Next slide, please. This is the level of activity that had been the norm. Next slide. Rather than submitting an amendment and going through the legal process, Edgewood allowed 77 games to be played, including users like UW-Whitewater in Iowa, colleges that have nothing to do with Edgewood. Next slide. As further evidence of disregard for city ordinance, Edgewood set up temporary lights on the field 2 weeks ago, while they have a pending application for lights. This was a likely violation of Madison's lighting ordinance. Any lights installed on that field will be visible from inside houses on Monroe Street. Next slide, please. Any lights on that field will be visible from houses on Woodrow Street. Next slide. This application does not meet the standards and should be denied. We have shown substantial evidence of impairment through Edgewood's own sound study, as well as a history of non-compliance. The level of disturbance from noise during the day makes the peace and quiet at sunset even more important. Please preserve the livability and value of the residential community surrounding Edgewood and deny the permit to expand stadium use into the night.
Thank you, Ms. Trust. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Trust? Seeing none, the next speaker is Sean Doherty, 2121 Adams Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Joshua Gettle.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm on both the phone and, okay. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes. Please
Good.
go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Sean Doherty. I live across the street from Edgewood on the corner of Edgewood Avenue and Adams Street. And I am also a member of the Vilas Neighborhood Association's Neighborhood Liaison Group. My comments are my own and not the official views of the VNA. I'd like to respond to some of the comments made by Edgewood supporters, most of whom do not live in the neighborhood that will be affected. One, can I have the next slide, please? Those who oppose this application are not a vocal minority, which is something Edgewood supporters love to say. Quite the opposite. This spring, the VNA sent out a survey to gauge neighborhood opinion on the issue. Of the 185 respondents, 75% wanted the VNA to take a position. 51% of these people wanted the VNA to oppose the application. 27% wanted to seek a compromise, and just 22% wanted the VNA to support Edgewood. Some inferred additional support for Edgewood from comments, but no matter how you slice it, the largest piece of the pie is opposed to the lights. 2, the VNA board's recent decision to remain neutral on this issue was not indicative of how few opponents Edgewood has in the Vilas neighborhood, as one letter writer insinuated. In fact, the board's position is a retreat from the statement it made in 2018 supporting the stadium, a stance survey results made tough to sustain. 3, 2 out of 4 of Madison's public high schools do not have lighting or stadiums. West shares Memorial High School Stadium, Mansfield. Combined, the 2 schools enroll over 4,000 students, which is more than 8 times the number of Edgewood's. These numbers need to be taken into account if and when determining reasonable usage. 4, it's hard to compromise with someone who won't talk to you. Edgewood High School has unilaterally discontinued meetings with the liaison committee I am a member of. 5, can I have the next slide, please? When we bought our homes in this beautiful neighborhood, we did not anticipate that Edgewood would build a stadium on its grassy field because Edgewood officials, including the current head of the high school, promised not to do so. Also, the master plan did not allow for it. Who could have imagined that Edgewood would file a lawsuit claiming religious persecution to get rid of that master plan? Another reason we did not anticipate a stadium being built next door is that we have faith in the city's zoning process, codes, and regulations. We believe that all of you will find such a use next door, not only to our homes,
please. Your time is up.
And the neighborhood is compatible.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Doherty? Seeing none, the next registrant is Joshua Gettel, 2356 West Lawn Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Susan O'Leary. And I would just note, I'm seeing some duplicate registrants here. So if I happen to call somebody twice, it's because they're listed more than once on this sheet. Mr. Gettel.
Thank you. Having an outdoor athletic field used for competitions adjacent and within 300 feet of over 20 residential properties is incompatible for the health and safety of not only the residents immediately across from the athletic field on Monroe and Woodrow Streets, but also for the larger surrounding neighborhood. I live about 2 blocks away from the field. I could hear the illegally hosted events last year from inside my house while the field was still governed by the Edgewood Master Plan. I'm very concerned about crowd noise. It is easy to lose sight of the human impact, a crowd cheering for their team or making noise to limit their opponent's ability to communicate. It could be a vicious cycle of cheers of joy supporting your team or being the 12th man in opposition trying to prevent the opposing team's ability to communicate. The safety and welfare of the neighborhood residents is at stake because the neighborhood would no longer be protected since the city has released Edgewood from the master plan and is allowing it to turn its practice field into a field for hosting games. That will not be enforced by Madison residential noise ordinances. Edgewood has not negotiated in good faith with its neighbors, the Benjamin Monroe Neighborhood Association or the city. Edgewood abandoned its master plan, it abandoned discussions with the neighborhood association, and it filed a frivolous lawsuit against the city. My position is quite simple. The noise that will be produced from the game hosting athletic field across the street from not one, but 2 densely populated residential streets is incompatible with the health and safety of the surrounding residential neighborhood and the peaceful enjoyment of personal property. Having a source of noise adjacent to residential property that is not regulated is irresponsible. To have that noise generation extend to more hours in a day facilitated by lights is reckless. Ultimately, I would like to see a campus institution zoning amendment to protect the residents of the city to include language that a campus institute zoned outdoor athletic field that's within 300 feet of 10 residential properties be limited to 10 events per calendar year. Based on the language that used in the campus institution zoning that was interpreted to mean voluntary in, allows voluntary out in regards to master plans, perhaps we'd be better off removing campus institution zoning and rolling back to what was in place previously. Alternatively, something like my proposed solution could be applied as an amendment to protect the residents of the city by limiting the annual rate of occurrence of noise-producing events. You should closely look at what happened in other places with similar situations. Based on our past performance, for example, practice fields used for games, abandoning a master plan process, misleading claims of working with the neighborhood, etc., Edgewood cannot be trusted to implement an outdoor athletic field solution that is compatible with adjacent neighborhood residential property.
Thank you, Mr. Gettel. Your 3 minutes are up. Are there any questions of Mr. Gettel? Seeing none, our next registrant is Susan O'Leary, 2220 West Lawn Avenue, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Tanya Cunningham. Ms. O'Leary.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First, I just want to thank you all for your work on the Planning Commission and for Madison. And any of you with children at home right now, I want to give you special thanks because I know it must feel sometimes like you're trying to live 3 lives at once right now. I live 1 block from the stadium on West Lawn Avenue. One of the criteria for denying the permit, that the use, value, and enjoyment of my property for purposes already established will be diminished or impaired if this permit is granted, applies particularly to my home and to my block. I could further list disruptions of the neighborhood if Edgewood is allowed, in the absence now of their master plan, to install lights. But there's a larger issue of how Edgewood has proceeded with its proposed changes to the field. Though at the meeting where the Edgewood master plan was repealed, the mayor urged both parties to come together and compromise, Edgewood has refused to meet in good faith with the long-standing Edgewood Neighborhood Liaison Committee. Edgewood even went so far as to stop inviting our alder to liaison committee meetings. Consider that. Though Alder Evers asked them to hold back this application while we are all under stay-at-home orders, they are pushing through their request in the midst of this pandemic. I've lived a block from Edgewood for over 30 years now. I remember when Edgewood and neighborhood relations were respectful and friendly, both sides appreciative of what the other side brought to the neighborhood. I'm truly saddened at the effect of the non-compliance and bullying tactics the Edgewood administration is using. Edgewood has ignored statutes. Why do you think they would now, in the absence of true communication with the neighborhood association, that they would now follow compliances that they've ignored before? Please do not grant Edgewood's application for a conditional use permit to install stadium lights. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. O'Leary. Any questions of Ms. O'Leary? Seeing none, our next registrant is Tanya Cunningham, 5646 Lake Mendota Drive, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Tracy Lewis. Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Tanya Cunningham. I live at 5646 Lake Mendota Drive. I am obviously not a neighbor of Edgewood, but I feel that the outcome of this issue is one that will affect all residents of Madison and be a precedent for future decisions. I urge the commission members to deny Edgewood High School's request to install stadium lights. Do not imagine that it would end with this. When you give a bully their way, they're merely emboldened. And make no mistake, Edgewood is nothing if not a bully. I've lived through 25 years of being bullied by neighbors in the city on a different issue. My single voice as a home and property owner being given no standing at all, and it's an ugly thing. The residents of this neighborhood deserve to enjoy their property. Having a blaring, brightly lighted stadium mere feet from their homes will take that away forever. How is that an improvement to our city in any way? Edgewood's bad faith and blatant flaunting of existing law and regulation is only a small hint of what is to come if they're allowed to pursue this stadium scheme, beginning with lighting. This entire effort is not about kids getting to play sports. It's about having a large lighted facility that Edgewood can rent out to make up revenue that they're losing on a yearly basis as a failed educational institution. It is delusional to imagine that the field will not be in use every night that weather permits. Stop this bully now. Vote no on stadium-style lights for Edgewood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Any questions of Ms. Cunningham? Seeing none, our next registrant is Tracy Lewis, 706 Leonard Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Adele Gartler. Ms. Lewis, you are still muted. Okay, you're up. Ms. Lewis.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. My name is Tracy Lewis, and I am your neighbor. I purchased my house in 1988, exactly 32 years ago. I chose the Dungeon Monroe neighborhood because of its livability, the perfect balance between vibrancy and peacefulness. Though the house itself was important as a consideration, what I loved was the location. As you can see by my graphic, with a hypothetical shift in the field, my location is as close to the end zone as those sitting on the 50-yard line. not under the watch of street lamps on 30-foot poles, but towers almost 3 times the size with bulbs nearly 30 times as powerful. My proximity to the field and my expertise as a mental health professional of 38 years put me in a good position to address the real life cost of lights and night games to the health and well-being of my community. We have already experienced monumental changes in the amount and volume of daytime noise, both inside and outside of our homes, with Edgewood's expanded use of the field from a mere 4 games in 2014 to 77 games in 2018. But now we are being asked to absorb further intrusion into our properties, up to 7 nights a week for 3 seasons. I am raising the issue about noise because lights do not shine in a vacuum. With lights, so comes noise created by cheering fans in bleachers, starter pistols, sports announcers, sirens, and excited fans returning to their cars. Noise that is intrusive during the day is even less tolerable during nighttime hours when we expect to be able to settle ourselves and our children during meals, homework hours, and bedtime. Since mid-March, with the continuing spread of COVID-19 and the inherent stress associated with the uncertainty and insecurity it has brought, we have all come to appreciate how important it is to maintain our health and well-being. Our homes have become even more crucial in our lives as a safe space and refuge. The maintenance of good physical and mental health necessitates we have living spaces that are restorative. I can't begin to imagine how this is possible in close proximity to an athletic field with unlimited sporting events, potentially running 7 nights a week. It is common knowledge in the medical field that exposure to repeated unwanted loud noise correlates with increased anxiety, sleep disruption, and general stress, causing inflammation in the body, ultimately predisposing people to chronic illness. In their pursuit, Edgewood High School has failed to address the adverse effects to the neighborhood of adding nighttime lights to their field or to...
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Your 3 minutes are up. Are there any questions of Ms. Lewis? Seeing none, our next registrant is Adelaide Gartler, to be followed by Oliver Gartler. Ms. Gartler?
I'm ready. Should I go?
Please go ahead.
My name is Addie Gartler. I live at 820 Woodrow Street. Here I am reading Harry Potter in my favorite church. Scroll down, please. Scroll down, please. Here's me shooting hoops in the driveway. Scroll down, please. Here's me pogo sticking. I'm really good at it. Scroll down, please. How would stadium lights change anything you do or like to do? I like to sit calmly in the hammock reading with a light. I just bought a fire pit too. If Edgewood played games at night, I would not be able to enjoy the sparkles of our fire pit. The hammock would not be peaceful if there were shining lights and loud noises coming from the field. I come home one day to play with my neighbor Mikey because we made up a dragon game when it got dark out. We would not be able to play if there were lights. I also like to look at the stars and moon every night, but if there are lights, I would not be able to see them. I have Harry Potter nights with my family every weekend, and it has to be completely dark to do them. If there were lights, I would not be able to do that. These are some of the reasons I do not want to have lights right in front of our house. My dog Waldo also likes to sleep peacefully, and so do I, and I get really tired if I fall asleep late. The bright light will keep me up when I fall asleep at 8:30. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gartler, for participating in this hearing. Any questions of Ms. Gartler? Our next registrant is Oliver Gartler, also of 820 Woodrow Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Christine Gartler. Mr. Gartler.
Hello, I am Oliver. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay, I am Oliver Gartler. I also live at 820 Woodrow Street, and I'm going to present my thing. My civics report, also known as substantial evidence that Edgewood does not need lights, it just wants them. Next slide, please. Here's Episcopal High School Stadium in Alexandria, Virginia. Next slide, please. All right, as you can see, there are no lights. Next slide, please. As you may notice, the stadium has no 80-foot tall lights, yet it still produces football players that would make millions of dollars. No lights, games during the day only. Next slide, please. Timothy Michael Hightower, born May 23, 1986, is a running back. He was drafted by the Arizona Cardinals in the 5th round of the 2008 NFL Draft. He also played for the Washington football team and New Orleans Saints. Before that, Tim went to Alexandria Episcopal High School. He played football there too. It was the first high school in Virginia, founded in 1839. Next slide, please. Bryson Spinner also played for Episcopal. He went on to play for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Next slide, please. Danny Cole. He also played for Alexandria Episcopal on their football, track, and lacrosse teams. He went on to play for the Dallas Cowboys in 2007, then the Indianapolis Colts and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Next slide, please. These players are professionals, and they did not need lights to become that. Neither does Edgewood High School. Things are bad enough as it is with their lacrosse team blaring obnoxious music and grunting repeatedly. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. Edgewood does not need lights on their stadium. Case closed. And I believe that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gartler. Any questions of Mr. Gartler? And thank you for joining in on this hearing. The next registrant is Christine Gartler, also of 820 Woodrow Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Sue Stats.
Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Christine Gartler, and I live at 820 Woodrow Street, directly across from the Edgewood Stadium, or the Edgewood Field. Edgewood has already gotten enough. They have taken enough of my time outside. Their rights already impinge a lot on my rights. They have progressively eroded the amount of time I spend gardening and relaxing in my yard, because doing so is far from peaceful with the amount of noise produced by the too short gardening season. Now they are insisting, not asking, that they be allowed to remove my relatively small amount of quiet home in 2000 lived in places that featured a lot of concrete. I'm not a pro, but I put a lot into the space we have to make it nice. In the past 4 years, as Edgewood's field's use has increased, neighbors have endured more and more noise. Every event is another couple hours or more of time that gardening is not relaxing. Sometimes it is quite active, and sometimes work through trauma and cope with anxiety and depression. I really don't need anything after hours or on weekends that activates my nervous system the way that blaring whistles, yelling coaches, and screaming crowds do. Don't even get me started on the siren or music. And Edgewood's noise doesn't stop at our garden. It goes to our windows, even when closed, into my office on the second floor, into our living room on the first floor. My escape is closing my windows, cranking up the white noise machine I use when seeing clients, and moving to the rear of our house. This has increased every year since 2016, except for the COVID spring. For a time, neighbors thought that Edgewood might respond to complaints and work with Neighborhood Liaison Committee to keep what Edgewood used to call the practice field from being too disruptive too often. But Edgewood did no such thing. They started seeking lights again. For a time, neighbors thought games could be regulated and that the city would step in to protect us. But since Edgewood apparently threatened their way out of the master plan a couple of months ago, there's no limit to what they're allowed to do. But there is currently still a limit to when they're able to do it. They can't use the field for a few extra hours because darkness descends. It is then that the neighborhood becomes peaceful. It is then that we open our windows again. Edgewood began to diminish my peace in my own home after saying they were simply upgrading the surface on the practice field. Then they began using it for games and renting it to other schools for their games. They've ramped that up every year, even when it was clear they were violating their zoning. Edgewood already won when they were allowed to repeal their master plan. They can play all the games that they like during the day and probably use the field for just about any conceivable purpose. They do not also have some right to more of my time, more of my peace, and more of my life. They're getting enough. I do understand that Edgewood has property rights, but so do I. Where's the balance? Only you can keep some semblance of balance between our rights and theirs. We are neighboring property owners and should be treated fairly as such. Thank you for your time and service to the city.
Thank you, Ms. Gartler. Any questions of Ms. Gartler? Seeing none, our next registrant is Sue Stantz, 810 Woodrow Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Scott Stantz. Ms. Stantz?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. I live at 810 Woodrow Street. Oops, that's the wrong slide, by the way. That's for my husband's presentation, not mine. Mine has two pictures side by side of the field. Anyway, there you go. Thank you. I moved into this house in early 1990 along with my young son. I enrolled him in Edgewood grade school, where he attended third grade through high school. Instead of sports, he preferred to spend his time skateboarding, playing board games at UW and experimenting with techno music. My son eventually went on to obtain his MBA from UW-Madison, is currently employed by an international company based in London and resides in the Netherlands. I thank Edgewood for giving him the education and confidence to help him get where he is today. Sorry, Mr. Elliott, he did quite well without sports. I have lived here for over 25 years and consider this neighborhood to be one of the best neighborhoods in Madison. I cannot imagine living anywhere else and have no desire to move to the country. The house, or the photo on the left, is what the practice field was like when we moved into our house. The photo on the right is the current field, which you can clearly see dominates the entire area. Next slide. The next photo was taken from my kitchen, which shows the higher elevation of the field. When games are played, this new height puts us in direct shot of any noise coming off the field. There is no escaping it. To all Edgewood supporters out there, please remember that we are subjected to every game played on that field, not just the one you are attending. Our homes are filled with the sounds of screaming fans, coaches yelling, whistles blowing, and music. We cannot go back to our quiet homes like you. Everyone knows that Edgewood sports teams do not suffer. They have always had a facility available to play their competitive sports, just like West and East High School. They can easily continue to do so. Their field should remain a practice field as it was always intended to be, and especially now due to its current location. In response to the Plan Commission standards, my home was already established before Edgewood High School upgraded their field and turned it into a competitive sports field. The noise level definitely impairs and diminishes the enjoyment on my property as well as my neighbors' properties. Having lights would just extend the games and noise throughout the evening as well as flood our properties with light. Together, I would call that substantially impaired. I strongly believe that if Edgewood would focus more on improving their academic structure and less on sports, their declining enrollment would improve. Please do what is right to protect our neighborhood and future generations. Please vote no to their request. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Stantz. Any questions of Ms. Stantz? Seeing none, Scott Stantz, 810 Woodrow Street, opposed, wishing to speak, to be followed by Ben Yar. Go ahead, Mr. Stantz.
Yes, can you put that into full screen, please? Thank you. Well, I'll begin. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So on the screen is the cover of the book by Mensler and Martinelli, and it is a book that extols the virtues of the coaches and players at Edgewood. It is chapter after chapter about how good things came from that storied program. Legendary coaches, young men turned into well-adjusted and successful men in our society. Actually, my father and uncles were a part of that legacy. It also talks about the games. To this day, not a single game was ever played on Monroe Street. Not one. So, as the book states, they have proven that their games do not need to be played on Monroe Street. But today, they want that convenience. They want to take away the established enjoyment of the neighborhood for their convenience. That does not sound like an acceptable variance to the ordinance to me. They've established the use of the practice field as a practice field and have documented it as such time and time again. It's not fair to take away from one just for the convenience of another, especially when the ordinances don't allow it in the first place. I'd like to thank Oliver Gartler for bringing out the fact that other athletes in the country have also experienced something similar in the history of their school. And it also brings to question what happens to all of the students who are supposed to be practicing on the field when there's a game there. I would think that if there was a game, then all of the students would get on a bus and go to the other location safely in a bus, where now the game is being played at Edgewood and all of those students will have to get in their cars individually and travel someplace else to practice because the practice field is being occupied by a game. So anyways, I would like to say that I've edited my response in consideration of duplicity, but I would sincerely think that the staff would vote no for the request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Statz. Any questions of Mr. Statz? Seeing none, our next speaker is Ben Yar, who does not give an address. And so perhaps you could indicate what your address is, Mr. Yar. Opposed, wishing to speak, representing the Friends of Lake Wingra, to be followed by Scott Spoolman. Mr. Yar.
Hello, my current address is in Fitchburg, Wisconsin, although I lived on Commonwealth Avenue for the last 12 years. Speaking on behalf of Friends of Lake Wingra, we would like to express our concern about the lighting's impact to the lake itself. Lake Wingra is a truly unique lake in Wisconsin and probably in the nation as well, due to the fact that it is an urban lake that is nearly completely undeveloped. So it's an opportunity for people to experience solitude and nature and a respite from the city without leaving the boundaries of the city. Equity was something that was mentioned earlier, and that's another strong concern that we have is the fact that so many of the people that live around Lake Wingra may not have the opportunity to travel to the Boundary Waters or even to Devil's Lake, but yet they can experience solitude and nature on Lake Wingra. So again, the lights that would potentially be installed at the stadium would, as designed currently, impact the lake and the usability of the lake. And we are also concerned about potential impacts to wildlife from proposed lights or sound. There were some discussions in the environmental impact statement by Edgewood about this, but we haven't necessarily seen if and how these potential lights would impact nature. So again, Friends of Lake Wingra is opposed to the lights because of impacts to the usability of the lake by people and also potential impacts to wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yar, and thank you for the work of the Friends of Lake Wingra. Any questions of Mr. Yar? Seeing none, our next registrant is Scott Spoolman, 2317 West Lawn Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Gail Martinelli. Mr. Spoolman. Mr. Spoolman.
Can you hear me?
Yes, now we can. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
I mean, darn it. Well, I'm going to wreck my chance. Hello?
Yes,
we can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
I live at 2317 West Lawn Avenue, directly across Monroe Street and a block away from Edgewood's practice field. In the past year or two, we have noticed a dramatic change in the noise level generated by events on the practice field, including those held early on several weekend mornings when we were accustomed to enjoying the peace and quiet of our neighborhood for many years, as well as events at other times on many days. We have tolerated this unhappily, but will find it unacceptable to have these noisy events extended into the evening hours. Currently, the only time when we can count on peace and quiet we used to enjoy. This is a compact, old neighborhood. The practice field is in close proximity to dozens of homes, as you've heard. Many of us have invested years and significant amounts of capital in our homes and neighborhood. Until recent years, Edgewood has been a good neighbor, but that is increasingly untrue. Their changes are significantly and negatively affecting the neighborhood. If they are allowed to expand the practice field activities any further, these effects will be intolerable. I find it hard to believe that the families of participants in those practice field events would welcome such changes to their own neighborhoods. It is grossly unfair of Edgewood to expect its neighbors to put up with any more noise than we already have to put up with, not to mention more crowds, traffic, litter, and light pollution. A strong majority of Edgewood's neighbors oppose this, and that I believe the administrators know that. The fact that they are pushing such changes at a time of pandemic emergency is even more unfair and certainly unethical. I urge you to protect our neighborhood by denying Edgewood's application for any further changes to its practice field, and to thereby protect all neighborhoods by preventing the setting of a bad precedent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spoolman. Any questions of Mr. Spoolman? Seeing none, Gail Martinelli of 2317 West Lawn Drive, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Mark Gartler. Ms. Martinelli.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Although not very well, so speak up, please.
Okay, let me see if I can turn the volume up. Okay. Does that help at all?
A little bit, but speak loudly.
All right. Thank you. The installation of lights at the Edgewood High School field would be a serious threat to our quality of life and to the use and value of our property. For almost 30 years, our family has lived in our home at 2317 West Lawn Avenue, directly across the street from Edgewood's new field. Standing in our backyard, we are within earshot and have full view of the Edgewood High School athletic field and its bleachers. The day games held at the field have negatively impacted the use and enjoyment of our property. The field noise can be intense and disruptive, peaking at 80 to 90 decibels. It's impossible to escape the screaming, hollering, stomping, noisemakers, referee whistles, scoreboard blasts, and amplified sound from the field. It's as if the field is outside our back door and in our backyard. Before the more than 70 day games played on the field since 2018, we were able to fully and freely enjoy our property, relax on the deck, dine on the screen porch, socialize with friends inside and out, host grill outs, peacefully tend our garden, and play badminton in the yard. All of that spells home. Important, valued, and rightful uses that have been prevented or substantially diminished by the inescapable and relentless noise from those day games. The installation of lights would extend the disruption into the evening, and the disruption would intensify. If Edgewood succeeds in accomplishing the expansion of the field as they have planned from the start, there will be bleachers for 1,000 or more spectators. A more powerful PA system would broadcast into our yards, bedrooms, offices, living rooms, kitchens, and family rooms. and unlimited events could be scheduled any day of the week, well into the evening hours, preventing peaceful sleep. Unintended negative effects would inevitably spill over into the neighborhood and Lake Wingra. The use of punt lights and sky glow from light pollution would cost us the dark evening sky that honors us with peace and quiet. The lights, detrimental to human health, would also be disruptive to wildlife, and the limitless enjoyment of Lake Wingra and its natural area would be greatly diminished. We are worried about spillover of parking. The coveted parking spaces on our narrow street would be taken up by drivers who believe it is faster in and out to park in the neighborhood and walk to the field. But this comes nowhere to park on our streets, traffic problems, late night stadium crowd noise, loitering, and litter. Finally, we fear the expansion into the evening hours will further open the door to the continued use by non-Edgewood groups and set the stage for future commercialization. Please refuse to allow the disruption and harm expanded use will bring to our neighborhood.
Thank you, Ms. Martinelli. Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you.
Are there any questions of Ms. Martinelli? Seeing none, our next registrant is Mark Gartler, 820 Woodrow Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Ed Ahrens. Mr. Gartler.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. My name is Mark Gartler. I live at 820 Woodrow Street. I'm also one of the Edgewood liaisons for the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Here's the view from my front porch last week. Edgewood's application claims that the field has significant screening along Woodrow Street, and I think Tim Parks referred to a good visual barrier earlier, which I would say this is not. With only a single row of trees, it's hard to imagine what Edgewood would deem insufficient. This lack of screening is a problem not only for noise, but for light itself. My bedroom window, higher than my porch, would see the field as clearly and brightly as the crowd in the grandstands. Next slide, please. Let's go ahead to the next slide, please. So I contacted the Madison Police Department on behalf of neighbors to clarify what we can do when noise is excessive. And what we learned is that that last sentence there, it is important for people to understand on the front end that likely the police will not take any action. This is from Lieutenant Lori Chalecki. She also said most of this issue is in the hands of building inspection, and so I contacted building inspection. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Nope, back to Matt Tucker. Thank you. So building inspection, Matt said that the noise issue from the field is a police matter, not building inspection. So if people complain, the only recourse is for the police to respond. So I subsequently asked staff to clarify what rights I have given these two, given the confusion around this. And next slide, please. And so Attorney Strange told myself and other neighborhood liaisons, as well as our alder, that neighbors can only address noise through our presentation to the Plan Commission. So here we are. Your decision is the only bulwark against the increased injury that lights would bring. Next slide, please. Okay. So this, again, is Episcopal High School, which has no lights and is a thriving school with a thriving athletics program in Alexandria, Virginia. The staff report notes that the CI district is intended to permit appropriate institutional growth. Sorry, that's my hound dog. To permit appropriate institutional growth within boundaries while minimizing the adverse impacts. And to balance the ability of major institutions to change and the public benefits derived from the change. My question, though, is it is unclear why Edgewood would need to grow with lights right now. It only recently gained approval to host games at all and only recently opened its Performing Arts Center. Edgewood has yet to see the growth impacts from these considerable improvements. The pandemic, too, calls appropriate institutional growth into question. As a private high school in the heart of Madison, Edgewood really has little competition. Private schools offer an alternative to public education.
Thank you, Mr. Gartler. Your 3 minutes are up. Any questions of Mr. Gartler? Seeing none, our next registrant is Ed Ahrens of 1910 Jefferson Street, opposing and wishing to speak, to be followed by Laura O'Flanagan. Mr. Ahrens.
Thank you. While I have tremendous respect for the city staff and have been impressed by them in the past, their review, unfortunately, is cursory in regards to the adverse effects of the proposal in question. Will having a loud and lighted stadium have an adverse effect on the neighborhood and affect future home values? Well, of course it will, absolutely. How could it not? The current Edgewood Field is far closer to area residents than any football field in a wide area and possibly the entire state, although that is difficult data. Sound from activities on the field, even without amplification, have been measured at levels above the Madison legal limit. When amplification is used, I can hear it at my home 2.5 blocks from the east side of the campus. Let's assume for a moment that no athletic facility currently resides at Edgewood. Can any of you honestly state that you would approve the construction of a new athletic facility as proposed at that site? Has any municipality allowed such construction in a similar circumstance? Again, the data is difficult, but I am doubtful. The Edgewood Field has grown insidiously on a yearly basis since artificial turf was placed in 2015, both in terms of use and related infrastructure. The situation is not unlike a development that comes before you in which the applicant has already built higher than allowed or beyond a prescribed footprint. You have all had to rule against many of those inappropriate developments, even though it is not always pleasing to the applicant. The situation is very similar here. This development is simply in the wrong place, and after the fact approval is now being requested. I believe that most, if not all of you on the commission know that this is not a good location for either a football field or stadium. In fact, if this is a good location for a football stadium, just what would be considered a bad location? You also know that the city has no interest in policing any issues there. Edgewood is an excellent but small school. It is both a religious institution and the closest Madison has to a prep school. There are influential backers. This is not meant as a criticism. 2 longstanding Madison schools, as you have heard, have greater than 4 times the Edgewood enrollment and do not have fields. But this is not about football, as it is not logical to spend huge sums of money on 4 law firms, lobbyists, consultants for a half dozen football games and other activities by their students. I ask you all to make the more difficult but correct decision and deny Edgewood's request. Accept the possibility of negative reactions by some, possible negative press, and the resurrection of a frivolous lawsuit. But please do what is right for Madison as a city.
Thank you, Mr. Ahrens. Any questions of Mr. Ahrens? Seeing none, our next registrant is Laura O'Flanagan, 862 Woodrow Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Lynn Keller. Ms. O'Flanagan.
You have to unmute yourself.
Ms. O'Flanagan?
So Flanagan.
Okay, there we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. Okay, thank you for your time and consideration tonight. I live across the street from Edgewood College, which I can say is a delightful neighbor. Edgewood High School track and field is just up the block from our home. We purchased our house based solely on its location. I remember everyone was so excited that it's close to Trader Joe's, but I was excited about it being so close to Lake Wingra. Without crossing a street, it's possible from our dead-end street to walk along the shore of the quietest lake in the city. Another huge plus was that in our old house, a streetlight shone into our bedroom at night. At our home on Woodrow, the night is dark and quiet. Our street is like a secret that only pedestrians and bikers know about. I really value that darkness, having experienced bright lights outside my windows that disrupted a good night's sleep in the past. I oppose 60 to 80 foot tall stadium lights because I will believe they will shine into my daughter's windows at night and disrupt their sleep. The field is only 65 feet from the nearest residence on my street. Next slide, please. In addition, I purchased this property with the intention of gardening in the front and backyard, and I do that as late as dusk on spring and summer evenings, in between relaxing in our hammock. I have planted raspberries and blueberries, and my children spend time searching for the juiciest bites as they ripen. This is something I love to do to relax and enjoy the deepening darkness of the evening. This will not be possible if the stadium lights go in. I know this is a NIMBY issue, but would you want bright lights shining into your bedroom and dining room when that hasn't been a factor before? Also, I'm troubled about what the lights would mean. Big night games, which are likely to draw lots of traffic and loud, potentially drunken teenagers on Woodrow. I think that would substantially impair my ability to use my property for the purposes of spending time relaxing in my yard and sleeping, uses that were established when I moved here. Moreover, it troubles me that this is being considered now, during the COVID-19 pandemic, when it's a 25-year-old controversy. Why now? And why hasn't Edgewood High School been communicating with our neighborhood liaison? 1,500 households in the Dudgeon Monroe neighborhood. And out of those, 80% of the survey respondents opposed the new stadium, including the lights in 2018. What I can't understand is why Edgewood High School and the neighborhoods can't compromise on a stadium with a reasonable number of games without giant bright lights and a super amplified sound. For these reasons, I request that Edgewood High School's conditional use application be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan. Any questions of the registrant? Seeing none, our next registrant is Lynn Keller, 2005 Jefferson Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Jeff Carroll.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm Lynn Keller, and I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed lights. I've lived at 2005 Jefferson Street, 2 blocks from the Edgewood campus, for 32 years. Mostly as a single mother, I raised 2 children here who attended West High School. These lights and the games will dramatically alter the character of the neighborhood that my family calls home. If blasted with noisy night games and invaded by bright lights, many neighborhood homes, as you've heard, will become virtually unlivable. During the months when Wisconsin's climate allows, the same months in which people can play field sports, the residents of this neighborhood spend a lot of time in their yards and patios. I take frequent evening walks with my dog in Vilas Park and the Park and Pleasure Drive, and I often work in my garden until the light fails before enjoying a meal listening to the birds and crickets. A lighted night, adding significant noise and traffic as well as light pollution, would ruin evenings currently enjoyed in the neighborhood's yards and decks. Our lives are already disrupted by the increasing number of games played at Edgewood in recent years during the daytime, which, because the master plan was repealed, will be unlimited going forward until 7 p.m. every night. But these things will be much worse if the Plan Commission allows Edgewood High School to put up these lights. It makes no sense to install tall lights in a densely populated residential neighborhood. Such developments only increase traffic congestion, crowd local parking, and negatively impact residents' quality of life. Appropriately, West High School, where my children were educated, has no stadium or 80-foot lights on their campus, and West High serves 4 times more children from the neighborhood than Edgewood High School does. Of the 5 big high schools in Madison, only 2, Memorial and La Follette, have lights and stadiums. La Follette's is at the back of its property, 10 times further away from homes than Edgewood's. Memorial Stadium was built before the only nearby residential housing of rental apartments that was constructed in the 1970s. Edgewood's situation is not similar to either. I'm deeply worried that if the lights are okayed with some limits on usage, those limits would not last or be rigorously enforced. We might start out with only a few authorized games a year, but don't kid yourselves that Edgewood High School is going to rest there. Edgewood has powerful lawyers and a public relations firm and is spending lots of money to get this through. I beg you to listen instead to the people who live in the surrounding Vilas and Dudgeon Monroe neighborhoods and who, in resisting Edgewood High School's development proposals, are speaking out for the good of this area and of the city as a whole. The neighborhoods surrounding Edgewood have resisted lights and stadium plans for decades and provided substantial documentation of the impact that daytime noise has had on our lives. But Edgewood High School now is ignoring us. I ask you, please, to listen to our voices. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Keller. Any questions of Ms. Keller? Seeing none, our next registrant is Jeff Carroll, 2540 Gregory Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Wendy Fernside. Mr. Carroll.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, hi. First, thank you for your service to the city, your patience and perseverance for such a long public feedback session during this challenging time in our country. My wife Maggie and I live about 4 blocks from the Edgewood campus. We've lived in the Dungeon-Monroe neighborhood for 40 years. I attended Catholic schools for 14 years, including a well-regarded Jesuit prep school in North Suburban Chicago. In last year's Wisconsin State Journal Letters to the Editor supporting the building of a stadium, many Edgewood parents wrote that their students had the, quote, right, unquote, to have a home field just like the other Madison high schools. Evidently, these parents are not aware that West High School does not have their own soccer, football stadium, or a track either. Our son played soccer at West for 4 years, graduating in 2008. Memorial High School was our home field at that time. Being on the Memorial campus, a main rival of West, the field was clearly the domain of Memorial, especially when we were the designated home team playing against Memorial. Nevertheless, our son and his teammates thrived and probably learned some resilience, a useful skill in adult life, especially as we look to our future. Should West High School parents threaten the city with a lawsuit because they do not have equitable facilities for soccer and football compared to other city high schools? That would be similar to Edgewood's threatened lawsuit last year, claiming, quote, religious discrimination, unquote, which was certainly a stretch in the believability factor. Imagine the uproar in the Regent neighborhood if Madison schools proposed installing lights, stands, and loudspeakers on the field on Regent Avenue across from the tennis courts down the road from West High School. If you allow this first step with lights, their rationale for a stadium with more stands would no doubt be based on the fact that they were allowed to have lights, and then probably they were allowed to have sound. We're very concerned that Edgewood would rent the stadium out for nighttime music concerts during the warm weather. Rock and roll from Edgefest was clearly heard at our home. And once a year, that was fine. My children enjoyed going to Edgefest once a year. And we all know how unlikely it is that the city noise ordinance would be enforced. Please reject their request for lights. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Carroll. Any questions of Mr. Carroll? Seeing none, our next registrant is Wendy Fernside, 912 Van Buren Street, opposing and wishing to speak, to be followed by Paul O'Flanagan. Ms. Fernside.
Hello, thank you. I'm very glad to have listened to all of these other people testifying before I give my statement, because I really think I have been made a lot more aware about how damaging this field already is to the peace and enjoyment of the neighborhood. I live a little bit further away, just 2 blocks east of Edgewood High School's campus, but I am very concerned about the impact on the neighborhood. And I want to state the obvious, that the impact of the conditional use on the neighborhood properties results from the totality of use of the field under the lights, not just the lights themselves. And to that point, Edgewood officials have admitted in a meeting with our alder, Tag Evers, that their intent is to request all the elements of their stadium proposal one piece at a time. It would be irresponsible to consider the lights alone as without considering the whole impact of the stadium and the night games and everything else that goes with it. All the things that all of the neighbors have been speaking about already. Planning staff recommended that games be limited to those involving Edgewood teams. I would support that recommendation if you approve a conditional use. I really am skeptical that you should. I support that recommendation. Staff further recommended specifying the maximum number of night games, with that number to be determined by the Plan Commission at a later time. And that condition, I think, needs to go much further in order to protect the neighborhood. All conditions should be clearly identified and included in the conditional use before it is improved. That includes a number of night games allowed. I would also like to suggest 3 additional conditions be included if you approve a conditional use. First, I would like requiring compliance with all applicable city ordinances, which would include sound. I think significant questions have been raised about the potential to enforce that, but I think that it's necessary to include it. Second, I would like to suggest that there be consequences for non-compliance included in any conditional use approval. Edgewood has a history of flaunting the rules. It has done so by playing dozens of daytime games that were not allowed under the master plan. And up to a third of those games did not even involve Edgewood teams. So clarity on expectations is needed.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fernside. Your 3 minutes are up. Are there any questions for Ms. Fernside? Seeing none, our next registrant is Paul O'Flanagan, 862 Woodrow Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Rowan Trest. Mr. O'Flanagan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, whoa. Could you turn off the speaker? Okay, sorry. I'm speaking against the granting the permit because I don't feel like it's consistent with my enjoyment of my property. And I don't think it's consistent with the Monroe Street Commercial District Plan. Lights and amplified sound at night will not preserve the nature of our current neighborhood. Our neighborhood isn't completely dead at night. It's not like there's no sound ever. We have a few bars nearby and we have some coffee shops. But if I go out to take my dogs for a walk at 9 o'clock at night, I can hear the wind in the trees, I can hear owls, I can see stars. And I'm almost completely convinced that none of this will be true if there's lights. Also, currently I don't have to worry about bright lights and loud noises keeping my kids awake on school nights. Again, I'm sure that this will not be true if Edgewood could play games on any nights that they feel like. Using the language from the plan, the Monroe Street Commercial District Plan, granting this permit will negatively impact my connections to and relationships with the natural features of this neighborhood. There's a reason why Friends of Lake Wingra are against granting the permit, and that is that it would harm an important natural beauty in our city. Next slide, please. I think that Edgewood's being disingenuous at best to argue that lights will not increase noise. Obviously, if there's a game, people are going to cheer. But I mean, honestly, does anyone really believe that amplified sound is off the table if they get this permit? I would be extremely skeptical that that would be the case. Also, contrary to the plan, this proposal will worsen parking problems in the Monroe Street and Vilas neighborhoods on nights when the field is in use. Parking is already a nightmare on my street most nights. And as far as I can tell, Edgewood's position is that the field will be in use whenever they feel like the field should be in use. The plan also did a SWOT analysis, which stands for strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And they identified among the threats, failing to have developments match neighborhood standards for tenancy. I assume neighborhood standards for tenancy means current use. And I would say that this does not match current use of our neighborhood or anywhere on Monroe Street. Another threat was protracted strife over key development sites. I would argue that this constitutes protracted strife.
Thank you, Mr. O'Flanagan. Your time is up. Are there any questions of Mr. O'Flanagan? Seeing none, our next registrant is Rowan Tress, 2310 Monroe Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Ellen Taylor Powell. Rowan Tress, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. My name is Rowan Tress. I am 14, and I'm writing to you on behalf of the kids living in the neighborhood. Ages range from just born last month to 18. We will all be negatively impacted by the stadium, much more than the athletes at Edgewood will benefit. If Edgewood was really for the kids, they would not be doing this. We can't escape the noise and lights. The athletes can participate and then go home, but we can't, as this is our home. 76.8% of Edgewood High School students live outside of the 53711 zip code, and this postal code even includes parts of Fitchburg. We will be stuck with this in our lives and could not escape. Imagine trying to do schoolwork or have a conversation with your family at dinner or go to sleep with blaring lights and sounds. By allowing this field, you would be saying that allowing a few kids to play games at a stadium who don't even live in the neighborhood matter more than all the neighborhood kids trying to do homework, eat, sleep, and live. The 1-year-old I babysit has already had naps disrupted due to field use. When my dad was deployed in Afghanistan and I was trying to FaceTime him, I could barely hear him over field use noise. Once, they had a track meeting and used a starter pistol. At first, I thought there was an active shooter. Friends in the neighborhood were also heard it and were frightened. I am scared. My neighbors and my family have received threatening postcards from Edgewood supporters depicting things like a coffin and saying, "You're next," and telling my family to sell our house and implying we were selling drugs here. For a while, I wasn't allowed to take in the mail because my parents were afraid of what else could be in there. Yard signs have also been stolen. If someone were to say, "Just move," even that would negatively impact my future. The money that could be going to a college savings fund would end up going to a new house. Next slide, please. This slide is a model of what lights would look like from my bedroom window. As you can see, the trees would not block the light, which would shine directly into my room. In conclusion, by allowing them to have lights and night games and practices, the surrounding community of kids would all be greatly negatively impacted. Please vote no and maintain quiet nights for homework and sleeping. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you, Ms. Trest. Any questions of the registrant? Seeing none, our next speaker is Ellen Taylor Powell, 881 Terry Place, opposed, wishing to speak, followed by Ellie O'Flanagan. Ms. Taylor Powell.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot. I've shortened my remarks a little bit. I hope not to be too duplicative. My husband and I live on Terry Place, 1 block west of Edgewood Field. We moved here 6 years ago, given the natural beauty and charm of the area. I never dreamed the practice field that I saw then might somehow become a stadium with lights. I'd like to focus my comments tonight specifically on the suggestion that Edgewood is being treated unfairly or unequally. The relevant comparisons relate to the other 4 high schools in Madison, some of which we've already heard about tonight. As we've heard, and we know, 2 of these schools do not even have home stadiums with lights, Madison West and Madison East. Like someone else who spoke tonight, our daughter played 4 years varsity soccer for West High. Their home field was Mansfield Memorial, and their practice field was at Hamilton Middle School. They were state champions. They had great morale and academic performance. They carpooled and they helped each other out. They did not have a home stadium with lights. They did not even have a playing or a practice field at or near West High. Yet that did not affect their education, their high school experience, or their ability to get soccer scholarships to prominent, including D1 schools. They did not need lights to compete, to attract players, or to enhance their high school experience. Some of Mr. Elliott's words tonight. Second, in the cases of Memorial and La Follette, their stadiums were part of city planning and part of proposed development. People moving into the area knew what to expect. This is not the situation in the Edgewood case. Here, the neighborhoods already existed, and long-term residents have invested greatly in improving these neighborhoods long before Edgewood's stadium proposal. And here, homes are within 100 feet of the field. We've seen many photos tonight that show that this is an area where many, many homes are impacted. So Edgewood High School is not being treated unfairly or unequally. Finally, as we've heard tonight, there's no doubt that the proposed lighting will significantly change the surrounding area. And it's not just the lights, but the noise and the traffic that will follow. The Monroe Street corridor is already under stress with increasing population, housing, traffic, and congestion. The natural environment of this area remains for us to preserve for future generations. This is our neighborhood. We take great pride in it. The vast majority of all neighbors, all the neighborhood associations, and the local nonprofits oppose this proposal. Change is to be expected, but a stadium with lights does not belong here. Please vote no for this lighting proposal. Thank you, and thank you for your service to the community.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor-Powell. Any questions of Ms. Taylor-Powell? Seeing none, our next registrant is Ellie O'Flanagan, 862 Woodrow Street. Opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Rose O'Flanagan. Ms. O'Flanagan.
I'm not finding a Ellie O'Flanagan.
Ellie O'Flanagan?
Nope, I cannot find anyone by that name.
Okay, well, we apparently don't have one. Have anybody by that name with our IT folks? Our next speaker is Rose O'Flanagan, also 862 Woodrow Street. Opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Barbara Erlenborn. Rose O'Flanagan?
There's no Rose O'Flanagan in the
Okay. Also cannot find a Rose O'Flanagan. The next registrant is Barbara Erlenborn, 2316 West Lawn Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Yale Jen. Barbara Erlenborn.
Barbara, you're unmuted on our side. We could unmute.
Okay, Ms. Erlenborn, you have your mute activated. You'll have to unmute yourself to participate. Ms. Erlenborn? Okay, we will try to come back to Ms. Erlenborn, and hopefully she'll be able to figure out how to unmute. Our next registrant is Yale Jen, 860 Woodrow Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Jeffrey Jared.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks to staff and everyone for participating in this process. It's been an incredibly stressful time. My name is Yael again, and I live 416 feet from the scoreboard. Next slide. Our home was built in 1917, 10 years before Edgewood High School even opened its doors. Next slide. The standards state that use will not be detrimental to or endanger the public health, safety, or general welfare. Lights plus athletics equals noise. The noise levels proposed by Edgewood exceed the 40 dB nighttime noise values recommended by WHO for sustainable urban settings. Lights and loud noise can have significant impact on human health, as well as damaging ecosystems and diminishing the intrinsic value of the community. Traffic and parking will be a problem. There's not enough parking available for the campus already. There are no vacant spaces on adjoining streets when school is in session. Next slide. The standards also say the uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. This is personal. We bought this home in 1996 and raised our daughter here. We will lose the enjoyment and use of our screened-in porch and deck. It's not possible to have a conversation when there's a game on the field. The noise influenced my decision to shutter my freelance business in January and take on more hours at the university. It was difficult to conduct client calls and presentations, not knowing when we would be drowned out by game noise. I'm not against change, but this harms many and benefits few. Next slide. As you can see, next slide. That one, right. As you can see, I'm not alone. 300 households within 1,000 feet of the field were surveyed in December of 2018. Only 40 supported the stadium. In addition, I'm puzzled as to why the city would reward a pattern of bullying and deceit. First, the field was the compromise. Edgewood promised it was just a practice field. Now, unlimited day games is the compromise. Edgewood cries, let the kids play. The kids can play all day long, and until the pandemic closed the field, they did. Edgewood says, treat us like the public schools, and I say, go ahead. As we've heard, the only comparable schools, East and West, don't have stadiums. They're never going to get them because they're in densely populated areas with residences immediately adjacent to the field. So yes, treat them like our public schools. And I'm also concerned about the future of the athletic complex should Edgewood fail. They already have dwindling enrollment and much is uncertain in our economy. The athletic complex could be used to generate revenue, The lights are a Pandora's box. Stadium lights will bring stadium problems. We already have one stadium on Monroe Street. We surely do not need another. Unlike the F-35s, this is something we can actually do something about. The Plan Commission should vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Yen? Seeing none. Our next speaker is...
Chair, we do have Barbara now. I believe she's able to...
Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, and, thank you.
This is Ms. Erlenborn?
Yes, this is Barbara Erlenborn.
Wonderful.
Hello, I live at 2316 West Lawn Avenue, just 2 blocks from Edgewood. And I've lived here for 48 years. We bought our house in 1972. I support Edgewood, but I can't support this use of lights, PA system, and the stadium. I'm sorry, but this is just an infringement on our life and our serenity in the neighborhood. I reviewed the 8 pages of the staff report, and I was pleased to see that they tried to come up with a compromise, and they acknowledged that use of the complex is allowed without lights. For 10 years, Edgewood used the Breitenbach, Middleton Field, and Breese Stevens for its night games. Now Edgewood is requesting a change. Okay, the purpose of the CI zoning district is to balance change with the need to protect the livability and vitality of adjacent neighborhoods. Lights until 10 or 11 o'clock at night, late night games, traffic noise, these definitely will affect the livability and vitality of our neighborhood. Also, I'm concerned that Mike Elliott isn't really looking for a compromise. Many neighbors have asked to have the liaison committee reestablished, but Mike earlier said he wanted 40 to 60 games with no limits on number of games. All of the sports should be played at the complex. The staff report on page 6 indicated, and throughout that report, it said the number of games should be determined by the Planning Commission. And they suggested 8 Friday night games and 17 other athletic competitions on page 6. But the staff report also said that a limitation on the number of lighted events would be reasonable with the current conditional use request, with the potential for the initial limit of such events to be relaxed in the future by either a minor or a major alteration. If this conditional use is approved, the number of games must be fixed. There is no wiggle room. I hope that the Planning Commission throws this back to Edgewood and the neighborhood to come to a compromise and to see what is the best for all. Yes, the kids should play football. Yes, the neighbors should have peace and quiet. There is a way to have both. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Erlenborn. Any questions? Do we have either Ellie O'Flanagan or Rosa Flanagan now available?
We do available. Yeah, we do.
Okay, Ellie O'Flanagan.
Just give me one moment.
Okay, go, Ellie.
Thank you for your time and consideration tonight. I'm Ellie Flanagan and I'm 13. I live across the street from Edgewood, and when we moved in here, I didn't imagine living in a place with lights that were so bright I could see them from down the street and noises that last long into the night. I get where they're coming from. I'm a kid myself and I know what it's like to want new equipment. But that shouldn't come at the price of other people's enjoyment of their homes, especially during this time when we can't escape. Next slide, please. There are approval statements online that state the homes nearby will not be negatively affected by 60 to 80-foot lights. However, there are photos, videos, and studies proving that if Edgewood Stadium gets put in, these statements will have been proven wrong. Next slide, please. My sister and I are spending even more time outside than usual, which is really nice to enjoy the new, fresh, and clean air. All that will be ruined if the stadium gets put in. The peacefulness and quiet of our dead-end street will be shattered with the roar of clouds and blast of huge speakers, especially at night when we're supposed to be sleeping. I can barely sleep with my window uncovered. I can't imagine what it would be like with blaring lights. I love my home. I love sleeping in pitch darkness with only the murmur of my parents downstairs. I love swinging in our hammock with a good book. I love going on long walks or runs with my family. I want to preserve that. I want to live next to a college that doesn't have loud sounds and bright lights when I'm trying to sleep. I want to grow up in a place of peace.
Thank you, Ms. O'Flanagan. Any questions from the commissioners? Seeing none, did Rose O'Flanagan also wish to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you for your time. My name is Rosa Flanagan and I am 10 years old. I live right across from Edgewood. I think if they get big lights, then the volume speaker things will come in too. So that is part of what I'm going to say. I love being outside. I spend most of my time playing on the hammock, trampoline, and in the yard. If the new stadium gets put in, then everything will be so noisy that I can't relax in my own home. And some nights, the lights and noise will keep us awake. Next slide, please. I have a classmate who lives across the street from a stadium. Some nights when they're playing, they stay out till the game's done. Next slide, please. I also like to meditate. And if they put the stadium in, it would be impossible to meditate. I wouldn't even be able to hear my music. Why do you need lights when you could just play in the day? Next slide, please. My room is right across from Edgewood. One night, people were having a party, and I couldn't even sleep through that. Next slide, please. I love the peaceful environment around me. So please, no big lights.
Thank you, Ms. O'Flanagan. Any questions of Rose O'Flanagan? Okay, our next registrant is Jeffrey Jared, 860 Woodrow Street, opposed, wishing to speak, followed by Don Sanford. Mr. Jared.
My name is Jeffrey Jared. I'm reading a letter from Judith Strand of 745 Jennifer Street, who couldn't participate tonight. Dear Commission members, I know you are facing an important vote tonight. You have been entrusted to make decisions to protect and serve the city of Madison and its residents, present and future. A key question is, can doing harm to a neighborhood in the heart of our city and to our environmental treasures be justified, especially when the student body to be served is mainly from Verona, Fitchburg, and Maple Bluff? Is it really imperative, as Edgewood supporters argue, that its students play sports at night? No. There are examples to counter any claim for the urgency of nighttime sports. Here's just one example of another Catholic institution, the University of St. Thomas in St. Paul, Minnesota. My two sports-loving children attended that college on soccer scholarships. Sitting in stadiums has been my life, so I'm writing as a sports parent. St. Thomas does not have a lighted stadium. This is because it has a strong relationship with the neighborhood, a vibrant place of Summit Avenue and Grand Avenue in St. Paul. I asked my daughter how she felt about not playing under lights for 4 years. Her response was that she remembers the teammates, the good games, the fun, the life lessons, and not the venue. It didn't matter. She was glad, even proud, that her college was committed to respecting the area of historic homes, nurtured by retirees and families of young children. That university has grown greatly to 10,000 students, a new athletic complex, and new buildings. I looked at St. Thomas's website and found committees with neighborhood associations. Of significance, the heading is the University of St. Thomas, all for the common good. The notion of common good is deeply rooted in the Catholic intellectual tradition. I wish it was the driving value for Edgewood High School. Rejecting concerns about neighborhood life, wildlife, environmental uniqueness, and peacefulness is more damaging life lesson for the Edgewood students than being denied a nighttime sports game on their campus. The benefit here is dubious and the cost is great. The pandemic has taught us many lessons. One is to appreciate that we have taken for granted, and that includes the importance of our neighbors, our local life, quiet evenings, being present in nature, and living in a caring city. I hope that your vote will reflect that connection and commitment to the common good are essential to life. They must be our priorities. I hope that you will vote against outdoor lights at the Goodman Athletic Complex.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Our next registrant is Don Sanford in support, 1211 Garfield Street, in support, wishing to speak, to be followed by Liz Lusk. Support. Mr. Sanford.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
I'm not in support. I'm in opposition.
Your registration says in support, but thank you for clarifying.
Okay, well, good. So for the past 20 years, I've consulted, written, and lectured on light trespass. It's a problem that affects all of us in so many ways that are often subtle. Outdoor lighting, no matter how well it's designed, is difficult to control. Physics tells us that light reflects, no matter what surface or how well it is aimed or how well the fixtures are designed or what the light source is. That reflected light creates a glow that will relentlessly work its way into the living rooms, the front porches, the bedrooms, and the kitchens of homes on Woodrow and Monroe Streets. Furthermore, this uncontrolled light will glare into the eyes of motorists on public streets, temporarily blinding them and creating unsafe conditions. For those unfortunate neighbors who live nearby this stadium, their homes will feel like it's daytime whenever that field is in use at night. And I just urge the commission to reject Edgewood's plan for this application.
Thank you, Mr. Sanford. Are there any questions of Mr. Sanford? Seeing none, our next registrant is Liz Lusk, 452 Virginia Terrace, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Bradley Boyce. Ms. Lusk.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
I'm just asking, what's the cost of losing the character of a neighborhood? The first day I came to Madison, it was the summer of 1973, and I inadvertently drove the Park and Pleasure Drive just behind Edgewood. The Park and Pleasure Drive is one of several in Madison area, and they're actually linear parks. dedicated places of serenity and well-being set aside 100 years ago. Migrating birds depend on this area for a respite in their yearly flights. That first day in Madison on the Park and Pleasure Drive, I was dumbstruck with the green, the trees, the quiet, and the lake just there in the middle of Madison with no wake, no motors. And to this day, I'm grateful to our forebears who had the vision and leadership to preserve this place. It's where owls perch and Lake Winker is covered with a dark sky. From here, you can circle through the Arboretum in the wake of Aldo Leopold and others who knew and took action on preserving its quiet beauty. Its being here and its being as it is no accident. It was planned for us and for our continuing generations to enjoy. It's an ongoing gift to the neighborhood, to the watershed, to the plants, animals, and humans that share it. I've lived in this neighborhood and its surrounds for 40 years. First on Terry Place, then on West Lawn, and now on Virginia Terrace. In this neighborhood, we can walk or bike most places. It's a place where 2,400 West High School students, most of all of them from the neighborhood, practice on a little field outside their high school building. The practice field there has no lights, no sound, no seating, and it's just fine. When West High School students play a game, they go to a field outside the central city. There, the noise, lights, and activity are welcome. Parking is plentiful. West High School's current biggest concern is having adequate funding to keep the lights on and to see that the kids who require free and reduced lunch get the basic foods that they need so they are able to learn. Edgewood High School, on the other hand, has an enrollment of 456 students. That's for this year. The past few years' enrollments have declined each year. Most Edgewood students do not reside close by, and each pays approximately $11,000 per year to attend the school. In their school's leadership's opinion, the big need for these students is a giant stadium with 80-foot lights. These are lights closer to their neighbors than any other of the same magnitude at a high school anywhere in the state. They believe they also need a booming sound system, 1,200 seats, and cars for those 1,200 seats that require parking in an already congested neighborhood. It'll have concessions complete with trash and drinking and unrelenting noise and glaring lights that would be allowed for as many nights as that institution wants to sell to whomever they choose to sell to. Frankly, what I hear from Edgewood
Thank you, Ms. Lusk. Your time is up. Any questions of Ms. Lusk? And I would just like to remind registrants that you don't have to take the time if the things have been said several times already. We appreciate your participation and your passion on this, but consider that. Bradley Boyce is the next registrant, 938 Woodrow Street, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Jan O'Neill. Mr. Boyce.
Good evening. My name is Brad Boyce. I live on 938 Woodrow Street. I'd like to offer a brief summary of a letter that I sent you detailing the harm that will be caused by the lighting of the Edgewood Athletic Field. I believe there is substantial evidence that the harm will be caused if lighting is approved. The harm will be caused by the extension of the existing daytime noise levels into the nighttime hours. The noise levels have been quantified by a prediction by Edgewood and verified by measurements. And the World Health Organization has quantified the harm caused by nighttime noise levels. Next slide, please. Let me explain. Late in 2018, Edgewood commissioned a sound study to bolster their claim that approval of the expanded use of the athletic field would do little or no harm. When the study was completed, it showed just the opposite. Edgewood's own study proved that there would be substantial harm. As damaging as that study was to Edgewood's case, for some inexplicable reason, the study was entered into the public record for February 2019 Plan Commission meeting. Shortly after this, Edgewood stopped pursuing the request to amend the master plan and filed an Arlupa lawsuit. Subsequently, Edgewood's sound study has never been publicly presented. But here's an important conclusion from the study. shown graphically. Look at this. This is the least noisy case the study considered. Only 150 people in the stands. There's a little picture of the stands in the lower left corner. Also notice the bright blue line pointed to by an arrow saying 26-foot high sound barrier, which was an attempt to mitigate the noise levels, the projected noise levels. The map on the left is the average noise level over a 1 hour period. As you know, a 1 hour average is much lower standard than is required by the city's stationary noise criteria. The map on the right is closer to the slow reading from a sound meter. 2 items to point out here. The 65 dBA contours landing on the front lawns of the homes along Woodrow and Monroe. And also take a look at the 55 dBA contour in Lake Wingra Park. And then just out of the frame on the lower left corner is Lake Wingra. Even in this case, the noise would exceed the city's standard for stationary noise. Now I know it's claimed the stationary noise standard, MG 2408, does not regulate this type of noise source, but the city adopted 2408 for a reason, the health and welfare of its citizens. To bolster my point in the letter to you, I discussed and referenced the World Health Organization.
Mr. Boyce, your 3 minutes are up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Boyce? Seeing none, our next registrant is Jan O'Neill, 2210 Fox Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Peter Johannes. Jan O'Neill.
Hi, thank you very much. Good evening. I live 4 blocks from the Edgewood campus on Fox Avenue, and I really appreciate you holding this public hearing in these challenging times, giving us an opportunity to weigh in on the decision of whether to allow Edgewood to place lights on their new football field. I'm speaking in opposition. I wrote about this. I'd like to just underscore a couple of points, since this request for lighting is, in my opinion, the proverbial nose under the tent. My family went through a similar situation over 20 years ago on Madison's east side when we lived adjacent to the KIPP Manufacturing Corporation. When KIPP expanded its operations without consulting the neighbors in that case, the neighborhood became extremely noisy and was also subjected to various forms of air and soil pollution. 15 years after we moved away from the neighborhood, a class action suit was resolved on behalf of the neighbors who remained, essentially finding that they had been wronged by the company and compensating them for the loss of their home equity values. To this day, the city has continuing problems with a nearby well where there is contaminated groundwater. The original notion of the Boston Commons was that we all need to balance our needs and interests in the spaces we share. It is not fair use when one neighbor decides to use the space to the detriment of others. In an urban environment where we all closely share common space, where the new intentions of one neighbor, in this case the Edgewood campus, will have significant long-term effects of light, sound, and traffic, as we've heard from all the data presentations on the neighborhood, it's up to the city to protect the needs of those who will be harmed from those who will be generating the harm. Like KIPP Corporation's long-term impact on the Edgewood area and neighborhood, there will be no going back once the proposal is approved. There will be nothing to prevent Edgewood from building out an extensive athletic complex that will generate revenue for the school for years to come at the cost of those living nearby. And if the city caves to threats of lawsuits now, as Edgewood is threatening, what will prevent any corporation from threatening lawsuits to get their way over the interests of the neighborhoods in the future? So I ask of all of you as a planning commission to support us as residents and to consider the precedent that would be established if Edgewood is granted their request. We've learned this lesson the hard way already, at least once in our city's history. Thank you so much, and thanks for your persistence in listening to all of us.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. Any questions of Ms. O'Neill? Seeing none, the next registrant is Peter Johannes, 2849 Holborn Circle, Madison, in support and wishing to speak, to be followed by Christopher Zweitler. Mr. Johannes.
We don't have anyone by that name.
Okay, then we will move on to Christopher Zweitler, 2798 Lyman Lane in Madison in support and wishing to speak, to be followed by Lynn Borkman. Mr. Zweitler.
All right, hold on just a second. They're using an old version of Zoom. I'm going to have to promote. Just be patient.
You ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you for listening to me. My name is Chris Zweitler. I'm the athletic director at Edgewood High School, and yes, I am supporting this venture. I also want to remind everybody here that we asked our supporters to not speak tonight in respect of time for everybody else, and that tonight is about the issue of the lights, not traffic, not noise, and parking. I would also like to add, there's been many comments about the public schools. Well, the public schools have facility priority over us, and so they have access to lights anytime they want them. We have 4 sports that will be considered using the lights: football, soccer, boys and girls, track and field, boys and girls, lacrosse, boys and girls, which also include 15 levels of those sports, including varsity, JV, and freshman levels. We also have 1 club sport, ultimate frisbee, that potentially could use our field and play under the lights. We potentially are looking at the high end of hosting 39 regular season games on our field with the potential of up to 18 playoff games. Now, again, those are the high end. I would like to remind everybody that probably these lights would only be used 10 to 12% nights of the year. And the majority of the events would have less than 150 fans in attendance. Limiting the number of games that Edgewood has been talked about will not work for us, because it would not be fair for us to have to choose between the boys and girls sports of our teams, which would get the field under the lights. Also, to one other person's comment, we have been playing games here for years. One person said we've never played a game here, which is completely false. And also, we have never had a noise ordinance violation issued our way. So I encourage the Planning Commission to vote yes in favor of approving the lights for Edgewood High School starting in the fall of 2020. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Zweitler. Any questions for Mr. Zweitler? Seeing none, our next registrant is Lynn Borkman, 1910 West Lawn Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Jude Edmonds. Go ahead, Ms. Borkman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My presentation focused on the history of the neighborhood, and since this hearing has become historically long, I cede my time. My concerns and objections to this application have already been effectively expressed by other opponents. In short, I urge the Commission to deny Edgewood's application for lights outright. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Borkman. I appreciate your consideration. Any questions of Ms. Borkman? Seeing none, Jude Edmonds, 2438 Commonwealth Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak, to be followed by Brian Munson. Jude Edmonds. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm reading the letter that I wrote to the Plan Commission in opposition to Edgewood's proposal. I was actually astounded as I just computed that our home on Commonwealth Avenue between Keyes and Gregory Street is approximately 800 feet from the Edgewood playing field. We have lived in our home for 31 years. Spending hours in my front yard garden has always been a source of joy, encompassing both quiet reflection and community. And from my backyard, I can clearly hear every word coming from the loudspeaker during track meets, not to mention the starting gun. But I fear most for how the constant lights and noise will disturb and harm the ecosystem, the lake, and the wildlife. There will be enduring harm from Edgewood's extremely selfish proposal. Edgewood is already permitted to play unlimited day games. Unlimited night games would be disruptive to the entire community and destructive to the ecosystem surrounding the Edgewood campus. I'm urging you to vote no on Edgewood's application for stadium lights. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Edmonds. Any questions of Ms. Edmonds? Seeing none, our next registrant is Brian Munson, 120 East Lakeside Street, in support and wishing to speak, representing Edgewood High School, to be followed by Nathan Wattier. Mr. Munson.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for an opportunity to talk tonight. Could you pull up the slide field use exhibit that was to be used for Chris Wetler's presentation? Thank you. Okay. Again, good evening. Brian Munson with Vanderwall Associates on behalf of Edgewood High School. To be succinct, we support the staff report and agree to all the conditions listed therein, including the limitation on lights use to Edgewood only. Edgewood High School, unlike the other high schools in the city, does not have by right access to public facilities for evening athletic competitions. In fact, they have to rent them at considerable cost, traffic impact, and travel expense to facilitate all of their teams, while receiving last choice access when possible. These lights will create an opportunity for Edgewood to meet the needs of their teams and to hold events on their fields at times that parents can attend and students do not need to miss out on school, which impacts not just our students, but the visiting teams as well. These games are comparable to games held for all of the other high schools in fields located in neighborhoods throughout the city, with comparable impacts to the games that Edgewood already holds elsewhere within the city. The staff report recommends a condition that Edgewood use the lights, and we agree to this condition. This creates a framework where the number of games is limited in scope to approximately 2.5-month season in the fall and a 2.5-month season in the spring. While we'd love to allow MMSD schools the opportunity to use the lights, we agree this creates a clear and enforceable mechanism that restricts the use of the field to the set number of teams. Restricting the use of the fields will result in lighted games at the low end of how Mansfield and Lucier stadiums are used, which serve West High School and all of the high schools. However, the size of events that occur at Edgewood's field is significantly smaller than either facility, with the majority of the games attendance projected to be 150 or less. In fact, many of these games will be fewer in number than the games currently held in Bowman Field, Vilas Park, and Winger Park. Focusing the lighting on Edgewood's use allows for regular season games to occur, and in the event a team is successful enough to host playoff games, these games can be accommodated as well. For reference, Edgewood's boys and girls soccer teams each held 3 playoff games during the 2018-2019 season, the last full calendar year of games. Using this approach, there would have resulted in 29 games in the spring and 16 games in the fall. This works out to be 1.5 games per week in the fall and just under 3 games per week in the spring, although some of the spring games would only need lights for a portion of the game. Again, Edgewood's goal is to meet the needs of their teams, not renting the field out for revenue purposes. Limiting the use of lights to Edgewood use and a small number of college and campus events represents a good compromise on the number of evening games. One item that was not addressed in the staff report that we do request Plan Commission's feedback on is the selection of pole heights. Both heights meet the lighting ordinance as confirmed by city staff. While the lighting for the field use is preferable at 80 feet, we would be fine with either and defer to the Plan Commission's input. In closing, we've worked diligently through the process for a conditional use application and agree with staff that the standards have been met. Our team is available to answer questions you may have, and we ask you tonight to approve the application so that the many steps necessary to install the lights can begin, hopefully in time for return to school in the fall, whatever that might look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. Any questions for Mr. Munson? I see we've got one. Commissioner Sundquist.
Yeah, thank you. Quick question on something that
somebody else who was testifying talked about, would there be upward facing so-called punt lights as part of this? It's not clear to me on the application if that's true or not.
Yes, there would be upward facing punt lights that would be used only for football games. Our understanding of conversations with city staff is that these lights would require a variance, which is comparable to what they have done for the punt lights at Mansfield and Lucier Stadium. And perhaps staff could shed more light on that as well. We do anticipate seeking that as a subsequent discussion.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cantrell.
Yes, Mr. Munson. I'm sure that you've closely read staff's report, and staff's report indicates their support in finding it consistent with the conditional use standards based on a limitation on the number of games. And all the speakers that I've heard, the principal and the athletic director and you, have indicated that, well, we want to play as many games as we can. We don't want to be restricted because none of the other schools are. So how do we reconcile that? Since the Plan Commission is given the I guess the ability or the authority to decide what the number is, but it appears that Edgewood has not given us any guidance except what they want is what they want.
Well, I think when you look at how Mansfield and Lucier are utilized, and again, staff can discuss this as well. Take Mansfield, for example, that's home field for Memorial and for West. MMSD is able to use that without restriction. Now, in practical sense, that has resulted in approximately 40 to 60 games a year in that stadium. So what we're looking at here would be a regular season use by Edgewood High School with a set number, about 39 games. We've reserved potentially 6 games for the college use and 1 for the campus. And then playoffs have really been determined upon the success of the teams. As I said, last year, there would have only been 6 playoff games in the entire year. When you look and compare against the other facilities, they're able to kind of effectively serve their entire population as needed. And so what we are asking of the Plan Commission is to do the same thing for Edgewood's campus, in that this is a facility that they have the ability to use and schedule appropriately. We're not asking to rent this out for concerts. We're not asking to rent this out for other nighttime users, and we're willing to restrict that. That is a very clear line, whereas Edgewood uses would be allowed with the lights, other uses would not. So we think that is a good compromise. It does bring the number of games into alignment with the low end of how some of the other facilities are used. But again, we're talking about a lot of games when we're balancing the impacts and comparing against the other facilities. Each of those other stadiums are used by much larger schools with much larger attendance with fans. We see a vast majority of these games falling at 150 fans or less. And so when we look at this as a way to moderate the use of the field, restricting it to Edgewood teams rather than trying to find a number that results in kind of selection between either gender of sports, time of year, different sport uses. We think this is an equitable way to spread the use across Edgewood's needs. And again, that's really what we're focused on is how can Edgewood's teams utilize the facility and create opportunities for games to be held under the lights.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Commissioner Cantrell?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of our registrant? Seeing none, our next registrant is Nathan Wattier, 22 East Mifflin Street, in support and wishing to speak, representing Edgewood High School, to be followed by Dennis Trest. Mr. Wattier.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Wattier, and I'm a assistant. Would like to use these standards are aggregated as standards that
Mr. Wattier?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Barely.
I'll speak loud. Right now.
And you're breaking up. Mr. Wadier?
Yes, is it better now?
You aren't coming through.
Let me reconnect.
Mr. Wadier? Hopefully Mr. Wadier will be able to, hello?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Barely. Speak loudly. Let's try it.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Nathan Wadier.
No, it's not working. We're going to move to the next speaker and we'll come back to you. Dennis Trest is the next speaker, 2310 Monroe Street, opposing and wishing to speak, to be followed by Laura Dixon Cruz. Mr. Trest.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I would like to reiterate my opposition to Edgewood's application for lights. All my points have been thoroughly covered, except this. Moments ago, Brian Munson stated, and I'm paraphrasing, that holding concerts was not in any proposal because this was a clear line. It was not that long ago that having athletic competition on this field was a clear line. And yet here we are. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trest. Any questions of the registrant? Seeing none, we will move on to Laura Dixon, and I don't know how to pronounce that last name, of 2404 Fox Avenue, opposed and wishing to speak, and then we'll loop back and see if Mr. Wadier got his microphone fixed. Ms. Dixon?
Good evening. Thank you so much for taking my testimony. I live at 2404 Fox Avenue. It's about 3 blocks from the Edgewood campus. I have 2 kids, one in elementary school, one in middle school. People have been talking about a lot of the scientific sides of this, but I want to speak to my own experience, which is that I moved because of our of how we tried to raise a family closer to the Camp Randall Stadium. We were 10 blocks away. We had an infant and a small child at that time. And our neighborhood was wholly consumed by Camp Randall. We had drunk game attenders exposing themselves. I remember one really amazing moment with my 3-year-old daughter looking at a man urinating on our house who wouldn't stop and said that the police would have to come make him, but they didn't choose to. People regularly vomiting on our landscaping, disrupting our sleep, and being altogether really difficult, which is not the same as what Edgewood is proposing. And it might seem like a stretch, but Edgewood game participants have been known to urinate on the edges of the field. And as you've seen, the visual barrier is non-existent. Likewise, the list of games in the last year has included rentals to colleges and students of drinking age. So we moved from the Greenbush neighborhood. We came to the Desmond Monroe neighborhood because we felt unsafe. We left the drunken game goers behind. So now we face the beginning of this culture in this current neighborhood, and it's really scary. And I'm deeply concerned about this trajectory. This concern is made more severe by Madison Police's unwillingness to enforce limitations on any rules or regulations or guidelines set by the city in terms of noise and lights, and just as they have failed to protect the residential families close to the UW campus stadium. The truth is that Edgewood needs us just as much as our neighborhood needs them, that we have a symbiotic relationship. They rely on us for the safety of their students and the cachet that our neighborhood gives in attracting the people that come to pay them to give schooling. And so it is unthinkable to me how much they have resisted working with our neighborhood. They've been talking about compromise when they've talked, but it's not a compromise if you're not willing to listen and to take on board and to really negotiate and hear and build a relationship together, which they're absolutely resisting. So I beg the Planning Commission, please oppose the lights on Edgewood's campus. Please, I ask that you defer all decisions in regards to the lights until you see a real compromise between residents and Edgewood High School and a clear commitment from the city to enforce that compromise with mechanisms to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions of the registrant? Seeing none, let's loop back to Mr. Wadier and see if the microphone problem's been fixed. Mr. Wadier?
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Wadier, and I'm assisting Edgewood.
Mr. Wadier, you may want to turn off the whatever other speaker you have on because you're creating echoes.
Yep. Is it better now?
Yes.
All right. My apologies. Thank you. My name is Nathan Wadier, and I'm assisting Edgewood. I would like to use my 3 minutes to address the relevant standards noted in the staff report. These standards are aggregated as standards that address potential impacts surrounding properties that may result from approval of Edgewood's request. The staff report correctly identifies that adding lights to the Edgewood field is the only request being made. No new uses or other modifications are part of this application. The issue tonight is really that narrow. As you know, any decisions to approve or deny a conditional use application must be supported by substantial evidence. Substantial evidence means facts and information. Personal preferences or speculation are not considered substantial evidence. Sometimes conditional use permits come before you requesting approval for activities that are new or novel. Those requests have no relevant comparisons within our city from which to consider when assessing potential impacts on surrounding properties. That is not the case tonight. Tonight, we have numerous examples within our community from which to draw that use stadium-style lighting in densely populated neighborhoods for youth sports. Please consider the following. Vilas Ice Rink, adjacent to both Lake Wingra and Vilas neighborhood, has 11 light poles. Softball fields and an ice rink at Old Brook Park, which is adjacent to Old Brook Gardens, the East Moreland neighborhood, and Lake Monona, has 25 light poles. Softball and baseball fields at Dwayne Bauman Park, which is immediately adjacent to the Arboretum, has 10 light poles. The Southern Athletic Fields at Warner Park are adjacent to the Brentwood Village neighborhood and have 20 light poles. Westmoreland Ice Rink and its 4 light poles are surrounded by the Westmoreland neighborhood. These are all treasured places of constant outdoor community activity during both the day and night. Each one is evidence demonstrating compatibility between Edgewood's request and our city's residential neighborhoods. They also provide a reasonable expectation of the impacts, both positive and negative, likely to occur if Edgewood's request is approved. Only personal opinion and speculation is offered by opponents to combat these examples, to try and convince that somehow lights at Edgewood will be the one exception within our community and cause to maintain the status quo. While such opinions are not evidence to justify a decision, Edgewood is also not dismissive of these concerns and has agreed with staff's thoughtful recommendations to limit perceived impacts. To that end, Edgewood agrees conditions that equate with demonstrated use at other high schools are appropriate. Such conditions would allow all Edgewood High School events, but limit the Edgewood College events to 6 and Edgewood Campus School events to 1. We believe this recommendation to be a fair compromise addressing perceived impacts on surrounding properties by limiting events to 10 to 15% of nights annually, while also allowing Edgewood High School.
Wadier, your time is up. Are there any questions of Mr. Wadier? Seeing none, I will move to our next registrant, Andrew William Tramp, 2327 Dines Way, Sun Prairie, in support and wishing to speak.
Hear me.
Mr. Tramp?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and thank you for everyone who is listening, either from Edgewood High School or the greater Madison area. My name is Andrew Tramp, and tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the Edgewood High School student body as a current junior. Edgewood's development of the Goodman Sports Complex has been a dream for many students at Edgewood for numerous years. I am speaking tonight to help make those dreams possible for future Edgewood students and those in the surrounding communities. Furthermore, I'm doing this because I want future students and fellow community members to have the best experience possible. Tonight, I've heard that our school is a bully, provides poor education, and has a community full of low-achieving students. None of these accusations are true, as Edgewood is none of the three and provides world-class education as a college preparatory institution with some of Madison's highest achieving students. I will also add that, to my knowledge, no one has harassed the neighbors in underlying areas by the use of placing threatening postcards in mailboxes with death threats or harassing surrounding neighbors physically and or verbally. How can you say we are causing neighborhood disruption when we cannot even use our field? Plus, much of the disruption is caused by college students at UW-Madison, mentioned by many of the opposition members. And the crowd surrounding Camp Randall football games add to this noise. Nothing has been forced. Edgewood respects the way we use our sports complex and acknowledges others' concerns. But where has acknowledgement been for our needs by those who oppose our wishes? I've heard much mention of scientific data tonight, but I question its validity as if there was not a licensed group, scientist, or researcher conducting the data. Tonight, we're here to discuss the lights, and lights do not contribute to noise. So why is the focus all on noise and disruption? There has been no misleading information given out by Edgewood, because tonight we've heard from many of you that we have not given out any information at all. So what is it? No information or misleading information? The only misleading information are those comments made by the opposition members. I would also like to say that Edgewood is not in the hands of deep pockets like mentioned earlier, but rather many small businesses around the greater Madison metropolitan area. So I ask those who support or oppose this proposition where their compromise has been along with their rationality. I don't think it's existent. All we are asking for is a chance. Why can't we be given one when other projects around Madison have? Often we hear about fair treatment, but it means nothing without...
Thank you, Mr. Tramp. Your 3 minutes are up. Are there any questions for Mr. Tramp? Seeing none, our next registrant is Jonathan J. Duchateau, opposed and wishing to speak. Mr. Duchateau?
I do not find anyone by that name.
Okay. Then we have heard from all of the speakers that I have listed here.
I believe there's one.
Ms. Stouter, do you have any further registrants?
It sounds like Mr. Poole just noted one additional.
I believe we have one more. Randolph Valentine.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no, yes. We have a Rand and a Randolph both. One opposed, wishing to speak. The other one opposed, not wishing to speak.
Okay, so is there a Mr. Valentine?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Valentine, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. In the interest of time, I'm going to yield my time because I oppose this application, but everyone has spoken so eloquently to the issues that I had. So thank you very much for all your work on this. I marvel at this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Valentine. Okay, then that concludes the testimony. We have pages of registrants. And if you are interested in seeing those, you are welcome to do that. Mr. Cantrell.
Can we have a break?
Yes, you're moving for a recess?
Yes, moving for a recess.
Very good. Is there a second? Is Alder Lemmer. All those in favor? 5-minute recess? Oh yes, I'll assume unanimous consent unless I see otherwise. Okay, 5-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, I would like to resume our meeting. Can our IT people move us forward on that? I am going to hold the public hearing open for a while to allow for the possibility of questions of some of our registrants. First, let me ask, are there questions of any of the registrants before we move forward? Seeing no raised hands. Wait. Alder Evers.
I think I'm okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to, Registrant Bradley Boyce was cut off when he was finishing up, and he wanted to address noise standards established by the World Health Organization. And I wonder if we couldn't here just briefly let him finish the last 30 seconds or so of his testimony.
Mr. Boyce.
Yes, thank you. I'll back up here a little bit to say that the noise standards that the WHO has looked at have been quantified in terms of health damage. And that report was referred to in my letter to the commission, and it's a very in-depth study. And I guess we have to leave it at that because of the great amount of detail that's involved there. Oh, I see there's a slide up, but I hadn't intended to show that slide. So, but not that the slide is wrong. The slide is exactly right. I just didn't figure I would have time to talk about it. And it shows the that above 55 dBA, which is the highest level that they talked about, there were serious adverse health effects, people who experienced this during the nighttime, this noise level at nighttime. Higher than that, you actually wind up with hearing damage. And that's one of the things that Edgewood has talked about, that they guarantee there won't be any hearing damage. Well, thank you. I guess that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Boyce. Alder Evers, did you have anything else at this time?
Not a question. No other questions for Mr. Boyce.
Okay, thank you. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. It's not a question for a specific person, just whomever can speak to it. The Edgewood Liaison Committee or Edgewood Liaisons was referenced a number of times in testimony and in letters that were submitted. I was just wondering if someone could, explain how that that works, that committee, how it's convened. Anytime there is an issue or a change that Edgewood is going to make, is this something that's convened? And is it, it sounds like it's atypical for Edgewood to not have engaged with them with the lights. So I was wondering if someone could explain that.
I'm wondering if Alder Evers could tell us who would be most appropriate to address that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could go into some of the detail about the liaison committee, but I'd like to ask Mark Gartler, who lives on Woodrow Street and is a long-term member of the liaison committee, to explain a bit of its history, its origins, its involvement in general in terms of addressing neighborhood issues and this issue in particular.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gartler.
Sure.
The liaison committee dates back, I believe, I'm not as conversant with the history as some, but it dates back to the 1990s. And then it was codified in the campus master plan. We meet, there are 3 representatives from the Dudgeon Monroe Neighborhood Association. I am one of the 3. Along with a number from the Vilas Neighborhood Association. We meet with representatives from each of the 3 Edgewood schools. I believe the frequency of meetings was something that Alder Lemmer was asking about. We meet, it's been roughly quarterly, and typically meetings have been initiated by Edgewood College, though there are times where the neighborhood will contact the college. So we meet, we communicate outside of just our regularly scheduled meetings, but those regularly scheduled ones are where most of the work between the neighborhood associations and the schools has taken place.
Thank you, Mr. Gartler. Did that answer your questions, Alder Lemmer?
That helped. Did the applicant want to say anything about it as well?
Mr. Elliott, did you want to address the question? He'll need to be unmuted.
He's unmuted on our end. If you could.
Oh, okay. Mr. Elliott, you'll have to unmute on your end. Mr. Elliott? Would either Mr. Munson or Mr. Wattier?
Yes, I'd be able to answer if that's fine.
Mr. Munson?
Yes.
Do you have any comments about the liaison committee?
So the liaison committee was a committee established by the master plan for Edgewood campus. It was an opportunity for neighborhood and Edgewood interface. With the removal of the master plan, the underpinning agreements went away. And the challenge being that it is something that is multi-party. I believe if Mike was able to jump in here, he would mention that he is interested in establishing another opportunity for conversations, but that the framework is such that without the campus, school, and the college agreeing to call the liaison committee as well, that Edgewood can't by itself.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Munson. Did you have any other questions, Alder Lemmer?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Rummel.
One of the neighbors mentioned, and I forget the name, I can't find it in my notes, but this lighting document that shows this mid-range thing, can somebody talk about what that is?
Are you talking about the punt lighting?
Thank you, Chair. The punt lighting.
Are you asking the applicant? Somebody?
Yeah, I mean, is it part of it, or is it just like a drawing from, the company where this is an optional element, you're not including it, or you're including it, and what the rationale would be?
Thank you. Alder Evers seems to have a comment about that. Alder?
Well, I would like to call upon Ethan Brodsky, who lives on Woodrow Street, who's the one who did research in the neighborhood about the punt lights and testified about it earlier.
Excellent. Hey. Thank you, Alder.
Hi, Ethan here.
Mr. Brodsky? Yes.
Yeah, I don't know if you can get my slides up. So the punt lights are shown on that one drawing in the Edgewood statement of purpose, statement of intent, whatever that statement is. They're shown on the drawing. They aren't labeled as punt lights. And just from comparing that fixture to the other fixtures, that's what makes it look like it stands facing upwards. If I look at other lighting proposals from the same company, from Musco, they discuss in great detail what punt lights are, how they work, which way they point. Edgewood mentioned punt lights. I want to say it was either 2017 2017 or 2018 at the very first meeting in this whole process. And there was a lot of questions about them and a lot of people who were not happy with them. And I've never heard them mentioned by Edgewood ever since then. So, yep. So right here, so these lights point upwards. There are 2 on each pole, so they're 52,000 lumen each, and they're pointed upwards. They're not mentioned anywhere. The lights themselves, like the light coming out of them, it's not the bulb, it's an emitter for an LED, would be directly visible looking out people's windows from their homes. And so there's a specific MGO about that, and it basically says that no light that's over 1,000 lumens is allowed to do this. And I know that that one of Edgewood's representatives earlier said, oh, well, there's other lights in the city that do this. And that's true, but many of those lights, probably all of those lights, I can't say for sure, were installed prior to 1993 when the city's dark sky ordinance went into effect. So they might have been allowed then and they're grandfathered in now. They're not allowed now. If there are any that have gone in more recently, I'm not aware of any of them, but they're not so close to homes where they would be visible looking out people's windows, shining directly into people's windows. So these are lights that are deliberately pointed up into the sky so that like when somebody kicks the ball up high in the air, instead of it being a black ball against a black sky, it's a white lit up ball. But they are very, very explicitly like against completely contrary to the point of the dark sky ordinance. And so that they also mentioned that there's an opportunity to get a variance or an exception, and there is a language to discuss that. And I'd have to bring up the comment I wrote to the city. It was a pretty long one, but I believe that the standard for that to be issued is manifest injustice, I think, is the standard. And there's some pretty specific explanations of what the applicant needs to show to demonstrate there be a manifest injustice. So it's not, I know that it seems like a small trivial topic, but it's not. It's a major part of the lights that are going to be pointed straight up. Does that answer the question? I'm trying to pull up the email right now. It was hard to find my comment while I'm talking. So
Alder Rummel was shaking her head yes, so it sounds like you did cover it. Thank you, Mr. Brodsky.
But I did have a question for the applicant, is if there's something that they were intending to include because of the effect on seeing the football, for example. If that's because I served on urban design for a long time, and you get these spreadsheets from the manufacturer, and they'll often say, oh, this part, but not that part. So I just want to make sure this is part of what they want or not.
Let's try Mr. Elliott and see if we can get him.
Madam Chair, I think Brian Munson mentioned that Mr. Elliott's having trouble getting on the meeting. And so if you could call on Mr. Munson, he could address it.
That would be fine. Mr. Munson?
Okay, thanks. Yes, in terms of the punt light use, these would only be used for the football games and would be on a separate circuit and turned off at all other times. The light is included in the photometrics. And as I said previously, and perhaps Matt Tucker would be able to shed some light on these type of lights and how they've been approved at other facilities. But we do anticipate seeking a variance for use in a very limited fashion, again, only for football games. And in the event that the city turned down that variance request, those lights would be removed.
Mike Elliott.
Thank you.
Did you have any further questions, Alder Rummel? No?
Mike Elliott's here too.
I think the question has been answered. Are there further questions of the registrants? Yes, Alder Evers.
Yeah, the discussion about the Edgewood Liaison Committee, I think I'd like to call upon Mark Gartler to respond to what Brian Munson said, because the Edgewood Liaison Committee meeting was not extinguished when the master plan went away, because the Edgewood Liaison Committee met on February 4th. And at that time, I think that maybe we asked Mark Gartler to speak. And I also, when I met with Mike Elliott and Steve Prance on March 9th, when they wanted to speak to me about their application that showed up 2 days later, I encouraged them at that time of the importance of meeting with the liaison committee, because the liaison committee had been the established means for the neighborhood to engage Edgewood. And this notion that if the college and the grade school didn't want to show up, that the high school couldn't meet, doesn't really stand up. And so I would like to hear what Mark Gartler has to say in response to what Brian Munson said, that the Edgewood Liaison Committee is not, the right venue for that conversation.
Okay. Thank you, Alder. Mr. Gartler.
Yes, as Alder Evers said, the Liaison Committee met in February, which was after the master plan was repealed. All three schools attended, as did all three DM&A liaisons, and I think just two of the violence liaisons were there. All three of the schools reaffirmed the value of the committee and a commitment to continuing. An April meeting was subsequently canceled by Edgewood. And we were surprised when we asked about any plans for the field that we got no report from the high school. And then by press release, a few days later, well, I guess the neighborhood association was given a couple hours notice. We found out that the high school was going forward with the application for lights. So really, the liaison committee process seems to have largely broken down from Edgewood's end, in my opinion. There have been multiple attempts to circumvent the liaisons and go directly to others in the neighborhood association.
Thank you, Mr. Gartler.
Can I comment on that as one of the members of the liaison committee?
Who was that, Mr. Elliott?
Yes.
You want to speak to the liaison committee?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So the liaison committee is made up exactly of what Mark had stated, but part of the issues and part of the reasoning for the repeal was because communications weren't working. And there has been frustration on the three schools' part with the liaison committee. And we have reached out numerous times to the presidents of both neighborhoods. And I also shared this with Alder Evers in our meeting, because we felt that with the master plan, the current liaison committee expired, and we were asking to get together to set up a new communication process and mechanism, and have been turned down numerous times asking for those meetings. So it isn't that we are do not want to talk to the neighbors. We just feel that the current group that was being put together as a committee was not working. And that is not just the high school. That was the campus school and the college. I don't have the ability to speak for those two groups, but I can say that we have reached out numerous times for meetings with the two presidents of the neighborhood associations and been turned down. And again, we are welcoming the opportunity to continue dialogue with the neighbors, but just not in the same way it was done with the same members that it was done in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
Well, I'll just point a point of fact. The Edgewood Liaison Committee started in 1996, 1997 as a condition for a conditional use application that Edgewood made. Things weren't working out in the neighborhood at that time. And Plan Commission at that time said that you needed to get representatives of the two neighborhood associations and the three schools, and that the schools should not be coming to Plan Commission individually with proposals. And that meeting again held up February 4th, and all three representatives of Edgewood recommitted themselves to the liaison committee process. Since then, yes, Mike has reached out to the presidents of the neighborhood associations, and they keep on saying, we have a process in place. Meet with the liaison committee. You can't just meet with us and bypass the established process. And so far, Edgewood's refused.
Thank you, Alder.
But I would like to comment back to all.
I'm sorry. I think we've had enough back and forth here. If there are other questions, specific questions of the registrants, then we will go to that. Are there questions of the registrants? Seeing none, I will keep the public hearing open for a little while longer, but we are going to go to questions of staff. Are there questions of staff? Alder Heck.
Thank you. Again, apologies for not being on video, but I'm having connectivity issues this evening. This is for Attorney Strange. I think he's still on here, isn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. With regard to the discussion that just ended, I remember as we were discussing the repeal of the master plan, quite a few times we went over and over the fact that the agreements between Edgewood and the neighborhood were agreements that the city wasn't party to, and that those agreements were not impacted by the repeal of the master plan one way or the other, because that they were separate agreements. Do I have the interpretation correct still on that?
Yes, that's correct. That's correct, Alder Heck.
Then the existence,
Attorney Strange. So thank you.
So the existence of the liaison committee was between the neighbors and Edgewood, and could have been abandoned by either one, or they could have continued. It really was not really part of the process.
Attorney Strange?
I'm here. I couldn't tell if that was a statement or a question. I'm sorry. Was that?
Well, it was probably a little of both.
Okay. Well,
yeah,
I think I heard the statement part.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
so
just wanted to
my answer to the question was. Yes, you're correct about the previous agreements.
Okay, thanks.
Is that all you have, Alder Heck?
Yes.
Alder Rummel.
Thank you. This might be for Mr. Tucker or somebody who can talk about light spillage, etc. It's kind of an anecdote, but I live up on the Third Lake Ridge, and after Breeze Stevens got reopened as a facility with high-powered lights, there was one day when the whole freaking neighborhood was lit up because of those lights. Is that like an aberration? I mean, the light study shows right around the edge of the neighborhood, you don't see anything. But I think if you're higher up in the sky or up in the elevation, you could see that light from far away. And can you talk about that and how it works through our ordinance?
Mr. Tucker? You're unmuted as far as I'm showing. Not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give it a shot. So the ordinance that regulates exterior light is the same ordinance that would apply to parking lot lighting on the outside of commercial buildings you might see around the city, lighting used to illuminate facades. The ordinance has a couple of components. One is the amount of cast-off light. That's the amount of light that comes off of down out of the fixtures, and the ordinance requires a certain limitation in the amount of light that can trespass past a property line. And there's a certain amount of illumination that is permissible in the ordinance. But basically what the ordinance is designed to do is prevent light directly from casting off of the site. So what you might see, Alder Rummel, when you see light, when you're looking at a site from a distance, what you might see is refractory light. It probably is not direct light that's coming directly out of the fixtures, because those fixtures are fully shielded and directing their light down. Okay. There's another requirement that limits glare. Glare is typically the ability to see the direct illuminated fixture or element when you're looking at it from a distance. And that is another measurement that is perceived more from the exterior of your site when you're looking in towards the site, and it's measured also or noticed more also at the lot line. So what you might see when you see, say, that people refer to places like lit up like a ballpark or something like that, you'll hear that, like stadiums that are lit up like that. There are a number of factors that relate to that. A lot of it is just light that's bouncing around on things that it's hitting as it's leaving the fixture and going down to the ground. In some cases, on a foggy night, you might see more light because of the haze or the hue that comes from the light that is extending down from the light fixtures. But the ordinance is intended to restrict the amount of light that casts off the site and the amount of glare that light fixtures are visibly presenting to the viewer.
So when they present the light study, and it literally kind of on Woodrow says, all looks like it zeros, that isn't something you would question. You would assume they're just, that meets the standards and it shouldn't be showing up on Woodrow.
Well, let's be clear. If there was a parking lot that was lit, think of a parking lot on a commercial street. That parking lot is going to have light that is visible off of the site on the street, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, it's not going to be pitch black at the lot line. What it is there's not direct light coming down from the fixtures casting past the allowable levels past the lot line.
Okay, so you're going to see light basically, even though a light study shows like a diminishment as you go further out, because you'll just see it.
That's correct.
Okay, that's good for now. Thank you.
That's all the questions you have, Alder?
Maybe not all, but
for now. Okay.
Great question.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Spencer.
Thank you. I'm also having connectivity issues, so I'm trying to get this to work. Can somebody tell me the height of the lights at Memorial High School in their stadium? I might have missed it earlier.
Mr. Tucker.
Thank you. The newly installed light poles are 80 feet tall.
Okay. Because I had a similar experience as Alder Rummel. I hadn't been to a football game in a really long time, a high school football game anyway. And so I did just kind of want to see what the lights were like last fall. And, the reports are right. There isn't like direct light. I didn't walk up to the stadium and was like blinded, but it does cast a glow, and, you can see it from like the other side of the parking lot and other parts of the neighborhood. And I just wanted to mention that. And I do know people who live in the condominiums next to the Memorial High School stadiums, and that was their comment. Their comments weren't so much about the noise of the football game. As said before, they expect that. But their comments was just on the lights. And so I think the concern with the lights isn't like the direct in their house, but the kind of the glow. It's like daytime looking at the stadium. So I just wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cantrell.
I think this is for Mr. Parks. In the report, we're not supposed to be addressing noise. And a lot of the testimony had said lights don't create noise, but allowing the lights allow games at night which create noise. So how can we not at least address or have it evaluated what the noise impacts are? Because that's an impact which will be created by having night games.
Well, I'll start with this one, and I might look to Matt or others to chime in as well. But we're not saying that there isn't noise from the daytime use now, and you can extrapolate there's going to be noise from lighted events, and it's not our contention that there won't be noise. I think the challenge that we have at the staff level and from an ordinance standpoint is that it's difficult to regulate noise. You can regulate the occasions that noise may occur after 7 p.m., or if you wanted to limit or restrict in some fashion the number of practices. But, the decibel level, we don't really feel is going to be handled well by MGO. I think you've seen in some of the comments, the comment by Lieutenant Chalecki from the police department regarding, whether or not the police department really has the capacity right now to handle the noise complaints that would otherwise be theirs to attend to. And I would look to Matt to maybe fill in some blanks in my answer. But it's really, you don't have a fixed source like a public address system that's before you tonight that would require its own conditional use. But from a lighting perspective, you're going to cause, if you allow the lights, there will be noise because of the events that will be lighted, which is why staff contends that if the Plan Commission is willing to grant approval, that they limit the number of occasions. We feel like practices until 7 are potentially reasonable, but it's the number of events that would be lighted beyond 7 p.m. that the Plan Commission should limit. And I'll yield the floor to others who might want to backfill my answer. Thank you.
Mr. Tucker.
Yes, thank you. So I'll tell the Plan Commission just a little bit about one of the meetings I had with the neighborhood where we discussed this. I was asked to meet with representatives from Vilas and Dudgeon Monroe to talk about what the future would look like. This was before a lighting submittal came in, but there was some understanding that it was likely that a lighting submittal would come in. And the matter came up, and the discussion, it was brought forth of, well, the lights are a means to an end. So the lights in and of themselves illuminate the field, but they will bring some noise to the area that doesn't exist in the evening because the lights are not there today. So there are some impacts. The challenge, as Tim mentioned, is the city's noise ordinance. The noise ordinance there's two sections of the noise ordinance. There's a noise ordinance section that my office, the building inspection office, uses. We do enforcement on regularly. And what it relates to is point of sound noise, like air conditioning compressors and fans and belts and pieces of equipment, backup generators, things that are fixed and that their function is they make noise. This ordinance has limits on the amount of decibels that can leave the site, and has limits on the amount of decibels that are allowed to be received on a receiving property, according to the zoning districts that those properties are found in. The issue with the stadium or the athletic facility is the noise there is not regulated by that. It's not point of sound noise. The points or the sources vary. It's not fixed equipment. The ordinance that regulates that noise is the disturbing the peace. Okay. That's a different section of the noise ordinance. So the police department is charged with enforcing disturbing the police complaints. The police are not unwilling to investigate any complaint. I have been talking with Lieutenant Shalecki about this property and this facility for a year and a half. We've been having these conversations, it seems like. And they will go to any call. They will. They want to be called when they need to be there. If there's a legitimate disturbance, a fight or something like that, yes, they want to be there. But if the city is going to approve an athletic facility at this place and they're going to allow games to be played, their position was that they were not going to take disturbing the peace enforcement measures on a facility that the city has allowed to operate. Now, if somebody comes in the parking lot and opens up the trunk of their car and has a very loud stereo and blasts in the neighborhood, they will take an enforcement action. If something happens with the Edgewood people and they, after a big victory, they play some really loud music or something like that over their PA system, they will take an enforcement action. But the typical operations associated with a game, calling plays, announcing things, calling time, whatever they do, all those types of things that are the typical functions, those are not going to be the things that the police are going to call disturbing the peace.
Have you or Mr. Parks reviewed or looked at the Edgewood noise study in 2019 that was prepared?
Not in detail. No, I have not in detail because of all the factors associated with it, and it doesn't land in the ordinance because it's disturbing the peace.
But it provides some input, though. I mean, it provides some basis of evaluation of the specific use.
Mr. Parks, did you have an answer for Commissioner Cantrell?
I don't know if I have a better one than Matt's. And again, the study, well, he asked. The study from 2019 has to be put in the context that we were talking, at least in part, about that being relevant to the master plan amendment. I believe that's where it's housed. I don't believe it was discussed last year with the repeal. And so that amendment was going to have more than just lights. Yes, the lights were definitely a key feature, but there was also a larger stadium that was going to be contemplated through that amendment. And there were also, I believe, a public address system as part of that. So, you know, from the perspective that some of that information may have been involving a larger facility than the current Goodman facility with its 450-person bleacher and these 4 light poles might have generated, that facility might have generated more noise than this facility, but I know that there may be others who have a perspective on that. But, you know, right now, I don't know how relevant that noise study is to what is before the Plan Commission tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Commissioner Cantrell, did you have any further questions?
Yeah, I just one of the statements in that report, it says, if activities are restricted to avoid nighttime periods, which is recommended, normal sleep patterns for the residents should not be negatively impacted. Generally, nighttime sleep patterns, generally nighttime periods are defined as starting at 10 p.m. The proposal is to allow lighting to be 11 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays. So, you know, that one's just statement in the report, which is, I don't know, 18 pages, kind of at least provides some input into when lights should be turned off, or at least when games should end. But the other question I have is that staff has indicated that the Plan Commission should evaluate or determine how many games are appropriate on this field at night. The testimony we've heard from the applicants, the three speakers who spoke to a number of games, indicated that, well, they really don't want to be restricted. Staff, on the other hand, provided at least some guidance on some statements or reports or documents that was submitted a year or so ago on limiting the number to, I think, 5 football games and a total of 25 games. So it puts the difficulty on the Plan Commission to determine what the right number is. And, and the applicant hasn't given us any determination. And staff has kind of just thrown it to the Plan Commission, said, okay, you decide. But how can I decide when the applicant and the neighbors really have never come to a consensus? So I guess it's frustrating for at least this Plan Commission member to even discuss this item. So I don't know if that's
I think there was a question there, but what I can tell you is not all these things get negotiated out. And this is the job of the Plan Commission to do some of this hard work. Now, we looked at the usage of the other stadiums that the other schools have. We recognize how the games are, how those facilities are used. We're aware of how the WIAA schedules games. These are high school kids. They can't be out late at night. The games in their design are designed to end not at 11 or not at 10. That's a maximum in the instance that you get to that point. The conditions recommendation is a half an hour after the game ends, because that allows a half an hour to get people out of the facility and have the field be decommissioned. And that is something that we heard was a reasonable amount of time. But the expectation that people can have that live in proximity is that the games won't run that late. That's what how they could run, and we wanted to be reasonable in our framing of the ask here.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Did you have any further questions, Commissioner Cantrell? Okay.
Not right now.
We have several Plan Commission members as well as the Alder who would like to speak. The next one up is Alder Rummel.
Thank you. Following up on the noise question, I'll just take it a moment and please allow me the privilege of reminding you that I have lived through noise impacts in my neighborhood from a certain nightclub, and some of you may have lived through that with me, and thank you. But the police weren't really, they did sort of step up because it was a fixed location and it was based, but I think the point that the lieutenant made to the alder and to the neighbor, that's not going to be their priority. They're going to, they got to triage that stuff. So what I'm wondering about is like the fixed stationary locations. You can argue a stadium is a fixed location, and one stadium that we haven't really brought up yet that it seems quite germane to me is Breese Stevens. Now, granted, it's a public park, so it's under a certain different authority by the city, but the East High School football and other teams play there, as well as a professional sports team. And although it's not in my district, and we have the alder and the former alder of that district who know as way more than I do about the negotiations that the neighbors went through to come to a decision that, well, granted, Breese Stevens has walls, brick walls all around it, and it's somewhat different than an open field. They agreed to a certain decibel range for live music events. And there's 3,000 people that could potentially fill that stadium. So I just wanted to remind you that there are solutions that we've come up with that do limit that noise should not, or even the parks festivals. The Parks Department a couple of years ago, you may recall the festival fatigue conversations we had. Well, we ended up changing, I don't know if it was ordinance more than the rules of the Parks Commissioners to say that the noise should, not go beyond a certain limit. So it seems like we have precedent for setting a limit for how far noise can go. And whether or not you want to, if we can enforce it in this way, I guess is a question, but I just wanted to remind you all that.
So what is your question, Alder Rummel?
That how would we apply some of these regulations that we've used at Breeze Stevens or through parks and at live music events to another type of use, such as a playing field?
And so are you addressing that to Mr. Tucker or Mr. Parks?
I'd let whoever wants to step up.
Mr. Tucker, I see your hand raised.
Yeah, I'll take a shot at that. Those of you that have been on the Plan Commission for a while know that Breeze Stevens did not come to the Plan Commission for approval for what they do there. What was worked out with that facility was a contractual arrangement between the city of Madison and the operators of Breeze Stevens to relate to the condition by which it can operate. It was not in front of the Plan Commission. I am not aware of the way in which the Parks Department measures decibel levels and takes that into consideration with the work they do from an enforcement standpoint. I work in the Madison General Ordinances and what the rules are there. I can tell you that for several years, we struggled with the football Saturday beer gardens and the amount of noise that they emitted, because measuring it and getting clear measurements with the changing intonations of and tones of music and that, bass can have a lot more effect than treble type sounds. You weren't getting effective regulation with some kind of a decibel limit, and it was extremely difficult for us to deal with from an enforcement standpoint. What we defaulted to, and we worked with the police department on this, was disturbing the peace. And they have gone to places like some of the radio stations that are loud in that area and told them to turn their stereos down that are just excessively loud.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any further questions, Alder Rummel?
Not
Alder Heck.
Thank you. I have a comment and question related to what Alder Rummel was bringing up, and I'd encourage our chair and former District 2 Alder to add any information if she so desires related to Breeze Stevens. But the Parks Department can measure the sound and either at the soundboard or at the corners around Breeze Stevens, and depending upon what type of event it is, the park rangers or park staff actually measure the sound. But the key aspect of that, I think, that's important is that as Mr. Tucker said, that's an agreement between the city and Big Top that manages the events at Breeze Stevens and manages Breeze Stevens. And that was a long and arduous process of coming to an agreement with the neighborhood association's participation, with the participation of many neighbors. Not everybody's happy, but generally there's agreement that works. And that's to the credit of the neighbors and parks and to Big Top for talking it all through. And it's a shame that that isn't happening in this situation. But that leads to my question. I guess this is probably for Mr. Parks, but can you speak to the ability, I guess, of Plan Commission to place restrictions on let's say, aspects of an activity at Edgewood that produce noise. For instance, could the Plan Commission say, limit music amplification, for instance, as a condition of approval? It has nothing to do with lights, but.
Well, I would say in this case that any condition that you're placing is, pertinent to the approval of lighting the field, because that's your entry in this case. I think I think I'd want to hear the perspective of others. I suppose from the same perspective that you might limit amplified sound through your approval of an outdoor eating area. I suppose we could talk about whether no amplified sound would be allowed when the football field the athletic field is being used under the lights. I don't know how practical that is. I'm not encouraging blatant or profligate use of a public address system, to announce school events or a plug for a team sponsor. But the truth is, down and distance calls during a football game or announcing a penalty or things of that nature have a sort of, they have some value during a football game. I don't know that, you can really limit, what is said. And I really think it goes back to limiting the number of events and potentially the hours of those events. And I think Mr. Cantrell was going there with some of his commentary questions of a few moments ago.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. I see that Attorney Strange has his hand raised and you referenced. Shall we go to him?
Sure.
Attorney Strange.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I just wanted because Tim, when he started his answer, sort of said, I'd like to hear the input of others.
Yeah.
Thought maybe he was referring to me. But I do think that you can place a condition like that on the usage of the lights for purposes of the night games. As staff has explained, when the lights come on and allow for there to be a game in the evening, then obviously that's bringing noise that's going to create an impact on the neighborhood. And the strategy staff used to address that is to suggest a limit on the number of games and the hours that those lights could be used and that space could be activated for games or practices for that matter. So I think additional conditions related to sound are certainly within the realm of what could be included with an approval. I think I hear Tim and Matt saying is from a practical enforcement perspective, being careful to make sure we're not doing something that is going to be difficult to enforce, more difficult to enforce than the number of games and the time that those games could be had. And just to briefly comment on Mr. Cantrell's original question about a number, the correct number of games and the Plan Commission figuring that out. I think part of the reluctance to throw out a number is that obviously staff and the Plan Commission hadn't had an opportunity to hear all the testimony tonight at the hearing at the time that they were recommending conditions, but recognize that a cap was necessary to ensure that a cap of some number wasn't necessary to ensure compatibility with the neighborhood if an approval was going to be made. And recognizing that other stadiums have approvals without conditions, but that these homes or closer than the homes to those stadiums, and letting the Plan Commission figure out what would be a reasonable number. So that's why there isn't a specific number in the report.
Thank you, Attorney Strange. It looks like Mr. Tucker has something to add. Mr. Tucker?
Yeah, one of the conditions that the Plan Commission could consider applying would be directing the speakers in a way that directs the sound away from the neighborhood to the south and the east. Sound will bounce out, it'll bounce off buildings, but some kind of a direct requirement like that would effectively be a step towards sending the sound towards the grandstands and away from the homes.
Thank you, Mr. Tucker. Did that get at your question, Alder Heck, and did you have anything further?
I think it more or less did. I'll just add that my experience with Bree Stevens is that noise is fickle and it's a function of the wind, the weather, everything, and it's very difficult to predict. And I'm still interested, though, in I think the analogy that Mr. Parks brought up, and you can just simply, I think, forbid certain types of noise rather than trying to measure it or something or ameliorate it somehow. But that's a discussion we can have later. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there more questions of staff? Seeing none, Alder Evers, raise your hand when you're, is this when you would like to speak? Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. I sent you 2 emails detailing my opposition to this application, the first on May 2nd and the second 2 days ago on May 9th. I hope that you've read them, as I'm not going to go over them now. Instead, I'd like to summarize key points and make some new ones, all of which will point to one conclusion, that this application should be denied. When I met with Mike Elliott and Steve Krantz, Edgewood's high school president and board president, respectively, on March 9th, I asked them to go slow with their application to explore opportunities to rebuild trust with the neighborhood. The application before you, in my mind, does not constitute a cautious and careful approach, nor does it take into account in any substantial manner the impacts the proposal would have on the neighborhood. My request for a delay reflected concerns that we not try to resolve a 25-year-old controversy in the middle of a pandemic. Part of this was due to issues I had been having with my own internet connection, and I know from what you had gone through tonight, some of you, that I was not alone. I kept getting dropped from Zoom calls. It took a new router, a new modem, and 2 in-person visits from my service provider to get the problem resolved. But more to the point, I had heard from stressed out neighbors about issues they were dealing with. One family who lived very near Edgewood's athletic field had both the mom and dad come down with the virus. After a stay in the hospital, neighbors arranged a meal train. Others lost jobs and are worried about their future. Given that it's not at all apparent that contact sports like football will be taken up on a prep level this fall, a friendly pause seemed to me very reasonable. But I was rebuffed, and so here we are. The issue comes down to the standards. As you know, Plan Commission may not approve, I'm trying to read this and it's bouncing around, excuse me. As you know, Plan Commission may not approve a conditional use without due consideration of the comprehensive plan and any applicable neighborhood plans. The only applicable neighborhood plan would be the 2007 Monroe Street Commercial District Plan, There's not a lot of guidance here, but one important sentence on page 53 stands out, noting that while Edgewood is an important presence on Monroe Street, as it develops, it will be critical for any future plans to be carefully coordinated with surrounding neighborhoods and land uses to avoid negative impacts. Let the record be clear, Edgewood's application was not carefully coordinated with the surrounding neighborhoods. There have been no meetings with the Edgewood Liaison Committee regarding this specific application. It is also important to address the matter of the 2017 Wisconsin statute. This enactment overturned Wisconsin Supreme Court decision, which the legislator felt gave too much discretion to plan commissions in granting, denying, and imposing conditions on conditional use permits. In regard to responsibilities under the new statute, city staff and Attorney Wattier have emphasized the new burdens on the city to support any decision with substantial evidence. However, it is equally important to note the new burden placed on applicants. Reading from the statute 62.23, parent 7, parent DE, the applicant must demonstrate that the application and all the requirements and conditions established by the city relating to the conditional use are or shall be satisfied, both of which must be supported by substantial evidence. The new statute places a noteworthy and a very real burden on the applicant. It is a burden that must be demonstrated based on substantial evidence. It is your responsibility to see that the applicant satisfies that burden with the requisite level of substantial evidence. The approval standards in our ordinance say that no application for a conditional use shall be granted by the Plan Commission unless it finds that all of the following conditions are present. And the most relevant to this particular circumstance, this particular application, is number 3. The uses, values, and enjoyment of other property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. Edgewood's application goes into significant detail about its proposed lights, but there is very little about noise. The gist of Edgewood's application seems to be that noise impacts are irrelevant, asserting they are only putting up lights and that they intend to comply with Madison noise ordinances. This is flawed logic and is simply not correct. Lights are a means to an end, as Matt Tucker reminded us, with the end being night games. The planning staff report recognizes that noise impacts are an appropriate consideration. Edgewood fails to acknowledge anywhere in their application that this is not only about lights, but also about modifying the existing use of daytime games, namely extending these games into nighttime, and that nighttime games come with potential for serious noise impacts. It is profoundly curious to me that the application before you is silent about noise impacts, and it's troubling as well that Mr. Elliott and his team refuses to acknowledge these impacts, nor show a willingness to limit the number of games. In late 2018, Edgewood paid for a sound study that determined noise impacts would spill over to adjoining properties at levels that would exceed the current dBA maximum expressed in our city's noise ordinances for residential properties. Their study, in fact, misrepresented that maximum as being 70 dBA, when in fact the correct number for the maximum is 65 dBA. But at any rate, the sound impacts were predicted to exceed that higher level of 70 dBA, which is why a sound barrier was discussed as part of a last-minute compromise Edgewood offered in January of last year before pulling their master plan amendment the following month. I will add that the sound study looked at various scenarios, the lowest of which Brad Boyce testified earlier was with a capacity of 150 that also had a PA, 150 people present. Tim, you're not correct. The sound study looked at all different scenarios, and the lowest was up with 150 people present, 150 spectators. And the sound level was predicted to be over 65 dBA, which exceeds the Madison noise ordinance, and granted for a stationary source might be something that falls through the cracks, but it's significant that it was going to be over 65 dBA with even just 150 people present. There is substantial evidence to support denial, namely because this application falls woefully short of its burden. The record, however, contains significant and substantial concerns regarding impacts on the neighborhood. And by the record, I mean testimony that was submitted in writing via email and given tonight. And these impacts are supported by substantial evidence, including personal observations, audio and video recordings, and scientific studies, not merely personal opinion. It is interesting to me that none of the examples provided by Edgewood's attorney, Nathan Wattier, Vilas Park, Bowman Field, other locations in the city, none of these utilize amplified sound, and none of those sites mentioned are capable of hosting football games. But we know what a football game sounds like. I'd like to take the liberty to share 3 short videos. The first was taken at a Waunakee High School football game in October 2018 from approximately 185 feet at a distance meant to simulate what sound would be like for a resident living on Woodrow Street. Heather, I'm asking you to play video number 2 of the ones that I sent you. I don't hear anything yet. Is the sound working?
Is that good?
Yeah, I couldn't hear it up until now, but now can we finish playing it, please? Get the volume to where you can hear it. I mean, that's the important part. Can't really hear it. Guess this is not working.
Merrick to the point after.
All right, well, this isn't really working.
Extra point is good. 2:21 left in the first half. Warriors 36, Thunderbirds nothing.
I'm sorry, are folks not hearing the sound?
No.
Not at all? Okay. Let me see.
It's unfortunate. This is one of the limits of doing a Zoom meeting. If we were a meeting in person, we could play exactly what a football game sounds like. But I would ask you, please, and I hope I sent these to you in my previous statement. I hope you took the time to listen to these. It's important. You think you can get it, Heather?
I want to give it one more try here.
That'd be great.
Merrick to the point after. Extra point
is that coming through?
21 left in the first half. Warriors 36, Thunderbirds nothing.
It's better. I would. So that was shot from 185 feet. The next video was recorded from 700 feet away. It's only 30 seconds long. I wonder if, Heather, if we couldn't try listening to that. The reason why that's important is it shows that the sound will carry not just to the homes within 100, 200 feet, but it can carry to the edge of Wingrove Park, encompassing neighboring streets, West Lawn, Keyes, Cherry. So yes, let's play the second video I sent over.
Well, third and one. Instead of guys, first down and 10 for the Baraboo, 48.
And so that's 700 feet away. And the last video I'd like to play for you was actually taken from a resident on Monroe Street across this street from the athletic field of a boys soccer game in October of 2018. It's less than a minute long, but I'd like you to listen to it, please.
This is Red from the 300s, and today we're reviewing Buffalo Bills New Era Field. After years of debating it and trying to get up there, I finally made the trip up to the Great White North, and I went to Buffalo. We checked.
That's not right. Yeah,
it was.
I think you have to. All right, can we start that one over? That'd be great. It's less than a minute long, and it does not have any of that other commentary.
The additional commentary just automatically came up. I didn't have anything else open. So let me get into your original email and try again, Alder.
That'd be great.
This may take a couple minutes.
All right. Well, Ms. Stouter is getting that. I'm going to continue reading, but I do want to get back to that that video of what a game sounds like across the street during the day with, certainly there's not 500 people in the stands. There's not 250 people stands. There's maybe 150 or 100 people in the stands. Yeah, and so we'll come back to that video. But let me continue. It's my opinion Plan Commission does not have a legal basis to approve the conditional use permit. Edgewood's one-sentence statement that they will comply with all noise ordinances doesn't even give Plan Commission sufficient evidence to begin formulating reasonable conditions. Edgewood's failure to address noise impacts is a serious deficiency in its application, both as it relates to Madison's ordinances and state law. Edgewood's application contains bare assertions of compliance with city ordinances, including all noise ordinances. However, it contains no evidence, much less substantial evidence of how it complies with or how it ever could comply with the city's noise ordinance in the context of this expanded nighttime use. I asked Edgewood to go slow. This isn't slow. This is rushed and incomplete. I asked that they meet with the liaison committee. They have not. The application was prepared without input from the committee and without feedback from neighborhood associations or me as their alder. They've checked the necessary boxes, yes. All they had to do was inform the alder and inform the neighborhood associations and the city, but they haven't met the necessary burden of providing substantial evidence that what they're proposing won't cause harm. Edgewood is anticipating the possibility of 46 regular season night games per year, plus a possible 18 playoff games. By way of contrast, Camp Randall has only 1 or 2 night games a year. With such a bold request, one that disregards the spirit of partnership, community, and my sincere request that they go slow, Edgewood provides no evidence that they can meet the standard of not substantially impairing the uses, values, and enjoyment of adjacent property owners with their proposal to host multiple unlimited night games on their athletic field. In the absence of that evidence, I urge you to deny the applicant's request for a conditional use permit to install lights on their athletic complex at 2219 Monroe Street. And Heather, if you have that last video, I'd like to finish with that. The resident who made that video recorded dB level at that time at 83 decibels. So we could extrapolate. You can extrapolate, and Plan Commission members should, I believe, extrapolate at the noise levels that take place currently in daytime games. And ask yourself that if lights enable and facilitate that sound to continue at nighttime, and we normally in our lives view what takes place at night as different than what takes place during the day. You know, I can have a party in my backyard during the daytime, and I could crank up the stereo, and I could get away with it if within reason. But if I turned it up to that same level at 9 o'clock at night, I would get in trouble. So it's reasonable to look at what takes place during the day in terms of sound on that field, extrapolate what it would be like at night with more people and with a PA system offering play-by-play announcing, with a pep bands, and with music being played after every touchdown, which is what was in that first video that didn't come out very clearly. We know what this sounds like. You know what it sounds like. And there is no reason to do, you can't even really compare Breese-Stevens Field, because Breese-Stevens Field has it's a highway, like a 8-lane highway, 4 lanes each direction, with 75,000 cars a day, and with zoning that allows 10-story buildings. We would never allow something like Breese-Stevens at this particular location on Monroe Street today. In fact, that one testimony by Ed Ahrens is correct. We would not allow this kind of facility in this close-knit neighborhood if it was coming in raw right off the cuff. So what we're looking at is a neighborhood that grew up in close quarters around an urban high school being asked to do something that many urban high schools throughout the country do not do, and that's have a home stadium capable of having night games and football games. That belongs in other parts of the city. And if Edgewood, with the college, wants to go to even outside the city, it's interesting, and I don't know if Plan Commission are aware of this. Edgewood College, as recently as last fall, was before Fitchburg's Plan Commission, seeking permission to be able to put an athletic complex at the corner of Lacey Road and Seminole Highway, out where it was just farmland. And now Edgewood is asking that those, since that fell through, is asking that those Edgewood College teams be able to play under the lights on Monroe Street. I suggest that if Edgewood wants their own branded home stadium, that the college and the high school work to find a location where this can take place, where it will not impact or damage the established uses of this neighborhood, which have been going on for decades. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Do any plan commissioners have any further questions of staff? Commissioner Sundquist.
Yeah, this isn't the most critical part of this, but I did want to close the loop. When Edgewood first applied to amend the master plan, I believe in February of 2019, and then they withdrew that application, or maybe it was never formally put in. I wasn't on the plan commission then. Was that at the suggestion of somebody at the city? Because that's what Mr. Elliott said. I wonder if somebody from city staff could help me with that.
Attorney Strange.
Sure. No, it was not. It was not at the instruction of the city or the suggestion of the city. The way that when the master plan amendment, when the application for the master plan amendment was initially filed, that was obviously filed on their own volition. Shortly after that, they filed another letter that amended that application a little bit. Part of the dispute that came up during that process was whether or not games could be played during the day. The zoning administrator made a determination that the master plan prohibited that, and that's kind of when the dispute started. That particular interpretation ended up at the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the Zoning Board of Appeals upheld that determination. And throughout that entire process, Edgewood's position was we wanted to be treated like the public schools. And in the Campus Institutional District Ordinance, it provides two ways to go about doing development on your campus. One is through a master plan, which is a voluntary thing. The other is through the regular conditional use process. And so after the Zoning Board of Appeals hearing, we said to Edgewood, look, you have two options. The Zoning Board of Appeals upheld the interpretation of the games restriction. And so your option is to either continue with the process of amending the master plan to have that and whatever else you want to have amended, or to get rid of the master plan, and go back to a situation where you don't have a master plan, in which case you would be able to play games under the current district ordinance. So the spirit of any communication with them was always telling them, if that's your primary concern, being on the same footing as the public schools, then get rid of your master plan, because then you would be, because none of the public schools have a master plan. So we certainly didn't instruct them or require them or suggest a course of action, but provided the options that they were asking for to get what they wanted.
Okay, thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, I mean, not to belabor it, I think they drop their master plan amendment before they even got to ZBA? Didn't that happen earlier?
Well, no, I mean, it's technically still pending, theoretically. I mean, it's still on file. They never actually withdrew the master plan amendment. And so that was part of the thing, is throughout the entire process leading up to the ZBA and even after the ZBA, we were saying, you still have that active master plan amendment on file that you can proceed with.
Okay.
That was always there.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
Commissioner Cantrell.
I guess this is for Matt Tucker. What would be the maximum decibel level within this? Is it within a zoning district of the zoning district, which is CI, that would be allowable? Is it 70 decibels or?
Yeah, the fixed point equipment regulation. Give me just a second here. The receiving district, the residential receiving district is 65 decibels at the property line.
Mr. Tucker, let me just make sure you're answering the question the Commissioner Cantrell asked.
Yeah.
Commissioner Cantrell, are you asking about fixed point like air conditioners, or are you asking about crowd noise?
Well, as I understand, crowd noise, our ordinance doesn't address crowd noise. It only addresses fixed point.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And a good example was that video showed the goal, the northern goal where soccer was being kicked or whatever. But if you look at this facility, Woodrow is at a pitch, and the field is above at Monroe Street, and it's below. The field's below at Monroe Street and above as you go down the hill. So there's a variety of points where the noise would be received, and we would measure at the property lines where it's received.
So there's no ordinance. We would have to go by disturbance of the peace. Basically, if it's
yes,
knowing someone that. Okay, I think I understand.
Is that your?
I think, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Chair. I been thinking a lot about the change since the master plan was repealed, and we talked a little bit about it just recently. Now the applicant can have unlimited daytime games or practices or whatever they want on that field. But we haven't seen what the orderly development of that new rule is. They've never had exercised that option since the repeal. The pandemic has certainly changed all things. And I think that we don't really know what it's like for them to have a full a range of games during the year under what's allowed. Now, I don't know if it's the right word is by right, but by what's allowed, what they could do now during the day. We've never seen that. So how do we even know if there's substantial evidence that changing it and allowing nighttime in addition to daytime wouldn't be, wouldn't not impede the standards number 1 and 3 and 4 as the staff report mentioned. So I'm really not convinced at all. They've never actually operationalized the existing impacts they could be having because they've never had a full year of games. So I guess I would want to see what that looks like before I talked about expanding it at night. And I can't even, why can't they have a whole season, maybe next year, where they have day games and see what the impacts are, measure the sound, do whatever. Because I don't really see how the standards, the substantial evidence standard, can be even applied without the evidence of what the existing impact is, because we don't know what that is. So I'm really just kind of stuck on that. And maybe, maybe there's somebody else have an answer that will make sense to me, but I just think that, they haven't even done what they can do, let alone trying to change it to nighttime games. Thanks.
Okay. The public hearing is still open. Are there any other questions of any of the public registrants? Because if not, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, I am going to close the public hearing. Are there further questions of staff? Seeing none, I would be looking for a motion. It looks like we've got a couple of alders who are not on the Plan Commission that are looking to weigh in before we have a motion. So, Alder Evers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak to what Alder Rummel said. I don't think there is sufficient evidence to approve this. I don't think there's sufficient evidence to approve it with conditions. I think there's wisdom in waiting. I think there's wisdom in getting more data points. Not one's personal opinion, no, but you could scientifically analyze this by having daytime games at this particular location. and get some sense of what that impact is on the neighborhood with various numbers of spectators present. You could do research onto other football stadiums in the city and get a sense of how that sound could travel. There could be, but the applicant hasn't provided any of this information. And let it be known that the decision that's before you now is impactful and it will have potentially a permanent outcome. Demonstrably severe in its potential and perhaps capable of causing irreparable harm if the decision turns out to be the wrong one. So I think there is good reason to pursue, move forward cautiously. And the notion of waiting a year and telling the applicant to come back with a full proposal of what they intend to do and go back to the full build out. Come be transparent, not just piecemeal, but put all your cards on the table of what you want to do. And let's see if this use that you intend is compatible for this particular neighborhood. But to try to make a decision or to approve this and parse it with conditions at this point, to me, seems irresponsible and quite frankly, an impossible task. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hennick.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Commissioner Cantrell's question that was asked earlier. Sorry, I was trying to raise my hand before the public hearing was closed. But the question on guidance with conditional uses based on what had been proposed in the original application of limited to league play or teams that were going to be played versus number of games. And there was the question of, there was no guidance really given from staff and there was no real guidance other than that given from the applicant. So I just wanted to hear a little bit more of that from the applicant on why they had limited it to leagues versus number of games, or if there were any recommendations there.
So you're asking that the commission reopen the public hearing because you want to hear from
the applicant, correct?
Okay, I will turn to the commission. Are there any concerns with reopening the public hearing? Okay, seeing none. I will reopen the public hearing and ask for Brian Munson to please respond to Alder Hennick's question.
Sorry about that. Actually, I think if Mike Elliott could respond to that, he might be able to give a complete answer as well.
Mike Elliott?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Thanks. I just want to be clear on our part. We felt that the staff did a really good job in putting the conditions together that they did. We, from the start, when we saw these, agreed with 6 of the 7. The only one we were having trouble with was the number. And I just want to be clear, it wasn't that we couldn't come up with a number, but we were just asking in your consideration that we be treated fairly like the other schools. And from what we had, our conversations with the staff, the other schools were receiving about 40 to 60 games. I would be willing to take the low end of the range, which is 40 games if there's a number being looked at. And we demonstrated our need for 40 games in as far as the number of games that we have, the number of sports that we have, and the number of responsibilities with our conference. So I don't want you as a group to think that we didn't have a number in mind and that we had no conditions that we wanted to accept. We'd be willing to accept all the conditions and a number of 40 games a year We would also agree that Matt brought up direction of speakers. If noise is still a major concern, we can make sure that our direction of speakers go away from Woodrow. And we also had mentioned that we have no interest in having concerts, because I know a lot of people were concerned about that. 90% of our games do not go past 7 p.m. We've been playing.
Mr. Elliott, I think you've answered Mr. Hennick's question, which was in regard to the number of games. So thank you. Are there further questions of any of the public registrants while we have the reopened public hearing? I want to give you some time here because okay, so I will reclose the public hearing, and I then am looking for a motion. Commissioner Cantrell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to recommend that the Plan Commission cannot find the conditional use permit standard number 3 met, which is the uses, values, and enjoyment of the property in the neighborhood for purposes already established will not be substantially impaired or diminished in any foreseeable manner. And that this item be placed on file without prejudice. I think that the proposal for the lights will have a substantial impact on the existing residential.
Can we get a second, and then I'll come back to you to speak to your motion. Seconded by Mr. Hagenow? Yes, okay.
Yes, I
Go ahead, Mr. Commissioner Cantrell, to speak to your motion.
I think that the establishment of lights on the field will have a substantial impact on the adjoining residents. The applicant hasn't made sufficient or provided sufficient evidence that it will not that will not impact the neighbors. And also, by allowing the lights, it allows a use of the field at night, which will provide noise impacts, which again will negatively impact the neighbors. And there has been no mitigation of the impacts of the light or the noise by providing additional screening, by walls or anything like that, which the applicant could have proposed. And I guess I'm troubled. I'm always looking for a win-win and a compromise between the neighborhood and the applicant. But in this case, there is no win-win, and there's no opportunity for win-win, except for denial, and let the applicant go back and hopefully go back and discuss their proposal with the neighborhood. And I understand that, you know, some of the people in the neighborhood don't want anything, but I think that there's some reasonable people in the neighborhood, and I think that open discussion should occur. In addition, I agree with Alder Rummel. We haven't seen the entire impact of all the games that are going to be occurring during the day on the field. And I think that we need to have at least some idea of what those impacts will be so that we could proceed on this application in the future if it comes back to us. But that's the reason why I'm recommending that this application be placed on file. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cantrell. Alder Rummel.
Oh, no.
No, you didn't. Okay. Any discussion, comments, observations? Alder Rummel.
I had my hand up to second before, and then I'm like, oh, I could talk. I think I 100% support this not moving forward. The more I think about how not only does it not meet standard number 3, I don't even think it meets the orderly development of their own right to have a field. So how do we even know to get to something that's conditioned? So, I started thinking like that. I just don't think the evidence is there that shows that this won't impair the public health and safety or the uses and values or the normal development. All of those 3, I would personally think all 3 are not met, but I'll be satisfied with 1. I think the screening clearly could have been done. But, I love trees and all, but they don't stop noise. And, I think I heard the alder say they should go find another location, but if they're really dead set on doing something there, they need to build walls. They need to have sound mitigation. They need to do some kind of structure that, at least propose it, not do it, but propose it and work with the neighborhood. So I hope they can, make another effort to try and mend repair the damage. It's really important because I think people want to have a good relationship, so please keep working at it, everyone. And thank you for your time. And I did appreciate all the neighbors who had their Zoom personas and also their families. It was very lovely. Thank you. I enjoyed that.
Thank you, Alder. Commissioner Sundquist.
So I am a neighbor, as I've mentioned before, and it doesn't give me any special insight into what the right decision is here. It is a judgment call. I started out thinking I was going to support something like what staff was recommending, maybe some additional reining in of the numbers and so forth, and I still might be able to get there. But now I'm inclined to support Mr. Cantrell's motion. So I guess by the time we vote, I'll decide. I would just throw out a couple bits. Should that go through, I do think that there are people in the neighborhood with whom Edgewood could have a good conversation and try to come up with, if not a win-win, some sort of accommodation that is, better than what we've got now. I attended a little party on our end of Kai's before COVID, and everybody on our end of the street was either okay with it or even outright in favor. So there are people in the neighborhood of different views, and I don't think it's reasonable to think that we can't have any impact in our neighborhood. It has to be 0, nil. We have our own self-inflicted leaf blowers and lawn mowers and stuff like that are louder than what the decibel levels that people have been citing here. So some people will want 0 impact, but I think there are enough people in the neighborhood that if Edgewood engaged and went back at it one more time, redid this liaison committee or whatever format it takes, gave it another try, it would might be able to get it, no pun intended, over the goal line. And so that's my musing, and I will listen to what everybody else might have to say.
Thank you, Commissioner Sundquist. Alder Lemmer.
Thank you. I'm still processing and trying to figure out where I'm at, but I was also thinking along the same lines as Commissioner Sundquist that it was disappointing that there wasn't substantial or any real neighborhood engagement before this came to us. And if there would be an opportunity for that, and they could talk through some kind of compromise, and then some limit that makes sense on the number of games, or maybe a very strict limit for the first year and then increasing it. There was that 25 number that was proposed in the January 7th, 2019 correspondence with the 8 Friday night football games and 17 other athletic competitions. Maybe something like that to start with, and then increasing the number. That plus having some neighborhood engagement. Those were the things that I was thinking through that would make me support some kind of approval. So I'm still thinking. Just wanted to share the things that were coming to mind and what I was leaning towards. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder Lemmer. Commissioner Solheim.
Thank you. I also live in this neighborhood. Just to point out that when it came up, several years ago, I was initially supportive of the idea. I live very close to Camp Randall and, kind of embrace that atmosphere. But the frequency and timing of this is a lot different than that, as it has been pointed out. And I was hoping coming into this meeting that there would be definitely more of a spirit of compromise, given especially the length of time that this has been going on. I was open to the idea of having a limit to the number of games, but it seems like there's been no movement on that whatsoever. And, I think it's clear in the standards for conditional use where it's talking about substantial impairment, and also the statement of purpose in the district, talking about minimizing the adverse impacts. Both sides of that have clear language that there's a compromise in there. It's not no impacts, no impairment. There's room for it, but both sides kind of have to work together. So I would encourage them to continue doing so and come back.
Thank you, Commissioner. Alder Heck.
Thank you. I think everybody has had something sensible to say about this, all the commissioners, and I generally agree with what everybody's had to say. I think, though, it comes down to what Commissioner Cantrell and Alder Rummel had to say, that it just struggles to meet particularly Standard 3, and I do hope that somehow some kind of an agreement can be worked out in the future between all parties. But I'll be supporting the motion primarily because of standard number 3. Thanks.
Thank you, Alder. Any other comments before we come to a vote? Seeing none, I will be assuming unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand to object. Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. That concludes our agenda other than business by members. Any business by members? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. So can I have a motion to adjourn? Okay, Commissioner Hagenow moved. Commissioner Burnett seconded.
We need another second, Madam Chair.
Yes.
We need a different second.
Okay, sorry. Could I have a Alder Rummel seconds? I will assume unanimous consent unless I see a raised hand otherwise. Thank you all very much, and I hope you get some sleep now. Take care, and I will see you in a week. Thank you.